Mistrzostw Polski. Witamy widzów player.pl i bardzo się cieszymy, że razem możemy przeżywać to największe otwarcie w historii naszej ligi. Pierwsza runda w Ptak Warsaw Expo. Nazywam się Wiktoria Król, motozłośnica i z przyjemnością przeprowadzę Państwa po tych driftingowych emocjach w ten weekend. Będą ciekawi goście, będą ciekawe tematy i oczywiście przejazdy na najwyższym poziomie, bo już zaraz startujemy z kwalifikacjami. Zawody skomentują dla Państwa Maciek Kiwak, Tomek Więcek, którzy razem ze mną w studiu. Dzień dobry panowie.
Dzień dobry, cześć.
No
Cześć,
i
witamy serdecznie.
witamy się także z naszymi komentatorami ze streama w języku angielskim, Mike Fitzergard i Eddie Power. Hello guys, hi, nice to see you. Tomek, Maciek, wczoraj podglądaliście troszeczkę treningi, jak to dla was wyglądało? Nie obyło się od obić band i obitych samochodów, ale chyba trochę o to chodzi.
No ja myślę, że o to chodzi na pewno też zawodnicy od samego początku nie kalkulują, co pokazuje nam to, że ten sezon będzie naprawdę gruby, bo jeżeli mamy pierwszą rundę, jest sesja treningowa i od razu zawodnicy jadą na maksa, no tak naprawdę możemy spodziewać się niesamowitych fajerwerków. Myślę, że niesamowitych fajerwerków też możemy spodziewać się dziś w trakcie kwalifikacji. Zgodzisz się ze mną, Tomku, prawda?
Zdecydowanie tak. To, co pokazują kierowcy na treningach, myślę, że przerasta niektórych oczekiwania, bo przywykliśmy do tego, że pierwsza runda to jest taka delikatne rozpoznanie, rekonesans, rozgrzewkowa, a tutaj od samego początku, jak mówi Maciek, jest pełen ogień. W ogóle bardzo ciekawa jest lista startowa, bo jest ponad 70 zawodników, mamy też kobiety, więc stawka jest bardzo duża w dwóch klasach. No myślę, że ta pierwsza runda będzie naprawdę mocnym otwarciem.
Pierwsza runda mocnym otwarciem mocnego sezonu z nowymi miejscami, w których drifterzy będą się mierzyć ze swoimi głowami, potem z innymi. Zobaczmy, jak wygląda ten sezon i gdzie w tym roku zobaczymy driftingowe Mistrzostwa Polski. Mam nadzieję, że zaraz Państwo zobaczą. Dokładnie tego chcieliśmy.
Tak, jesteśmy na pierwszej rundzie w Warszawie, Ptak Warsaw Expo. Druga runda to Katowice i nowa lokalizacja, bo strefa kultury, później tor Jastrząb w Radomiu, no i finał finałów to oczywiście tor Poznań 26-27 września, na który oczywiście zapraszamy. Na wszystkie rundy zapraszamy, bo na wszystkich rundach będzie się działo.
Na wszystkich rundach będzie się działo, tak samo jak działo się w zeszłym sezonie. Zresztą w zeszłym sezonie chcielibyśmy teraz zaprezentować Wam materiał i mam nadzieję, że będziemy w stanie go teraz oczywiście wyświetlić, no bo zeszły sezon, który był sezonem, można powiedzieć, historycznym, walka toczyła się do samego końca, finalnie zdecydowały bardzo małe punkty o tym, kto został tym ubiegłorocznym mistrzem Polski, został nim Kuba Król, ta różnica punktowa wyniosła zaledwie 14 oczek do drugiego w stawce Matsa Andreasena i podium driftingowych mistrzostw Polski w sezonie 2025 zamknął nam Łukasz Tasiemski. Także chcielibyśmy teraz to obejrzeć.
Były także zaskoczenia, nowe nazwiska, które pierwszy raz wsiadły w samochód i zrobiły show, tak jak chociażby Łukasz Kaliszewski w Poznaniu. To była petarda, prawda?
Tak, Łukasz Kaliszewski, którego znaliśmy wcześniej jako spotera Piotra Więcka i jako jego partnera treningowego. Spodziewać się, że będzie jeździł w sposób fajny, ale nie, że w sposób tak spektakularny. Zwłaszcza, że no, trening to jest zupełnie inna bajka niż zawody. Tutaj też trzeba, poza tym, że trzeba dobrze jechać, jeszcze musi dobić głowa, co często zawodnicy powtarzają. No a Łukasz w Poznaniu w roku ubiegłym pokazał naprawdę wysoki kunszt i pokazał, że nie trzeba jeździć całego sezonu, żeby zapisać się w historii driftingowych mistrzostw Polski.
Co ciekawe, wczoraj 2 słowa z nim zamieniłam. Ja myślałam, że budzi się w nim jakaś presja, że wiesz, w zeszłym sezonie jedna runda petarda. On zero presji. Wsiada w samochód i robi swoje. Widzimy highlighty, widzimy to, co działo się w zeszłym sezonie i bardzo się cieszymy, że ten sezon będzie także z nowymi miejscami, gdzie zawodnicy, no właśnie, tak jak tutaj w Ptak Warsaw Expo, mierzą się z nową trasą, która jest zresztą no, całkiem szybka jak na trasę na placu.
Trasa być może wydaje się prosta, ale jest na pewno bardzo wymagająca, ma kilka takich no, bądź co bądź trudnych elementów. Myślę, że tym pierwszym, najtrudniejszym elementem na trasie jest właśnie moment inicjacji, na to szczególnie wczoraj zwracali uwagę sędziowie, bo tam trzeba od startu mocno rozpędzać swój samochód. O tym powiemy jeszcze szerzej, jak będziemy trasę pokazywali, więc trzeba mocno samochód rozpędzić. Następnie trzeba nieco odhamować się. Zresztą teraz tę trasę już widzimy tę prostą startową, która jest bardzo długa i ten moment inicjacji jest tutaj kluczowy po prostu, bo jest strefa odhamowania i tutaj sędziowie zwracają uwagę na kilka elementów. Wystarczy Znaczy można albo podciąć się wiadomo hamulcem ręcznym, natomiast ważniejszy jest transfer masy lub ustawienie się po prostu dobre w kącie, no i następnie wpadamy w pierwszą zonę punktowaną i teraz tak nie widzimy ją wymalowaną częściowo w tym momencie, no i od tego momentu już zaczyna się cała akcja, więc tak jak powiedziałem wcześniej, inicjacja jest najważniejsza, ustawienie do pierwszej zony, potem przed zoną drugą, którą widzimy zaznaczoną, która w tej chwili jest malowana na tym klipie, tam jest krótka strefa pomarańczowa, która pozwala na minimalne odhamowanie auta, tak żeby do tej strefy się po prostu ustawić, więc mamy taką nowość w tym sezonie, bo mamy przed inicjacją czerwoną strefę hamowania, strefę pomarańczową przed drugą zoną, następnie przechodzimy do linii klipa, kolejna bardzo ważna część trasy na tym klipie, idealnie trzeba znaleźć się prawym przednim kołem, wtedy spokojnie, prawidłowo, jeżeli auto wyjedzie za mocno do środka dwóch zdejmowane są punkty, inner clip numer 3, przechodzimy do zony czwartej, przed którą znowu ponownie mamy krótką strefę odhamowania, ustawienia się w kącie i ta długa zona czwarta jest można być w tym momencie kluczowa, będzie dla jazdy w parach i tutaj już musi pójść wszystko po prostu gładko.
Smoke here in the 35-degree heat here in Warsaw and across the line, and it is an absolute show to behold here this weekend.
Yeah, it certainly is. You can see the Expo Arena there where the car show is on as well this weekend, so really loads going on. Really impressive paddock and walk through it earlier on, just taking in all the bills and the atmosphere, and things really starting to heat up both in temperature-wise and also in terms of the atmosphere. As we move to our three judges, as you'll see in attendance for this weekend, head judge David Callas, Karol Jaboski and Matujasz Dziedzic, and of course each of our judges very experienced.
Absolutely, yeah, and interesting to note. I'll wait, David is speaking, I believe.
But it is not only about the line, it is also about the style and also angle. The driver needs to have all those three components, put it together, and have the best angle, the best style, and best line to win the qualification. It is not easy, but I think the drivers will be able to achieve that, and that is going for the battles for tomorrow then.
Perfect. So we are keeping fingers crossed for your best.
So there you have it from our three judges, or well, from our head judge David Callas, who will be in charge of style points this weekend. 30 points up for style. We have an angle judge and a line judge as well, Mike. So those guys we'll be checking in with those as the runs go on, just to get a better understanding of what they're seeing and how they're scoring the runs here this weekend.
We will indeed, Eddie, and important to note as well, of course, guys, we are just running through qualifying today on Saturday, and once we get through qualifying, it is on to the main event tomorrow for twin battle action here in Warsaw for DMP round 1. And Eddie, for the qualifying, of course, it is split across three judges, with Matujasz Dziedzic on line, which will give the drivers 40 points out of 100. Karol Jaboski will be the angle judge, giving 30 points across the run, and David Callas, Drift Masters head judge, will be the style judge, giving 30 points throughout the run, 15 for fluidity and 15 for commitment. So if you haven't watched drifting before, if you're watching live on Eurosport, don't worry, it all seems a little bit complicated at the start, but Eddie and I will do our very best to explain it and simplify what is possibly one of the most exciting motorsports in the world.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's definitely growing to be, you know, one of the most entertaining and watched motorsports, and as they say, it's kind of the PlayStation generation of motorsports. But now with the accessibility of sim racing rigs, it's such an accessible motorsport for young people to get involved in, learn the skills without having the cost of a car, transport, all that sort of stuff, and we really start to see people, you know, join the sport with already massive experience. So Mike, it looks as though we are ready to go to the line.
Absolutely, and just a note, guys, if you are in the general vicinity, we are live here from the Ptak Warsaw Expo Centre, where the auto tuning show is also taking place. So a huge event this weekend, and get yourself down here in the flesh if you want to catch some of the craziest action in the world. And we have our starting list here, of course, Eddie, for the Semi-Pro Championship, which is the second tier of the Polish National Championship, this feeder series essentially for the Pro Series.
Yeah, and what you'll notice straight away, Mike, is the number of nationalities that are represented over the course of the weekend here at this championship. 17 different nationalities, and which is great to see. Such a spread, people really committed, travelling long distances to be here. And you can see Tim Heydrich, the younger brother of Max Heydrich, who will be a familiar name to a lot of drivers. Bartosz Ostalowski, if you're not aware of this man, he drives this car solely with his feet. Unfortunately, lost both his arms in a tragic accident years ago, and he's all about showing that he can overcome obstacles and challenges in life, and he's certainly one to watch. When we will talk more about him when we come to him in qualifying later on this afternoon. But we are going to kick qualifying off with the semi-pro category, and on the line, Mike, all the way from Ukraine in his F22 M2 800 brake horsepower, it is Ivan Baby sitting on the line. This guy, the 2025 Wise Series champion. He's got a number of local championship wins, drifting for 4 years, and his goal is to advance into the DMP Pro class. So let's see if he can kick off the championship and the weekend perfectly with a really strong showing in his first qualifying run. 2 non-consecutive runs for our drivers here this weekend. So what they'll do is they'll do a pass of the circuit, they'll be scored out of 100 by our 3 judges, and they'll go back into the pits, and then they'll wait, and when we get to the end, we'll go back to the start of the order again, and the drivers will then have an opportunity to complete their second runs.
Absolutely.
These first runs, Mike, as you'll know from your own experience, it's all about getting a solid score on the board, something just to settle the nerves, and hope that you can build on that for your second run. So we can see Baby Ivan as he waves.
Or Ivan Baby, even.
Ivan Baby.
Baby Ivan, he might be very young, but he's not that young. Yeah, Eddie, I mean, the off-season is over. Months and months of preparation in the winter, late nights in workshops, testing the cars, rebuilding the cars. Lots of money as well gone into them. It all comes down to this, Eddie. It all comes down to this. It's qualifying time here at DMP Round 1.
Yeah, it certainly is. So here we go. Ivan Baby leaves the line for the first run of the 2026 season. And he gets that car nicely on angle and deep into that first outside zone. It's looking really nice, straight from the off here from Ivan Baby as he puts that car onto that perfect outside line, Mike. Really strong through those first few sections now. How can he manage that inside zone quite beautifully? And this is going to be a tough one for the judges, Mike, because straight from the off, we've got a really strong run here from Ivan Baby, who's just hooked that car up perfectly and across the line.
Yeah, absolutely. Good run to get us going there, Eddie. Very excited to see qualifying action kicking off here in Warsaw, and a nice initiation there from Ivan into the first zone. Not a perfect run. I think the judges will want to see some more commitment and a little bit more aggression, definitely, but a good one to get us started. And it's worth noting as well, Eddie, that and guys at home, that there are championship points on the line here for qualifying also. So if you top qualifying, you get 12 points. And remember as well, for battle action tomorrow, if you just finish 17th to 32nd in the battles, there's just 16 points. So not only is qualification important for your grid position and gives you the choice whether to lead or chase in your battle, it also gives you a lot of championship points. So Baby Ivan, or Ivan Baby even, putting in a solid run there as we wait for his score to drop in.
Yeah, we wait to see that score from the judges as we look back to the start line, and we see Ola Boyko warming his tyres, the Ukrainian, in his E46 Compact, I believe. .2 litre V8 underneath the bonnet, 515 brake horsepower. Again, another driver, 3 years competing in the sport, Mike. Lots of local championship podiums. So yeah,
there
that score dropping in, and an 80.5 for Ivan Baby. So as we say, nice way to kick off the first qualifying run of the 2026 campaign.
Well, Eddie, he's straight into first position.
Yeah, that's guaranteed. That's the great thing about qualifying first. If you don't score a 0, you're going to be first on that leaderboard for a short amount of time.
Well,
but you know, that's going to be a tough score to beat, Mike. You know, as you said, it could have benefited from a little bit more commitment throughout the run, as we see if Ola Boyko can, the Ukrainian, can outscore Ivan Baby.
Well,
so
as you mentioned, Eddie, there's about 30 competitors going for the semi-pro class alone, so there's only 16 places for battle action tomorrow, so there's a lot on the line here. There's going to be a lot of drivers going home disappointed after travelling quite a huge distance, after putting in that huge amount of effort into these cars. So it is all on the line here for each and every one of these drivers, as Ole Boyko leaves the line. The Ukrainian firing in his BMW on big angle from the get-go here, Eddie. You can hear that V8 absolutely screaming there. Well, screaming is the wrong word. Rumbling, I would say, through the track as he dabs the handbrake once again. Bit of a correction there into outer zone 2 from Ole. Let's see if he can get it back online. It is a perfect line through zone 3, and he's perfectly on that outside line now. Foot to floor here and full throttle, absolutely billowing smoke across the line.
yes, another really solid run, and Ola Boyko looking very, 3 years experience, Mike, but you can see straight from the off into those into that deep into those outer zones, which is exactly what the judges are looking for. Fulfills the full zone nicely as well, so maximising his opportunity to get big points. Again, as he goes into outside zone 2, into it nice and early, stays on that deep, wide line that the judges are looking for, and nice and fluid as he makes that transition into that inner zone perfectly, and again, nice and early, gets into the final outer zone and manages to stay there. Look how long that zone is. Really long pull for these guys, but I think that's going to be another really nicely scored run. And these guys, the first two across or off the line, Mike, doing a really good job setting their own nerves by getting what should be 2 good scores on the board.
Yeah, well, you have to get that first score in, Eddie, because as you know as well as a driver yourself, if you don't get a good first score, you're in big trouble for your second run, because your own head can come into the equation. So it's very important to get a good score, and that is a good score for Ole Boyko. 83 on run 1 here at DMP round 1. So he'll be happy with that, Eddie. Hopefully should see him in for battle action, but who knows? You know, this championship is also new to us in terms of seeing the semi-pro championship at least, and it's going to be interesting to see exactly what that top 16 cut-off point is.
Yeah, well, as we said, it's 30 drivers competing in this semi-pro championship. 16 places, Mike, only up for grabs, as we go back to the start line, where Victor Duda from Poland sits on the line. First time ever driving this car, Mike. 2JZ S13, 710 brake horsepower. He said his dream is to become the champion here in DMP.
Well, he's just 17 years of age as well, Eddie. Imagine being 17 and firing in your 180SX in front of a whole Polish crowd as he absolutely screams it around the arena here. It's a beautiful night for this S13. Listen to this engine absolutely roar here, and the little chirp there from the dump valve on the car, making beautiful noises here. Great 6-cylinder, roaring nice across the line and hitting the limiter, Eddie, all the impact. So we spoke about, you know, that David Callas, he's the style judge, he's looking for fluidity and commitment. You know what, he's going to get all the commitment points there, because, okay, he came away from the zone a little bit early there, but he was absolutely doing everything he could to be as aggressive as possible on that run, Eddie, which is exactly what we and the judges and everybody wants to see.
Yeah, certainly do, yeah. Behind the wheel, Mike, since the age of 11, but in the last 3 years, he says he's devoted everything he can, every last minute, every little bit of money that he can to the sport of drifting. He's looking to make it big, and with runs like that, he certainly has a promising future ahead of him. As we await the score for Victor Duda, I stand corrected, Mike, not the first time driving this car. He's ahead to a different driver we spoke to. As we await that score to drop in, will he outscore Ole Boyko? 2 scores on the board already, both of them in the 80s. Who will be the first to break into the 90s though, Mike? Because from what we've seen so far, I can see us going into the 90s pretty quick, and it's going to be tied second with an 83 for Victor Duda.
Yep, the Polish driver going into joint second place. You know, again, we don't know where the cutoff point is going to be here, guys, but it is going to become apparent after the first round of qualifying, where all drivers will do one run of the course, as Eddie explained. Then they go back to the start and they do it all over again in this absolutely searing Polish heat here, guys. We walked out, watched some practice earlier, which was very spectacular, the pro practice. And you know what, Eddie, the heat in these cars is crazy.
Yeah, it really is. So we are back on the start line with Hubert Ettner, the Polish driver, in his S13 2JZ powered. It is his first time driving this car. Does a lot of charity events, and his goal is to finish as high as possible this year, Mike. And you know what, had a tough practice session this morning, not getting into those outer zones as deep as he would like, and that's really going to hurt the score here. Now does start to find that better line that the judges are looking for. Can he get that inner zone nicely? Yeah, certainly doing a much better job here through the second half of the circuit, but makes that transition too early. He's not going to get into the zone, the final zone at the right time. It's not as fluid and as it just doesn't have the fluidity and the commitment that certainly David Callas will be looking for. Angle, you know, I think that's kind of affected by your fluidity as well, Mike, and I think the line is going to be off, so don't expect to see the score lighten up the scoreboard here for Hubert, unfortunately.
Yeah, super nice guy. We spoke with him during practice there earlier, as you mentioned, Eddie. I think the line is going to suffer here, and if it is your first time maybe seeing drifting, obviously, you know, it's becoming such a mainstream sport once again. We will talk you through it. It does look easy from the outside, but trust me, these cars are designed to be very, very grippy. They're designed to hook up, to go forwards. So as a result, they're very hard to drift, very difficult to maintain a nice line, maintain fluidity. And the semi-pro cars are actually all on the same tyre, I do believe. It's a Zestino Grade 07R 225/40 18 semi-slick rear tire. So not the widest in the world, but it is a semi-slick, so it's very, very sticky. And in these temperatures, even your mind can come into it, because you can get tired, you can get dehydrated. So it's very, very difficult to maintain, you know, the perfect run, and that was just demonstrated there by Hubert, unfortunately not getting the perfect line.
Yeah, so we wait for the score to drop in for Hubert. As we say, not expecting this one to light up the scoreboard, but it is a 64, Mike, and you know what? You know, it's a good confidence builder. He'll go back to the pits. He'll know what changes he needs to make. As we go back to the start line to our youngest competitor, Poland's Adam Gomolishek, the 16-year-old from Poland, with his Alfa Romeo Veloz, 600 brake horsepower, his first season, Mike.
I'm going to take a stab at that. Adam Gomolishek. Well, I love the car already. Look at this, an Alfa Romeo Veloce, 600 brake horsepower in the hands of a 16-year-old. Listen to this beautiful engine note as well. What a fantastic noise. Part of the team Ubik, the drift team. Very experienced driver despite his tender years, and he's absolutely hitting the throttle around the course here in the little Alfa Romeo. Beautiful, beautiful Italian car here on track. Maybe not the perfect line around the outside, does get into the outside line towards the end of the run and across the line from Adam in the Alfa Romeo.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit early on some of those transitions, Mike, and yeah, look, gets into those zones, but it's just not as deep, so you want to see those drivers as far into that zone as possible without crossing over the line that denotes the track limit. You can see late into the zones, not bad for 16-year-old. As we say, it's still very young in terms of his drifting career. Just doesn't have the pace to carry himself into that zone as deeply as he's like, but he does get in there, Mike, and you know, finds that line and manages to hold it then. But maybe not the easiest car in the world to drive either.
Yeah, definitely. These new chassis, you know, it's not a Silvia, it's not a BMW, so all these new chassis take quite a lot of development before they're a potent weapon and very consistent and predictable to drive. Once again, guys, if you are in the vicinity or anywhere in Poland and want to check out this action in the flesh, tomorrow is Pro Day. It is going to be the big day here at the Ptak Warsaw Expo Centre. And we wait for Adam's score to drop in there. Eddie, did it pop up?
No, didn't see it pop up, so we're just waiting for that score.
Yeah,
here we go. So it's a 67 for Adam Gomolishek.
Yeah, like not the easiest chassis. So hopefully Adam gets a better run on the second. Time of asking as we move it along to our first female competitor, Eddie.
Yeah, the first of our female competitors, the Slovakian Nina Kamenchova, 350Z with a 2JZ underneath the bonnet bike, so well equipped.
Lady Hoonigan, no less.
Lady Hoonigan, yeah. Lots of wins in smaller level competitions in Slovakia. 8 years behind the wheel, Mike. But
she's got very wide here, Eddie.
Yeah, 2 wheels off, so not enough for a 0. 3 wheels off would classify as a 0 here. But that's certainly going to be a very heavy deduction on this first run, and maybe just overcommitting through that first section for Nina.
Yeah, a lot of wheels off here, so a couple of mistakes there creeping in for Nina. Possibly track conditions changing a little bit compared to when she practiced last. You know, the sunshine has been beating down here on the tarmac here in Warsaw, so maybe the grip levels have changed a little bit compared to practice here for Nina.
Yeah, and I suppose it's worth noting as well on that note, Mike, that the pro grid were out for practice. There would have been 3 sessions of pro practice before our semi-pro guys would have come out for this qualifying section, so it's a lot more rubber laid down on the circuit. It's a lot warmer than it would have been at, you know, 8, 9 o'clock in the morning when these guys were practicing, and you can see maybe that just affecting the setup that Nina had in the vehicle.
Yeah, but still a beautiful livery, beautiful car there, and looking forward to seeing what Nina can do on her second run there. Remember as well, guys, you can of course score a 0 here in qualification by spinning with opposite drift as well, or if you put 3 wheels off, Eddie, it is a 0 as well. So the judging criteria here pretty harsh, and Nina did have 2 wheels off there a couple of times, so I think she probably will get a score, but it will be very low, very low. So Eddie, on the line before we get Nina's score to drop in, it is...
Yeah, Ernest Komarovsky in his E46 with an M2 body. As we see that score drop in, it's a 53, Mike. Yeah, so 53 for Nina. So yeah, some work with such, you know, such a tight grid. It's going to be close. It's going to need maybe an improvement on the second run. As we say, we move on to Ernest Komarovsky. The Polish driver, 700 brake horsepower, first season in DMP with that M2 bodied E46. So what can he do? Here we go. Yeah, nice and fast. It's a little bit late. It just drops the wheel. It just didn't look like the run-up was maybe exactly how we'd planned for Ernest, and unfortunately drops a couple of wheels. But he's got back onto it here now as he gets deep into that outside zone 2. Looks to make the flick back. Just gets a wheel into that inner zone before trying to get back in with not the deepest line, not the perfect line. More wheels drop just as he crosses the line, Mike. A scrappy run.
Yeah, as you said there, Eddie, towards the end, not the deepest line, and then all of a sudden it was way too deep. So just kind of on the wrong line from the get-go there in the last corner from Ernest, which will definitely upset his score quite a lot. And again, guys, this looks easy from the outside, but when you're actually in the car and doing it, you have to be so precise, and any little mistake or any little lack of concentration will punish you so heavily in drifting, and it is a knife-edge sport, and that's why we love it, Eddie. And once again, guys, it will be all the more important come battle action tomorrow, when we will see, of course, 2 cars out on track at the same time doing battle, which is where the excitement really ramps up.
Yeah, this is really just the setup for the main show. Of course, we'll see qualifying for semi-pro and pro today before we go to our battles tomorrow, and it will be a top 16 for the semi-pro and a top 32 for the pro championship, and there's some big heavyweight hitters on that grid, we can assure you. So we wait the score to drop in for Ernest. As we say, some mistakes there, Mike. So I think we were spoiled with our first few runs with scores in the 80s. Since then, the drivers have struggled, and maybe just those track temperatures causing some problems. It's going to be a 73.5.
Guys, get in the comments as well if you are watching live on Eurosport. Please interact, get in the comments, let us know what you're thinking, and let us know where you're watching from. Drop in your country's flag and let us know what is going on.
So Mateusz Kroll, the Polish driver, S15, 2JZ, 1000 brake horsepower underneath the bonnet of this car, Mike.
Yeah, lovely flick there, the Scandinavian flick in Poland, no less, but it does leave him a little bit on the inside of the first zone, and when I say a little bit, I mean a lot. So the judges will be definitely marking him down there for the line, as he now looks to improve the run once again, transitions it back across, not perfect once again. Mateus slightly under pressure here, Eddie, not the perfect run that he'd have wanted. Do you think nerves are starting to maybe play a little part here?
Yeah, I think you got to note as well. Look, it's his first ever season in DMP. He's a former spotter for Kevin Roble, and played a big part in Kevin's championship win. But yeah, look, I think there's some maybe perhaps inexperience, and then changing track conditions, along with it's such intense heat, Mike. It's I think they recorded 70 degrees inside one of the cars yesterday.
Yeah, and I'm just spotting here in our commentary notes that Mateus should have had an RX-8, I do believe, but is driving obviously a Silvia S15, so possibly in a borrowed car here. The Mazda rotary engine would be well known for its foibles, but
well, it is a 2JZ that he runs in that RX-8. But yeah,
of course. But I was just going to say that despite ripping the rotary out of there, still the gremlins might have come in, and made their way. Yeah. Even though I have an RX-7 myself, so I can't really diss them. But maybe just a couple of gremlins in his own car, so maybe not as familiar with the Nissan S chassis, which is a very, very different chassis to the wishbone setup of the RX-8, and it's just a 62 for Mateusz Kroll here at DMP Round 1, Run 1 in qualifying for semi-pro. Once again, we are going to have pro qualification later on, which will set up the top 32 battles for the pro class tomorrow here, which is going to be in 39 or 40 degree heat with 1,000 horsepower in many of the cars, so that's going to be interesting alone if you just want to see. Okay, so we're just hearing that we have a transmission issue here, unfortunately, for Niels. Eddie, would you have any info on that?
Yeah, so, well, other than the fact that he has a transmission issue, no information, Mike. But, yeah, look, in terms of the driver from Germany, from Berlin, in his E30, 500 brake horsepower in that car, Mike, his goal for the season was to reach the top 10, and this isn't an ideal start now. Hopefully it's something that they can get sorted for, if not this run, certainly his second run of qualifying. So he will have some time to try and get that back out, but if he does only get the one run, then he has all the pressure of trying to get the score on the board with that second run as we move it along to our next driver, which will be Michał Mularski, the Polish driver in his S14A.
Yeah, and of course, just back there for a second, transmission could be anything from the clutch to the half shafts and anything in between, including the gearbox, prop shaft and diff. So a lot could be, done there in 45 minutes or so before we'll see him again up for his run. But we do move on to Michal, the Polish driver, 35 years of age with a 900 brake horsepower S14. And look at the beautiful livery on this car, but he does go very, very wide, Eddie. Two wheels well off track, which the judges will absolutely crucify him for, I would imagine.
Yeah, well, I'm just reading his notes, Mike, and he says in his notes that his motto is we do it 100% or we don't do it.
Exactly.
And I think he's absolutely maybe 110% here, and it's just costing him a little bit because he's dropping some wheels, and it just wasn't the tidiest start to the run.
No, well, the HBS performance driver there,
Michal.
Yeah, he's a newcomer to the world of drifting, Eddie. I mean, he'll be competing in this championship, the DMP series, all of 2026. So hopefully we see an improved run on the second one. And of course, guys, all of these drivers will have what we call a spotter in the pits. It's a crew member who will be in the grandstand or in the spotters area taking notes on their run, and they'll be giving them guidance on how to complete the run successfully and how to improve during practice or in twin battle time. They'll be giving them tips on how to overcome their opponent.
Yeah, and I think, for Michal, I think his spotter will just be telling him, just tone it back, 5 or 10%. I think maybe just push that a little bit too hard. It looks like all the ingredients are there. It's just about putting them in the right order and the right amounts and volumes. So
exactly,
I think it's not going to be the score that he's looking for, but I think certainly has it in the locker for the second run to come out and get that high score that he's looking for.
Sometimes
certainly has the machinery to do it.
He has the machinery to do it. Beautiful looking car, and sometimes the spotter can maybe have a word with the mechanics, and maybe they just want to dial in some more grip into that car with the suspension and the tire pressures, etc. Because sometimes you just can't calm down the driver. They're just absolutely full throttle or nothing. So maybe they'll dial in some more grip into that car to compensate for the craziness of Michal Mularski, who
scores a 60.
Yeah, 60 still on the board. So
yeah,
maybe
judging by what we've seen, it's certainly in there. So we move to another youngster, 18 years of age, Oliver Ozdoba, in his E46. Another driver, first season of DMP. He started out in a 3-litre E46. He's where he learnt the basics, and he leaves the line. He's ready to go.
Yeah, like 750 brake horsepower under the right foot of an 18-year-old. It sounds crazy, but that's actually what's happening here at DMP round 1. And left foot brake there, slow run here from Oliver, Eddie. Judges will be looking at that left foot brake. They have to think about it in terms of how chaseable the driver is for tomorrow's battles as well. But overall here, a better line, I think, than what we've seen from the previous few cars, Eddie.
Yeah,
really nice run.
As you say, maybe a little bit slow, but certainly very controlled. I think, maybe the double dab of the handbrake there just on initiation, Mike.
Yeah, the car looks set up really grippy as well,
but
actually.
But after that, he gets on that perfect qualifying line, stays very fluid, manages to avoid dropping a wheel as he enters outside zone 2, gets into that zone and stays nice and deep in it, fulfills it nicely. Certainly going to be scoring high in the fluidity points, you'd feel, Mike, throughout this run.
Well, we're watching the future here, Eddie, as well, of Polish drifting and of European drifting. I mean, we've seen so many guys in their teens already, and it is the future. These guys are in the semi-pro class for a reason. They're learning their trade. They're learning about the car setup. They're learning about the various tracks, learning about the judging criteria, and you're going to have some, things to improve on. But I think overall it looked like a solid run there from Oliver.
So we await that score to drop in for Oliver Ozdoba.
Yeah,
and I think this is going to be back though. I think this is going to see us getting back closer towards those scores in the 80s again, Mike. I think this is going to be pretty well up there. 73. So
yeah, I would agree. I think it was somewhere mid-70s because of the extended left foot brake, possibly unnecessarily, and a few more bits. But I think it might still be enough to get him in the show. As we move it along to the line, it is our second female, I believe, is it?
Yes, Victoria Potoshki, the Hungarian, 44 years of age, S13, 610 brake horsepower, and again, another driver competing in the DMP for her first time. It's her third season competing outright, Mike. So again, not a massive amount of experience, and let's see what Victoria can do as she leaves a line, slams through the gears, flirts with gets it wrong. Do you know what happened there, Mike?
Oh, just avoids the wall.
Got on the. You'll see the remnants of the tyres, all that little bit of tyre rubber that's just on the edge of the circuit, and perhaps on the line that she was on initiation, just caught some of that, which may have caused that car to lose grip. As we get an opportunity to watch it again, you just see, very deep there, and maybe just over commits, Mike, unfortunately, and that's going to be a 0.
Yeah, I
for
think
Victoria.
I think she just didn't break traction correctly to the left either when she initiated, and it maybe carried her having too much momentum on the way in. So again, guys, if you have watched a lot of drifting over the years, you will know exactly how difficult and how knife edge this sport can be. But if you haven't, we've been, you know, almost spoiled with quite a few good runs for, especially for the you know, the learning semi-pro class. But we are starting to see now, Eddie, how difficult it is. A lot of mistakes starting to creep in.
Yeah, and look, you know, we talk about how difficult it is, and especially for drivers who are inexperienced, as many of the drivers on the grid here this weekend, they are in the early stages, and this sport can take, you know, 10 years to really grasp and get comfortable in. So anybody driving, I know from my own experience of driving competitively for only a couple of years, it really takes time, particularly in qualifying, just to you know, control your nerves, get all your you know, your initiation points, your transition points, your you know, your points where you're on and off throttle, and get that muscle memory dialed in. And as the years go on and you get more events like you have, Mike, that experience.
Are you calling me old?
I'm calling you experienced, but that experience starts to you know, shine through as we move back to the line to a next
Look at this
driver.
car, Eddie.
Yeah, really, really cool. E92 M3 for the Hungarian, that is Peter Revehi.
Yeah, beautiful car here. Looking forward to seeing this guy. Look at the blue and white livery, Eddie, and the mean angel eyes. This is a fantastic looking build here from Peter. He's just 18 years old. He says everybody looks at him like an NBA player because of his height, but he's very much a drifter, as he absolutely hits the limiter 5,000 times around the first corner. Now left foot brakes the E92 into the second outside zone. Now can he manage the transition? He can indeed. It's a beautiful transition from Peter, as he now has a little bit of a waver there, but pretty much perfect apart from that on the outside zone. I think this is going to be a high score, Eddie. It's a really good run.
Perhaps a couple of wheels dropped there at outside zone 2, but looked really, yeah, could be a little bit deeper into some of the zones, Mike. You know, and we're being really critical, but that's what the judges are going to be looking at. And you can just see here now, wheels dropped 1.
Yeah, okay. I missed that because I was so excited because how good the car looked, and that's the job as a commentator, not as a judge.
So I think that's going to hurt the score a little bit. But interestingly, Mike came 3rd in the first ever event that he ever entered. So it shows the talent that Peter has. But yeah, I think those couple of mistakes may stop this from being, you know, a super high score. It was a really strong run overall.
Yeah, so he said that he wants to fight for a podium by the end of 2026 because he wants to represent Hungary in this sport. So great to see the young drivers up and coming here. As you said, Eddie, in the pro class, lots of more experienced drivers, lots of drivers in their, you know, mid-30s, 40s with the more experience in the bigger builds. But in the semi-pro class, lots of the young guns coming up through the ranks.
Yeah, great to see it, especially in a sport that I suppose seems to be dominated by the older generation, I suppose, at the moment, and a 76 for Peter. So judges seeing those mistakes, Mike.
So not perfect, but a lot of commitment, you know.
Yeah, it just needs to be tidied up a little bit as we go back to the start line, where Daniel Savinski awaits the German in his E46, 800 brake horsepower, and again,
so the opposite end of the scale now. Well, not the opposite, but this Daniel is 41 years old, so completely more experienced driver.
Representing team DMNT.
Oh, he's very on the inside, and it's all going to go wrong here. It's a 0 straight away there for Daniel Savinski, because it's a very, very enthusiastic entry, I would say, Eddie, but not exactly what the judges or anybody wants to see, because he put 4 wheels off track, and 3 is enough to get you a 0. So a big 0 for Daniel here, and he will know inside the car that he has a huge amount to do, possibly facing a couple of car problems. Maybe we've no info on Daniel's practice session. We didn't see that this morning, so possibly having a few gremlins there in the E46 with 800 brake horsepower.
Yeah, I think he just got it all wrong there. Maybe perhaps between two minds. It looks like the type of run-in of a driver who wasn't sure what way he was going to approach the run, and maybe had been practicing something but thought he needed to go a little bit more committed, and then just ended up not really achieving anything as a result. And but you got to remember, this is just the semi-pro class, and we will be moving on to the pros later on this afternoon. But these guys, very limited experience despite how well presented their cars are. So some of the scoring and some of the nerves can be accounted for and excused as we move back to the start line, where it's Ilya Zamfir, the Ukrainian, representing Ukraine and Israel in the E46, 5-litre Ford Mustang Coyote engine, 750 brake horsepower. Mike, sorry,
that sounds like a straight 6 to me. Yeah, I think that's the next driver, Eddie. But back to the run here. Ilya doing a really good job there. Maybe drops the wheel a little bit as we hear lots of tire squeal from whatever is going on in the back there. But let's see what he can do now in the last section, right on that outside line. The back of the BMW hopping, possibly just flirting with dropping a wheel on the outside there, but pretty much what the judges want to see here as we look back at the replay here. Let's get technical on this one. Kind of half of the zone there for most of the zone, so he's not going to bleed off a lot of points from that one. Judges will like that. Pretty basic transition into the second zone. Nothing too crazy, which is what the judges do want to see. They want to see a consistent, chaseable transition. Then an aggressive transition, putting your front right wheel just on the inside of that box, transitions it back once again, flicks it back around, looking out of the right hand window once again, and having that rear wheel right on the outside line and across the line there from Ilya Zamfir from the Ukraine.
Yeah, interestingly managed to take third place in a pro level DMP competition last year, I believe, so certainly a very capable driver. And
showing it there, Eddie, I would say.
Lots of previous wins.
And the car looks like it's set up quite soft as well, so that car will probably be quite quick for twin battle action. So, okay, so we move it along.
Well, we get that score. It's going to be an 83.5, so a big score there for Ilya Zamfir.
Is that the first place so far?
I think so, by 0.5, yeah, by 0.5, yeah. So two drivers on an 83, Ola Boyko and Victor Duda.
That is first place for Ilya Zamfir.
Yeah, as we go back to the start line, it's the second of our Team DMNT drivers. It is the brother of Max Heidrich. It's Tim Heidrich, and looking to come out of his brother's shadow.
Well, look at the car that he's doing it in, Eddie. It's a 600 brake horsepower Mercedes SL, and just listen to the engine out of this thing. It is absolutely it's an audible treat, Eddie.
Yeah, it sounds like a Formula 1 car. It's an NA V12, Mike, that produces 600 brake horsepower, and yeah, as we say, spotter and mechanic to Max Heidrich, but looking to make a run of his own behind the wheel and doing a really nice job. But
just coming away from the outer zone there.
That car is absolutely outrageous.
Almost taking our concentration there with the beautiful V12 sound. But coming away from the end of the last zone there a bit early was Tim. Of course, the big turbo cars have that reserve of torque if you really want it with the clutch kicks. The naturally aspirated cars sometimes can struggle a little bit with the top end power just to get the wheel speed to keep you on that outside line all the way around. So I think maybe Tim there just hooking up the rear tires a little bit too much from about halfway through this zone on here, and you can see it right here. Yeah, the car just starts to hook up and takes him away from the zone a bit early. I think he was on for a pretty good run apart from that, but the judges will definitely mark him down quite a lot for that one. But you know what, Eddie, I don't care. It's such a fantastic car. We have to hear that. We have to hear it again for the second time. It's going to be great to hear. And let's see what Tim Heidrich from Germany gets. He says in his notes as well, do you love that tingling feeling in your stomach the moment when the ground shakes beneath your feet? Engines roaring at the limit, cars flying past, leaving a cloud of dust and smoke in their wake. That is a poet behind the driver's seat. But you know what? He's going to have to improve, Eddie, or we're not going to be seeing Tim Heidrich in for battle action. It's only 55 for the German driver, so he will not be qualifying with that score.
Yeah, so we move it on to our next driver, which is Jacek Olejnik, the Polish driver, 48 years of age, E92, and is dropping down from pro down to semi-pro, hoping for a little bit more success, a little bit more track time, seat time, and just maybe refine his skills before making that jump back up to the pro championship. So perhaps a driver to keep an eye on here this weekend and throughout the course of the 2026 DMP season, to see is he going to be able to contend for one of those top spots and perhaps regain that pro license. And they do have that relegation zone in this championship, which is very cutthroat. You don't see that in a lot of national championships, Mike, but certainly a lot of the judges saying that if you can't qualify properly in pro, well, you know, back down to semi-pro is where you need to go. So what can we do, or what can Jacek do here? As looked a little bit unsteady there through his initiation, Mike, but now looking to get onto that wide line that the judge is looking for. And the second half of this run shaping up to be much more impressive. Nice through that inner zone before he gets it. Oh, but drops two wheels as he looks for that final zone. Gets back on it now, but more mistakes creeping into the run as he crosses the line. I'm not sure if that's going to be the run that Jacek was looking for, and unfortunately for the 48-year-old Polish man, I think it's going to be down to run 2 if he's going to have hopes of qualifying into this top 16, because as you say, Mike, those low down scores, they're just not going to be enough with only 16 places up for grabs as we take a look at where it all started to go wrong here.
Well, I'd like to take this opportunity, Eddie, to apologise to all our Polish listeners if we are murdering some of the pronunciations here, but it is quite difficult for our native Irish tongues to pronounce some of the names, but we're doing our best. We're doing our best. So, let's see what Jacek, if I did that right, does get in terms of score. Loving his car as well, though. I'm giving him full style points for the car, and I'm not biased towards an E92 because it's my daily, but I just love them.
I think the question here is going to be whether or not the judges deem that an unchaseable run due to all the wheel drops. I think there will be a score here for Jacek, but yeah, I don't think it's going to be up there as we wait for confirmation of that score.
Yeah, once again, guys, championship points on the line as well for qualifying, 12 for first place, and remember that you just get 100 points for an event win, and if you are knocked out in the top 32 early tomorrow, you just get 16 points, so qualifying could come into play here for the championship final positions very easily, Eddie.
I think, look, you from a qualifying point of view, you have to look at the number of points that are up for grabs in qualifying, but also the higher qualifier in the battles chooses whether they lead or chase, which could be a huge advantage, particularly on a track that might see a lot of tyre wear over the course of 2 runs, particularly with the heat that we're having. So that is an advantage. So these drivers will want to not only qualify, but qualify as high up the order as they can to secure those points and that decision. So it's a 54 for Jacek.
Yeah, not the score he will have wanted either, and I would say it should leave him in the drop zone because we only have 16 qualifiers for battle competition for semi-pro tomorrow. As we go to the line, it is Mike Tesler from the Ukraine, 17 years of age, in the E46 700 brake horsepower with the more modern B58 engine, team base 23, and he represents the Ukraine and Israel, and what a build that this thing is.
Yeah, well, off the line he comes and gets straight onto that deep wide line, but again, just, you know what, Mike, that initiation,
it's catching a lot of drivers.
It's catching a lot of drivers out, and unfortunately for Mike Tesler, it catches him out, wheels drop, but now starts to get back into it and find a little bit of fluidity through the run, nicely into that inside zone at inside zone 3 before he makes the switch back to that final zone and makes that long pull. But again, more wheels just dropped off the edge of the circuit, and unfortunately, just the mistakes just adding up throughout that run. It's going to really hurt and affect the score for Mike Tesler. As we say, 17 years of age, but just, looks to be on a nice line, then just kind of grips up a little bit. It drags him onto an inner line and has to make corrections from there.
Well, I would say, Eddie, we will allow a lot of mistakes for the semi-pro guys. They're learning their trade, as we said. Pro competition, pro qualifying later on this afternoon is where you'll see the real top hitters coming in and putting in those big, huge runs, billowing smoke, full commitment, and absolute pinpoint precision. But for the semi-pro guys, especially in this heat, like we said, it is crazy hot out here. It is 35 degrees, 36 degrees, and inside in the cars, I think the guys had a temperature gauge earlier. After a couple of runs in practice, one of the cars that they put the temperature gauge into was at 60 degrees in the car because of the heat of the engine, the transmission, etc., the exhaust underneath the floor. 60 degrees in the car. Imagine trying to do this at 60 degree heat.
It's quite intense. So we wait that score to drop in for Mike. Only his second season in DMP, Mike, and 17th last year. It's a 63 on his first run here. So
might be enough to see him in,
I think so, yeah. Look, when you look at the scores, nobody's setting the scoreboard alight here, but I think it's a good nerve settler for considering the scores so far, but he will want to improve. So our next driver is one that they challenged us to try and pronounce his surname properly, Daniel Szkiec, the Polish driver.
I think you did good there.
I think so. I think I won't try it again. In his F22 M2, 15th in DMP in 2025. Looking to get an improvement on that as he leaves the line.
Little bit of a weight transfer over to the left. Nothing major, but
you know what, Mike? Again, another driver that looked like he was, but he just didn't have full commitment and full confidence in his initiation. And I think psychologically, a lot of drivers are on the line and they're worried about the change in track conditions. I would imagine that the judges are going to deem that unchaseable, Mike.
Yeah.
And could we potentially see a 0 here? Because it just wasn't the steady initiation that we would expect to see.
Well, part of the qualification criteria is that the run has to be chaseable by the chase car for tomorrow's competition, and if you're in a chase car and you want to be committed in behind that run, it's pretty much impossible. It's going to result in a collision. So I think that's going to be a 0, unfortunately, for Daniel for his first run, but he does get to do it all over again.
Yeah, I think regardless of whether it's your first time seeing the sport, if you've been watching it for many years, you will recognise that a chase driver would be left with no room to manoeuvre, nowhere to go after the mistake from Daniel, unfortunately. So I would expect Mike to see either a very low score, if not a 0.
And of course, we are expecting a huge crowd, as we saw the grandstand there tomorrow.
And it is a 0.
It's a 0, yeah, for Daniel, as expected. But we are expecting a huge crowd here tomorrow, guys. There is an amazing car show in this huge exhibition centre here at the Ptak Warsaw as well. So be sure to get yourself down here tomorrow and check out some of this legendary action from DMP.
Oh, look at this,
here.
Mike. We're seeing our start line marshal calling the camera over to Hirohi Zamfer.
Yeah, what is going on here? Because did this happen in the burnout box?
That's what I'm wondering, because did he make contact maybe with one of those concrete blocks while trying to warm his tires?
There's suspension damage here as well, Eddie. Look, that wheel is leaning out, and that is very, very bad for... that's not good for your qualification. And it's worth noting as well that once you enter the burnout box here in DMP, you have 60 seconds in order to make the start line. So drivers obviously have to warm their tyres. These semi-slick rear tyres are very, very slippery out of the molds. There is a little bit of gel in order to let them get out of the molds. And that gel and, that new rubber is super, super slippy. So it's very important that you, number one, get that off your rear tyres and get the temps in. But number two, warm your front tyres as well in order to prevent that dreaded understeer. These cars running a lot of grip and they try to push the front on. So it's very important as well to get some heat into the front tyres as we look to the line, Eddie.
Yes, back on the start line where Magdalena Malachinska from Poland in her S15. 2JZ, Mike, 10th in DPM last year, 2025, 11th in 2024. So still learning and developing, but for looking for that top 10 finish and to improve this year. She goes to make a big weight transfer entry. Can she hold it?
Yeah, it's a big transfer.
She can, but it pulls her off that perfect outside line that the judges will be looking for. So that will hurt the score. She makes a quick dab at a handbrake as she tries to settle that car into outside zone 2. Flirts with the extremities of the circuit and almost drops the wheel. Gets back on it through the inner zone. Again, just very aggressive snaps to angle as she makes those transitions, and I think it's costing the line as she crosses the line.
Yeah, I mean, she had the right idea on initiation, but probably just the wrong execution. So fires it left, gets the weight transfer, brings it back right, but just didn't get back on the throttle at the perfect time in order to maintain that nice outside line. So came shallow very, very early. That left her on the wrong line then for 2. Drifting is very much a fluidity sport. You have to be, pretty good from the corner to corner, because if you're not, it kind of upsets you usually for the next corner, and I think that's what happened from the start there, unfortunately, from Magdalena.
Yeah, and the judges will weigh quite heavily on initiation and that first outside zone, because that's where the run really gets set up, and that's what's going to give the chase driver the perfect opportunity to get on the door of the lead driver and kind of predict what way the run is going to go. So mistakes through that section will be marked quite heavily, you would feel, and unfortunately for Magdalena, as you say, Mike, just maybe not getting back on power, with enough commitment and maybe early enough to keep that line that she was on. But it certainly didn't lack fireworks.
No, absolutely, loving the commitment, but I think all the pieces are there. She just has to put them together perfectly in the right order. And of course the judges are looking at 4 different distinct zones here. There is outer zone 1, outer zone 2, the transition zone 3 and outer zone 4, and we do have a score ready.
Yeah, 65.5 as we move back to the start line to a man who, well, I mean, I'm not sure there's enough we can say about him. Bartosz Ostalowski, the only professional sports driver without the use of both of his hands. He's a Guinness World Record holder for the fastest drift driven by foot, reaching speeds of 230 kilometers per hour.
Crazy.
And here he is at DMP.
Look at
round
this,
1 2026. But Mike, again another driver struggling through that first section, drops a couple of wheels through at outside zone 1. Can he get back on it now and hope for a score on his first run? We've seen this guy compete in Drift Masters in the past. He's been on Top Gear with Richard Hammond. He loves inspiring people throughout the world, showing that you can overcome whatever challenges and obstacles are thrown at you through life. And you know what, made a mistake through that first section, but the rest of the run, it's incredible. I'm not sure if you've ever seen in-car footage. Mike shifts gears with his shoulder. Steers with his foot. It's absolutely incredible.
His determination and resilience personified it. He's such an inspirational man, such an inspirational driver. And okay, he did have a bit of a mess up on the first run there, or the first corner, sorry, dropped 2 wheels, and it did mess him up on his entry to the second corner. But as you mentioned, Eddie then got it back together and started to put a run together for the second half here. And maybe not on that perfect outside line at the start of outer zone 4, but then starts to look to the outside. And as well, good commitment. We were laughing there during the run, enjoying it, Eddie. You know, the commitment from Bartosz is fantastic. So the judges will definitely reward him for the commitment, but I think the line is going to suffer here.
Yeah, certainly. You know, I think it's a question of just tidying up that first section for Bartosz, and I think he definitely has what it takes, Mike. We know, we've seen him drive in the past. He's a very competent driver despite his limitations.
As we see the paddock here with the hose that we were standing around earlier, ready to get some cooling on us as well. The organisers letting a hose out there. So 57 for Bartosz there, Ostalowski. So maybe not the perfect run. Again, dropping the 2 wheels, judges penalising him, but he definitely has it in his locker for a big run, Ed.
He certainly does. As we move back to the start line, where Václav Burian, the 17-year-old Czech Republic driver, in his E92 Mercedes-powered 650 brake horsepower, and top 10 finish last year in the semi-pro class. 3 years of experience, Mike, and he's coming for it here this weekend as he fires that car in nice and fast, but again just manages to avoid dropping a wheel there, it looked like, from where we were standing. As he gets back into it now and makes that transition into outside zone 2 as he goes hunting for that inner zone. This is shaping up to be a really nice run here from Václav. If he can keep this going, could be a slight bit deeper into some of the outer zones, just maybe lacking some fluidity throughout the run and across the line.
Yeah, and do I believe that there's a Mercedes engine in this car, Eddie?
Yes, yeah, so a Mercedes powered engine. Not sure exactly what model of engine it is, but
it's a posh one anyway.
Yeah, certainly is, yeah.
Posh engine. Another E92, that E9X chassis being very popular in modern times in drifting as well, of course, as the Silvias get more and more expensive, and you know, even the E36 and 46 chassis now becoming expensive in terms of the BMW. So that E9X chassis with all that multi-link suspension, you know, we see James Dean, our countryman, you know, putting it to good use in his Eurofighter one, and
yeah, I think it's only a matter of time before the value of those cars starts to creep up as they become rarer and used in motorsport more frequently. As has happened with their E36 and E46 brothers. Yeah, just look at the size of this expo arena here.
Those halls are full of the best show cars you're going to see anywhere, to be honest. So yeah, once again, guys, if you're in within driving or flying distance even, as we were already, be sure to get down here to the Ptak.
So the score drops in, and it's an 86.5 into first position for Václav Burian.
Yeah, absolutely loving that run, really precise, and that Mercedes engine pedaling him around the track here to first position as we move down to the line. Eddie, who is it?
Yeah, it's Dariusz Malaczynski. Again, another Polish driver, 45 years of age, with a 2JZ S15.
Oh, flicks it right, flicks it left.
Very aggressive flick here.
Catches the grip on the flick left. Did it leave him a little bit offline? Tiny bit, Eddie, but generally the right idea. Nice aggression, very spectacular to watch, which is what we want to see. Now gets off the throttle, back on the throttle then just as quickly in outer zone 2. Now full throttle across the transition, very deep there on 3 as he brings it back around. Now looks back out the right window here, full throttle in the S15. Oh, and it crosses the line. Eddie, now the runs are starting to come in.
Yeah, certainly you seem to be a lot more pace in that run than some of the runs that we've seen. You can see very committed and aggressive entry, which really is what it is needed to get you through that long. It's such a long pull there, and you know the judges wanting these drivers to be sideways as they cross the start of the scoring zone as well. So not before they even get into outside zone 1. Judges expected to see those cars already on angle, and yeah, Dariusz doing a really nice job. You know, almost drops wheels here and there, just pushing so hard, but manages to kind of get back in the power, keep that car online, and fulfills those zones nicely. So
well, he said he wants to deliver a solid dose of adrenaline and motorsport excitement to the audience, and I think he did just that right there, Eddie. So 2JZ power.
Well, it'd be
engine of
interesting
choice.
to see that he deliver that adrenaline and excitement to the judges, because you know what, the fans are important, but the judges, they matter a little bit as well here. So, as we say, our 3 judges will score our drivers out of 100, and they'll be looking for style, angle, and line throughout the course.
As we get a bird's eye view here of the paddock once again, and we see the Warthouse tent up on the left, which we will be seeing more of later on in pro qualification. Eddie, exciting stuff there.
Yes, and of course, driven by Peter Vincek's spotter, Lukasz.
Yeah.
So we go back to, well, score drops in, and it's a 79, so some solid scores dropping in.
Yeah, they're starting to come in now, Eddie.
Really are, as we get to our final 2 drivers, Mike, before we go back to the start of our grid for the second run. So up first, it is Wojciech Fabisiak, the 19-year-old from Poland in his S15. It's a 4-litre Barra engine underneath the bonnet. Not something you see a whole lot of this side of the world, but there's a few of them on the grid here this weekend.
Yeah, the Ford engine, not the highest revving engine in the world, but very, very torquey, very grunty, straight 6, 4 litres. So doing the job. A little bit of a different engine note to the JZs and RBs of the world. A bit deeper if you hear it right now. Yeah, nice engine note there from that. Beautiful livery as well on this car from Max.
Yeah, really nicely styled, I have to say. Quite enjoyable and pleasurable for the eye, and a really solid run there for Wojciech.
I think he's going to get some beautiful shots there if the trackside photographers had the angle on him there, as I'm sure they did coming out of the last corner, because the livery on this car and it billowing smoke up through the removed rear window. Absolutely looking fantastic. And of course, most of these cars, Eddie, these days are running rear mounted radiators as well, because you know the radiator is one of the main sources of heat, of course, because its job is to radiate heat.
I'm just watching back in the replay here, Mike, and I'm just really enjoying this line.
Yeah, it's perfect.
From Wojciech. Really good, really smooth. He started his career in a 2.5 E36, and he's now finally in the machinery to help him really develop as a driver. As we wait the score to drop in for him, I think we could be seeing a reasonably high score here for Wojciech.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fabisiak.
And once again, just back to the radiator issue. Of course, the radiator is mounted in the rear in order to stop one of the main sources of heat, pumping even more heat into the engine bay, where you have, of course, those big engines and big turbos and exhaust manifolds, all that kind of stuff. So we do have a score ready, and it's a huge one in terms of semi-pro qualification.
Absolutely, and it's just enough for second position. It's an 85 for Wojciech Fabisiak. Nice way to start his 2026 campaign, and safe, you would feel, for qualifying. It's just a matter now of trying to put extra points on the board as we move it onto the start line, where it is Max Makos in the S14A 2JZ powered, the 24-year-old, the 2025 DMP runner-up. So he's looking to go one better here in 2025 as he leaves the line. Nice weight transfer entry. Oh, but he gets caught, Mike, and comes deep onto the inside line and really misses that first outer zone as he looks to now get back online. Bit of a dab with the front brake there, and you know what, for last year's runner-up, it's been a disaster start here for the 2026 campaign. Well, as he just can't find that perfect line. And drops a wheel through the final zone, and he gets across the line, Mike. Not the run he was hoping for.
Well, again, Eddie, sometimes your head comes into the game. The weight of expectation can be on you. You're thinking, oh, I was second here last year, I got to be first now, and maybe maybe the mind games can come into play here. So Max is going to have to pull it all together on the second run, because in a 4-round championship that we have here in DMP 2026, Eddie, every round is so important. If you do the really complicated maths, it's a quarter of your season. So you're already, if you don't qualify, you're already going for, you can score a maximum of 75% of your competitors.
Yeah, in these shorter championship campaigns, there really isn't a whole lot of room for a bad round. You need to be strong. And I think anybody that can consistently get top 8 or better will find themselves right in contention, as we see a very cool truck.
Big spoiler on the truck, as well as Max's S14A there.
It's a racing truck. I don't know a whole lot about racing trucks, Mike, but I do know that is one.
And they're fast and practical.
It may even drift.
It might be a drift truck. Yeah, it probably is, actually. We'll have to find out some info about that in the quick break between semi-pro and pro qualification, which we will be bringing you in just a little while this afternoon, Eddie, if we have a schedule at hand, which we do, handily. In local Polish time, it is 10 to 3, I believe, pro qualification 1, and then it'll be pro qualification 2 at 4:30. So, yeah, we will be, of course, getting all the big guns out on track after our second run of qualifying, as we just see the replay once again there of Max, and it all falling apart a little bit. And again, sometimes the weight of expectation, I know it myself, Eddie, as a driver, when you start to become, you know, one of the bigger guns in your class, it can go one of two ways. You can get confident and you can, you know, be comfortable, or it can get into your head a little bit and maybe start to affect the concentration levels. And, you know, it's not the ideal score. It is 72, might be enough to see him in battle action later on, but I think he's going to be struggling. And obviously, it's, you know, the higher you qualify, the lower qualifier you battle against. So top qualifier faces off against 16th, second place 15th, etc. So it's an advantage in numerous
but
ways.
as you can see, that's only enough for 11th position, so it certainly is an opportunity.
Yeah, so I'm hearing that we are going for a quick interview just after the first run of semi-pro qualifying.
Pierwsze przejazdy kwalifikacyjne klasy semi-pro za nami, więc czas wejść troszeczkę do tych samochodów, do środka i do głów zawodników. Zrobimy to razem z Dawidem Sposobem, kierowcą driftingowym, wieloletnim driftingowych Mistrzostw Polski, ale także w tym sezonie Drift Masters European Championship, bardzo wysoki poziom. Dzień dobry, Dawid, cześć.
Witam wszystkich bardzo serdecznie, witaj Wiktoria, tak. No,
Bardzo Ci dziękuję przede wszystkim, bo wiem, że masz napięty harmonogram, spotujesz Wiktora Dudę. Powiedz mi właśnie z Twojego podwórka, z Twojej perspektywy, jak wygląda ta trasa, bo ona wydaje mi się na początku i widać to też w kwalifikacjach, ona jest dość trudna, taka tricky.
Wiesz co, Wiktoria, powiem tak, no trasa jest bardzo wymagająca, przede wszystkim jest techniczna. Są też sekcje, gdzie przyspieszamy tymi autami. Pierwszy zakręt po inicjacji, pierwsza zona jest bardzo nienaturalna. Zakręt jest na początku szerokim łukiem po zewnętrznej krawędzi. Niestety potem trochę nam się to zawęża, przez co no, te auta muszą zwolnić, zrobić duży kąt, żeby idealnie przerzucić się na drugi zakręt, na drugą zonę.
I dodać tam gazu.
I dodać tam gazu, żeby odjechać, tak. Przede wszystkim w parach jako lider, żeby uciec temu goniącemu zawodnikowi, nie? No i ostatnia sekcja, myślę już tutaj clipping point, naturalnie nam wychodzi z przekładki ostatnia zona, no aby dojechać do końca po linii.
To też widać faktycznie, że z tym klipem w ogóle zawodnicy raczej nie mają problemu, natomiast domyślam się, że mają problem z warunkami, które panują. Nie da się tego ukryć, że jest gorąco, więc nie dość, że auto może się grzać, no ale także kierowca jest zagrzany, pewnie zestresowany. W jaki sposób to wpływa na jazdę faktycznie i performance zawodnika?
Tak jak mówisz, no tutaj mamy problem z temperaturami. W ten weekend niestety mamy ponad bodajże 35 stopni, przez co tutaj no, nasze auta, te sprzęty nie wytrzymują takich temperatur. Cały czas są jakieś usterki mechaniczne czy elektroniczne w tych autach. Cały czas mechanicy leżą pod tymi autami, no, robią, naprawiają. Dodatkowo no, powiem szczerze, że kierowcy też nie mają tutaj dobrze, no bo taka temperatura źle wpływa na nasz organizm. Nie mamy tej tak zwanej chłodnej głowy. Tak, przez co no, cały czas ten pot nam skrapla się z czoła, skapuje i no, jest ciężko przejechać taki przejazd, żeby dobrze pomyśleć o tym w takiej temperaturze.
Dla nas to jest trochę oczywiste, bo jeździmy i wiemy, co to jest ta chłodna głowa, ale jakbyś mógł przedstawić to trochę bardziej widzom playera.pl. Co to znaczy ta chłodna głowa tak naprawdę? Na starcie, w trakcie jazdy?
No to może nie jest tak, że to jest chłodna głowa polana wodą, ani tam jakiś lód przyłożony. Chodzi o to bardziej, że nasz umysł no, nie jest po prostu skupiony na tym, żeby mieć czysty ten przejazd, żeby myśleć tylko i wyłącznie o przejeździe, tylko no, bardziej myślimy o tym, czy auto wytrwa nam na tym przejeździe, nie zepsuje się nic w tym aucie. No tak samo jakby ten pot, który skrapla się z naszego czoła, no tutaj no, na pewno nie pomaga w czasie przejazdu.
Powiedz mi jeszcze o Twojej roli, która jest bardzo ważna w driftingu, czyli o bycie spoterem. Nie pytam tutaj, co mówisz tam Wiktorowi na ucho, ale jako spoter, czym Ty się zajmujesz? Jak oglądasz przejazdy tylko swojego zawodnika, czy innych? Co jest ważne?
Ważne jest to, żeby przede wszystkim obejrzeć przejazdy swojego zawodnika, powiedzieć mu, żeby jechał jak najlepszą linią przejazdu, analizować z nim trajektorię tego przejazdu, błędy, które popełnia w przejeździe, żeby wyszło to jak najlepiej, żeby zdobyć jak największą liczbę punktów w kwalifikacjach. Dodatkowo obserwujemy innych zawodników, staramy się robić sobie notatki, zapisywać kto jak jedzie, no i potem analizować, no bo wiadomo, że możemy za zakwalifikować się na każdym miejscu i jechać z każdym zawodnikiem, który jest w klasie semi-pro. Tak jak na naszym przykładzie.
Gdybyś był zawodnikiem i miał przejechać tę trasę, to jak byś to zrobił?
Na pewno bym pojechał na wklepanym.
Dobrze, albo próba, albo wcale.
Tak jest, a jakby wyszło, no zobaczylibyśmy. Na pewno pierwsze co musiałbym dostosować sobie ustawienia auta do danej trasy, ustawienia ciśnienia w oponach i myślę, że z coraz kolejnym przejazdem wychodziłoby to na pewno lepiej.
Powiedz mi, Drift Masters przed tobą w tym sezonie, ogromnie, bardzo wysoki poziom. Plan, nastawienie twoje, przygotowanie. Co byś chciał osiągnąć?
Osiągnąć wiadomo, no, że podium, no bo to lubimy najbardziej. Nastawienie jest za każdym razem, myślę, że bojowe, takie samo. No, staramy się, walczymy, jeździmy. Faktycznie poziom Drift Masters bardzo wysoki. Z roku na rok te auta przechodzą upgrade'y, zawodnicy no tak samo no, trenują, więc poziom jest naprawdę ogromny, że tak powiem.
A jeśli chodzi o, jakbyś porównał jazdę w parach tutaj na DMP, a jazdę w parach na Drift Masters, jaka jest główna, największa różnica pomiędzy tymi parami?
Główna, największa różnica jest taka, że w Drift Masters walka w top 32 to jest walka jako podium, walka jako życie. No niestety tutaj w DMP też niektórzy zawodnicy, wiadomo, bo mamy też zawodników z Drift Masters, którzy startują tutaj w naszych Mistrzostwach Polski, też się biją, no ale tam no niestety każdy zawodnik jedzie drzwi w drzwi, stukają się, no naprawdę przeróżne akcje, komplikacje, walka o życie.
Bardzo, przepraszam cię, ale kochamy oglądać tą walkę waszą o życie. Trzymam kciuki w takim razie za Drift Masters w twoim wykonaniu, chłodnej głowy ci życzę i dziękuję ci bardzo za twój czas. Dawid Sposób, kierowca driftingowy, wieloletni DMP, a także Drift Masters w tym roku. Wracamy na tor, a tam specjalne pokazy razem z nami tutaj w Ptak Warsaw Expo. Zobaczcie sami.
Well, Eddie, you were asking the question earlier on whether it was a race truck or what was in the background, but I think we're getting our answer all of a sudden.
Yeah, I'm going to hazard a guess here, Mike, and say that it's a drift truck, the Madrex drift truck. Hard on the horn there as he tries to negotiate a circuit. Didn't have a whole lot of practice here this morning, Mike. And you know what?
I think he can fit all the clipping points in all at once.
He could be, but he's not. But I think he's doing the right thing because they've literally just repainted the track. But how impressive is that? So cool.
That's so cool. Yeah, they have just repainted all the track. So if he came out and then with his really big rear tires messed up all the clipping point paint, I think that the marshals might be a little bit upset with him. Hence the shallow line.
Yeah, as we take a look at the replay. And David Callas, the head judge, saying not committed enough through that first section, Mike. Not getting into the outer zone the way the judges have asked, and clearly not listening and briefing this morning. So yeah, really cool to see something unique like this.
Like back in the day in Ireland when you competed, not really listening and briefing, just turning up, whatever, and just, whatever.
Yeah, and then complaining that you didn't get a good score.
Exactly, yeah. But fantastic to be out here in Poland, Eddie, in Warsaw, and here, you know, it's just at the Ptak Warsaw Expo. It's such a fantastic venue, and I was genuinely blown away. I've watched a lot of drifting, Eddie, over the years. I've been competing since 07, competing full time since 09 till 2019, and you know, I've been judging, commentating, etc., etc. And the level of cars, especially in the pro class, has genuinely blown me away. And I work at a place that prepares drift cars, you know, but the crazy builds here that we're about to see are absolutely mind-blowing.
Yeah, like, I mean, what I love about this part of Europe is certainly the you know, the amount of variety that you get to see between, you know, it's not just 2JZ and you know, the odd V8 that we see in Ireland. There's a lot of variety between chassis and
well, speaking of variety, Eddie, there's an F22 BMW after leaving the line.
Yeah, well, that's what he says in his notes, but very clearly an E46.
In the notes, yeah, it is very clearly an E46.
Yeah, for Ivan Baby. But
sometimes we see E46s with other body kits, but now it's could be an E46 body kit and an F22, but I doubt it.
So Ivan Baby on an 80.5 from his first run, Mike, so well up the order there. You'd feel quite safe for top 16 later this weekend. Tomorrow I'm not sure if that score or that run is going to be an improvement on that score.
I should have probably looked at the start line rather than my notes on that one, Eddie, and saw an E46 BMW. My apologies. But
yeah, you can see big mistake through the first section there for Ivan, and
he did a great first run though, Eddie. If you remember back to his first run, he came out of the blocks with, was it a 80.5 on his first run?
It was, yes, yeah 80.5.
So he's safe for battle action, Eddie. You know, you will see some drivers will really push the boat out, so to speak, for their second run. They'll really try to put that 90-something point run on the board. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't, but if they have that safe banker run on the first qualifier, then it allows them the privilege to go and try to do a big run on the second one and take some risks. Don't think it worked out that time for Baby Ivan though.
No, certainly not, but we will see what the judges say as we wait that score to drop in on the second run. I've, as I say, feeling as though Ivan will be staying where he is, and yeah, no improvement, and sixth position, so sixth position, not so bad. You would feel, based on what we've seen, safe, but certainly a lot of drivers not putting in a really strong score will be coming out for looking for blood as we go back to the start line, where Ola Boyko,
it's an E46 compact this time, Eddie.
Yeah, and it's an 83 on the board after his first run for the Ukrainian as he gets ready to leave the line, and you know, just slams that car through the gears. Nice initiation, goes deep into that first outside zone.
Really nice initiation.
Hard on the throttle as Ivan Boyko comes looking for an improvement on that score of 83 from the first run. Fulfills outer zone 2 nicely as things really start to heat up here in the Ptak Warsaw Expo for round 1 of the DMP 2026 campaign.
Oh, yes,
and look at this line from Ola Boyko as he crossed the line. Huge run from him.
Round of applause from myself. That was a great run from Ole Boyko, and the 6.2 litre V8 doing everything it needed to do, all that torque, taking no notice of the crazy heat here in Warsaw, just getting the job done. Look at him, he gets right early out onto that outside zone. He's on the outside line before the zone even. Really nice setup for outer zone 2. Now watch the transition, just snaps it back, puts the front right wheel right on the inside of that line, then a low angle transition just to guide him into the start of that zone, then gets back on the throttle. No huge angle, you know, no huge dramatics, maybe comes away a little bit early, but overall I think the line of that run is going to give him a huge score, Ed.
Yeah, I think this should be an improvement, and perhaps, Mike, is this going to be enough to top qualifying so far? No drivers breaking into the 90s yet here this weekend in the semi-pro class, so will it be the case that Ola Boyko could be the first driver? Certainly was very committed, lots of fluidity, good angle, and well, the line looked to be very impressive throughout that run as well. So will the judges have seen it the same way we have seen it, Mike, or will this be no improvement? So the score is dropping in, and it's an 88.5 for Ola Boyko, and he jumps into first position, Mike. Huge run for him as we move back to the start line, where Victor Duda, the 17-year-old, sits on the line. He scored an 83 on his first run, and scores are coming in hot and fast now as he leaves the line. What can he do? Gets himself set up for a big weight transfer entry, gets on it early, now back on the power and looks to fulfill that outer zone. Maybe drops a wheel at outside zone 4, but stays in it, flicks that car back and looks for that perfect line once again.
Big angle here,
finds it as he goes into outside zone 2 and sets himself up here for that flick into the inner zone before setting that car up for the final zone. Just about makes it and gets deep onto that line, hammers the throttle off the limiter, and across the line he goes. And Mike, they came out swinging for these second runs.
Absolutely, yes. The first 3 drivers out of the blocks in semi-pro absolutely swinging on their first runs, like you said, and even more so on the second runs, as the beautiful line here from Victor Duda is displayed here on the fantastic drone replay. Look at this nice setup once again for the outer zone 2. Huge angle through here, absolutely pins the throttle. We could hear the car hitting the limiter. He's almost perpendicular to the track. A little bit too deep possibly to 3 there, maybe looking at the cone rather than the actual clip painted on the ground. However, it's not a big mistake, and once again on full throttle, as you said, Eddie, pins the throttle there like on the limiter all the way around outer zone 4, which is exactly what the judges want to see and everybody wants to see in terms of impact, and I'm really liking that run.
Yeah, I think some of these drivers will have been watching some of the other runs and realising that it needs full commitment in order to score big and get on the perfect line. We've seen Ola Boyko go into first first position with an 88.5. Can we see Victor Duda now outscore him and perhaps break into the 90s? There was maybe the odd mistake, as you mentioned, Mike, a little bit deep into inside zone 3, but maybe not enough to affect the what would be a chase driver had there been one there. But
well, he said he dreams to become a champion in his commentary notes here at 17 years of age. He is definitely on the right path, because if you're that capable, that controlled in the car in these conditions under this type of pressure, I think that has the makings of a champion in the works there.
Yeah, I'm gotta agree with that, and it's great to see these young guns coming through the ranks, but also realizing that they're still in the development stages of their career. Judges watching back over this one, Mike, so obviously I think this one could be close, trying to ensure, maybe just analyze it, make sure that they are correct in the score that they're going to give. Is it going to be a big score though? That's what I'm anticipating here, is a big score. It's an 86.5, Mike. Just
second position?
Yeah, second position,
wow.
And it just doesn't have enough to get him into first position.
But a great run, nonetheless.
Exactly. As we go back to the start line, a man who needs a big run. It is Hubert Ettner.
Yeah, and watch it. You can follow these guys on their Instagram. You can see it dropping in at the bottom there. So if you like the driver's style or the car, be sure to give them a follow.
As he gets ready to leave the line here, and Hubert looking for it this one. He's on a 63 from that first run, so he needs to put in a big run here.
Yeah, still a little bit shallow there. Unfortunately, in the 180SX, it's just not working out perfectly here for Hubert. Super nice guy, as we said. Met him in the pits, had a chat about the car, and maybe a little bit better on the second zone. Maybe getting himself back in the conversation here.
Yeah, getting himself back into the conversation, Mike, and fulfilling outside zone 4 nicely. It looked to be a much more steady run from Hubert this time around, as we get an opportunity to look back over it.
Yeah, well, like I said, the first run there, Ed, the first corner, absolutely missed by Hubert, unfortunately for him. Just not the outside line that the judges want to see. Then had to pull big angle to get the car back, turned around for outer zone 2. Does get into outer zone 2, not perfectly. He's kind of halfway into the zone, maybe getting himself back in the conversation at that stage. Nice transition, putting the front wheels pretty much where the judges want to see them, and gets the long pulled into zone 4, and full throttle into the second half of zone 4 and across the line.
Yeah, well, despite his age, still in the early stages of his career is Hubert Ettner, so those mistakes, Mike, can be forgiven. And when you're trying to follow the runs that we've seen from Ola Boyko and Victor Duda, you're going to be compared fairly. It's a hard act to follow, so I think definitely left something out there. We'll see, will it be an improvement on the score? And it is an improvement, enough for 12th position, so he is inside the top 16 at the moment, Mike, but with a 70.5, it's going to be a nervous wait.
It's going to be a long wait. Yeah, there's a lot of drivers on low scores who could definitely knock Hubert down. One of them is possibly this driver, Adam.
Yeah, Adam Gomeliszek. He's on a 67, Mike, the 16-year-old. And you know what, again, another driver, first season in DMP, but he's going to have to try and produce it here. Can he find some extra points to bump himself up the order? Nice through that first section, flirts with the edge of the track as he stays on the power, makes that fast, snappy transition back towards outer zone 2. And Adam Gomeliszek is ripping up the course here, does miss outside zone or inside zone 3 before he gets it back tucked in onto that deep line for outside zone 4, and across the line he goes.
Yeah, way more aggression that time from Adam in the Alfa Romeo. Beautiful little build there, and liking I think the track a little bit more this time around. He looks to be finding the grip limits a little bit easier, the 16-year-old from Poland, and does find that outer zone once again really nicely there. Maybe comes in a little bit, and as you said, Eddie, kind of in and out of the zone a small bit, but overall really, really good, and gets it turned around then and perfectly onto outer zone 4. So yeah, absolutely really liking that one, Ed.
Yeah, the question, I suppose, Mike, is it going to be an improvement on the 67 that he scored on his first run? And a nervous time for a 16-year-old. It's a lot of pressure and a lot of excitement, and obviously a long off season, dreaming of coming here for the 2026 campaign, and starting on a high and trying to progress from there. So he's there or thereabouts at the moment with that 67, but he'll certainly be looking to try and ease the nerves as we wait the score to drop in. Look at this, second position, an 88.5 for Adam it's tied with Ola Boyko's score, but Ola Boyko obviously having the higher first score. But Adam Gomalishak, the 16-year-old, tied in first position, but jumps into second position as we go back to the start line, where Nina Kamentsova, 53 on the first run in this 350Z, Mike. She's going to really need to put in a strong run this time around.
Yeah, Nina's struggling a lot on the first run. Looks not to get the perfect initiation once again here. Lady Hoonigan in the beautiful Liver 350Z. Struggling a little bit here. The car looks to be set up a little bit soft as well, moving around a small bit on the transition on the suspension there, as we hear the tyre squealing here under the power in the 350Z, Eddie.
Yeah, struggling really just to get that car onto that perfect qualifying line that the judges were looking for. And unfortunately for Nina, I'm not sure, Mike, if it is an improvement on the 53 on her first run. I don't think it's still going to be enough. I think just too many zones missed, and a lot of mistakes throughout that run. Yeah,
I do think she might improve marginally, but she missed zone 1, had too much angle there into 2, missed zone 2 as a result. And you know what, Eddie, it might not be enough of an improvement at all to see battle action.
Yeah, and you called it there, you hit the nail on the head. You know, so much angle as she made that transition from outside zone 1 to outside zone 2 that really difficult for anybody in a chase position to try and follow that run. So I think the score could certainly be hurt on this occasion.
Yeah, I mean, the level is quite high here, even for semi-pro. It is, it's the Polish National Championship. I mean, it's going to be high, even in semi-pro, so she's going to have to pull a good score here to qualify in that all-important top 16 for battle action tomorrow here at the Ptak Warsaw Expo at DMP Round 1.
Yeah, what an incredible venue, what an incredible show that we have set up for ourselves here this weekend. And as we mentioned, if you are in the locality, when the score drops in, it's going to be a slight improvement. It's a 56, but as you can see, 19th position, Mike. That will be the end of Nina's weekend, and unfortunately we won't see her again until round 2. So another driver with some work to do, Ernest Komarovsky. He sits with a 73.5 on the board after his first run, as he gets ready to leave the line for the second half of qualifying in this E46 bodied M2 bodied E46. And nice through that first section. Does drop a wheel though, does Ernest, through the first section, as he looks to set himself up for outside zone 2. Gets into that nicely and starts to really find his foot in this run. Nice through inside zone 1. Oh, a little bit early though on the transition. Does manage to make it into outside zone 4, but gets there late, drops some wheels and across the line. So mistakes, Mike, from Ernest Komarovsky as we take a look back at the replay.
Yeah, really liking the M2 bodies on the E46 chassis, giving them that nice modern look, as Ernest drops it in to the first zone. Beautiful livered car once again. Everything going pretty right until that transition possibly just picked up a little bit too much angle, which left him then shallow on the entry to 2. Got onto the outside of the zone halfway through, but it wasn't perfect, to be honest. Now he gets a turn back around. He's really nice on 3, to be honest. And 3, though not a huge scoring zone in the eyes of the judges. It is the least important scoring zone, so that's important to note. And again, a little bit late onto the outside line around 4 and crosses the line. Remember, guys, this is just qualification, getting us ready for battle action here tomorrow at DMP Round 1. But the qualification, Eddie's serving up a lot of excitement already in semi-pro.
Yeah, it certainly is. And as a reminder, and nicely put, Mike, this is just the semi-pro section of the competition. So we'll have pro qualifying later on this afternoon from approximately 3 p.m. as we see the score dropping in. It's a slight improvement. 9th position for Ernest Komarovsky, 78.5, so he'll be happy with that, and in one of those all-important battle positions for now. As we go back to the start line, where Mateusz Król sits on a 62, so yeah, going to have some work to do here, Mike, on the second run, as he leaves the line, slams that car through the gears, looking for a big aggressive weight transfer entry as he flicks that S15 onto angle, but he comes off that deep qualifying line that the judges are looking for. Can he make the necessary corrections now as he switches back to outside zone 2, gets on that deep line, full commitment now as he looks to find the inner zone with the nose of that S15, and he does so nicely. Makes the transfer into outside zone 4, gets on the power, fulfills the zone and across the line.
Yeah, as we mentioned in the commentary notes, Mateusz would have an RX-8 on track today, but is in the Silvia S15 chassis, commonly regarded as possibly the best drift chassis in the world and the easiest to drive, but will be definitely different to what he's used to, as he kind of sacrifices the whole first zone there and doesn't quite get that outside line that the judges want to see. Now he's better on the second zone, comes away a tiny bit early, but overall it's the right idea. Transitions back, snaps it back to the right, then gets it rotated once again really early on that outside left or outside right line, excuse me. And you can see the smoke billowing from the back there of the S15 Silvia here in semi-pro qualification at DMP round 1. And I think overall, Eddie, you know, it's a good run. On the first one he had a 62. I think it's an improvement, but is it enough to see him in at the end of the top 16? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I think the first zone was really the killer. Just, you know, got into it, but then came out of it very early. Mike wasn't able to fulfill that zone, and I think he's going to miss out on a lot of scores there. But there was really, what we're going to see here now. Oh, it's an 83.
Oh,
so
well.
an 83. Yeah. So I mean, look, the rest of the run, Mike, was really strong. So Mateusz Król moves himself right up the order there, and he's going to be going back to the pits. Delighted with that. So this man had transmission issues on his first run. Nils Maristani Klose, the German, in his E30 as he leaves the line, ready for the only run of qualifying that he's going to get. It's been a long time since he was out on track, Mike, and you can see just whatever issues with that car seem to be still there, just not able to get the car into that outer zone on the angle that he's looking for, and it just looks like an absolute demon to try and control and drive. And unfortunately, I don't think this is going to be even if the score, I don't think it's a run that's going to be enough for qualifying, if it's even scoreable. And unfortunately, yeah, for Nils Klose, it's just not the start to his 2026 campaign that he would have wanted to, and it's a disaster really for these drivers, Mike, when they arrive and just have car issues and don't even get a chance to show what they're capable of.
Yeah, it's a long journey for a lot of these drivers, as you said, Eddie, and unfortunately there for Nils, it's a thing I saw, you know, a lot of E30 chassis do over the years, be very pointy and direct and almost squirty, as we call it. When you hit the throttle, the car just goes forward, and just, you know, what Darren McNamara, who I work with every day, calls it squirts forward when you hit the throttle. And you know what, I think that's exactly what's happening with the E30 there. There's a lot of grip dialed in and not a lot of looseness in the chassis, so unfortunately.
Yeah, it did look like quite a rigid run, and the car looked very rigid, didn't look fluid. Whatever was going on with it, as we await just to see, will there be a score for Nils Klose?
A downhill mountain biker, Eddie.
Yeah, and he said that there's you know, a lot of the you know, quick reactions and that you need for that transitions over, the precision and the balance that you need for mountain biking transitions over to drifting, but not on today's occasion. So 22nd position, a 40.5. And that will be unfortunately the end of his round 1. So we will see him back at round 2 in a few weeks' time, as we turn our attentions back to the start line, where Michał Mularski sits on the line and only managed a score of 60 on the first run, the Polish driver.
900 brake horsepower already.
Yeah, and as you said, his motto is, we do it 100% or not at all. His plans to have fun, interact with the fans and take the top step on the podium. So he's certainly talking the talk. Well, let's see, can Michał walk the walk on the second run of his qualifying at round 1 here of the DMP 2026, as he leaves the line in that incredibly presented S14A, but misses the outside zone at outside zone 1, Mike, and not the way he would have wanted to start his second run. And with a score of 60 on the board, those points being bled early on are going to be crucial to where he places in the order and the standings after the second runs, as more wheels get dropped through that final zone across the line for Michał. It didn't shape up the way he was hoping for when he left the line.
Yeah, Michał, they're a very aggressive driver. I'm loving his commitment, to be honest, and his aggression, but maybe the precision is taking a little bit of a hit as a result. I think he definitely has the makings of a top driver, but like we said, maybe his spotter or the guys need to get in his ear and say, just wind it back 5-10% here, buddy.
Yeah, reminds me of a young Clint Van Aert, you know, just has all the talent and the ability, but it's just, you know, that mental game and just dialing it back, dialing the aggression back, maybe 5 or 10% or a couple of notches on the nozzle, and you know, but I think with a bit more experience, Michał is going to start to find his way in the sport and start to see those scores and that success come true. And who knows, by the end of this 2026 campaign, we could be seeing this man on a podium and taking home some silverware back to his hometown in Poland.
Well, I love the car, Eddie. I mean, the livery on this S14 is absolutely spectacular.
Yeah,
just
crazy.
to see it in the flesh, especially to pick out the details. It's a sight to behold, and you know, we're well used to seeing Silvia's on the grid and drifting, but this one absolutely stands out. So we wait for Michał's score to drop in, Eddie.
Yeah,
You want to take a guess?
Yeah, I don't really, Mike. You know, I really don't, because obviously some mistakes in there. I don't know. Is there enough there for a mid-70s score?
I think we're possibly high 60s,
Yeah.
mid-high 60s, at a guess. But again, you know, when you're commentating, you never look at it with the critical judging eyes.
No,
because
exactly, and you know, the drivers would have had their briefing with David Callas and the two other judges, and would have had the opportunities just to discuss in real detail where the scores are going to be. But that score drops in. It says 71. I think we were pretty close, Mike.
Yeah, pretty close. You were mid-70s, I was high 60s.
Yeah.
You add them both together, divide them by 2, and you get 71.
Yeah, there you go. So we move it back to the start line, where Oliver Ozdoba sits, the 18-year-old from Poland, and well, it's a 73 on the first run, Mike. So he's certainly showing that he's got the capabilities of doing it now. What can he get on his second run as he tucks straight into that outside line, fulfills outside zone 1 nicely, and shaping himself up really well here for a big score as he negotiates outside zone 2 with quite a lot of precision here, flicks it back perfect through that inner zone and gets himself set up nicely for the long pull here through final, or through outside zone 4 across the line. That was a really tidy run, lots of good fluidity, good commitment, big angle at times throughout the course, and a really impressive line right from the start of the scoring zone.
Yeah, I'm absolutely loving the line there, Eddie. Possibly not perfect on initiation, just into the first outer zone, but after that, pretty much textbook stuff there from Oliver. Again, maybe a little bit on the left a little bit on the track there on the entry to zone 2, but got on the outside, snaps it back over. The car's set up quite soft. You can see the front bobbing up and down, almost like some of the Formula Drift cars we see there. So squatting down on the rear, I'd expect this car to be pretty quick in battles tomorrow. But overall, a nice solid run there across the line from Oliver, and I think it's going to be enough for battle action, definitely, Eddie.
I think so, and you know, what a way to start off your first season in DMP here. If he can get himself into a top 16 at round 1. It was a 73 on the first run, so that was a pretty strong run. So showing good consistency. I gotta say, Mike, from where I'm sitting, it's got to be more than 73 this second run.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's an improvement either way, Eddie. I mean, he wasn't perfect in the zones, but he was in all of them, and it's a great run. It is an 88, Eddie. What a score!
Yeah, huge score, and enough for third position. And yeah, Oliver in his first season, he's going to be someone to watch in this championship. That is for sure. As we go back to Victoria Potocki, the Hungarian, a 0, Mike, on the first run for Victoria. So she's got it all to do here in her 610 brake horsepower S13.
Yeah, more tentative this time, Eddie.
Yeah, very tentative, just not on power, and it's caught her out, Mike. You know, it just comes off throttle as she comes halfway down that run up, and just never really gets this car going. And I think, yeah, maybe just showing some inexperience again. First season in DMP, so a little bit tentative maybe, and just still learning the ropes. She has got 3 seasons of competition underneath her belt, but just not at this level. And yeah, you can just hear her just coming off throttle. You can see the car react immediately, and from there, look, I think it speaks for itself. You know, no wheels in that outer zone is going to massively hurt the score, and perhaps just a little bit more commitment. And I suppose more aggression in the driving style would really help Victoria.
Yeah, well, all of these semi-pro cars on the semi-slick rear tyre, unlike in Ireland in our domestic championship where the semi-pro drivers are on a street tyre, the car washes, what we call washes. It slides quite a lot more, especially slides sideways quite a lot more on a street tyre. So I think when Victoria came off throttle on the initiation just as she entered zone 1, that grip in the semi-slick tyre pushed her to the inside of the track a little bit, and it upset her for the rest of the run there. But I do think she kept her composure. She got back on, generally got back on throttle, and definitely one for the future. But I don't think it's going to be enough this time.
Well, we're about to find out. Look, it is a score. It's a score of 36, puts her down in 23rd position. And you know what? Despite the fact that it's a low score, Mike, it's her first round of this championship, and it is a score. So something to build on as we go back to the start line, where Péter Revehi, the Hungarian, sits on the line, a 76 on his first run. So looking to try and improve on that now in his E92 M3 as he looks to get into it nice and early. Perfect through outside zone 1, and that's shaping up to be a really good run now if he can maintain this. Little dab of it. Oh, drops a wheel through outside zone 2, but it's not a major mistake. Shouldn't hurt the score too much as he looks to get that car back on angle. Drops the nose into inside zone 3. Nice as he hugs the outside line and crosses the line. Really strong run there from Peter. Some mistakes, Mike.
Yeah, well, I was loving his transition into the last outside zone there, Eddie. Perfect style from me, at least. And I'm liking his line here on the replay in the first outer zone. He gets the car set up nice and early for 2. Loving this car as well. Loving the livery, the style. Loving the V80 92 M3. They make fantastic noises, especially if you have a good intake on those. And yeah, really liking the transition. Maybe just nicely settled the car there with the slightest touch of the left foot brake, possibly adjusting nicely on the run and doing everything pretty much right, Eddie, in order to get the car online but not make it very obvious to the judges that he was making an adjustment. So I'm really loving that run from Peter.
Yeah, almost like a magician, you know. The sleight of hand was very creative, you know, but the judges just having a quick look. We have a screen here just showing what the judges are looking at, and they're just taking an opportunity to just look at that wheel drop through outside zone 2. But as you say, Mike, some really fluid transitions from the inside zone into that final outer zone, and certainly fulfills the zones very well. So some slight corrections and errors here and there, but overall I think a pretty solid run. I wouldn't be surprised to see this you know, creep up into the low 80s perhaps.
Yeah, definitely. And again, if you haven't seen drifting before, there's a really big production behind all these high-level competitions with multiple camera angles, helping the judges to come to an 85.5 score there for Peter, which should see him well into battle action.
Yeah, well
Eddie.
up the order. He's going to be delighted with that. We go back to the start line to a man who has a whole load of pressure on his shoulders right now. It's Daniel Sawinski, the German. Sits on a 0, Mike, after the first run. What can he do on the second run?
Well, let's see, Eddie, as he absolutely fires in the E46, but it is in completely the wrong place on the track, unfortunately for Daniel Sawinski, as he looks to finally get back online here and get some points back on the board. Hits the throttle here, full commitment now, and too much commitment. As I just mentioned, the full commitment. I spotted lots of angle, Eddie, and it's a half spin, which will be a 0 for Daniel Sawinski.
Yeah, 0 again. Double 0 is not what you want to see. And you know, I do want to say though how great these Team DMNT cars look. They will not be able to compete in the they're not an official team in terms of championships, just a group of friends across the two, the semi-pro and the pro. But yeah, straight from the off, as we look back on the replay, you can see just nowhere near the desired line laid out by the judges, and that will be a 0 for Daniel. So not the start to his DMP career, Mike, that he was hoping for.
Yeah, in Driftingowe Mistrzostwa Polski, only the top survive, Eddie, and unfortunately there for Daniel, it's not going to be enough. So we move it along down to the line. Eddie, who do we have?
Yeah, it's Ilya Zamfir, 83 on the first run, so well up the order here is Ilya, the Ukrainian, representing Israel as well. And you know, I think going to be looking for a big run here, very quick out of the blocks here as he, you know, slams through the gears nice and quick. Doesn't get as deep into outside zone 1 as he would have liked, but does manage to get there, and now switches it back for outside zone 2 and hugs that line. Very much committed. Nice here now as he just flicks the nose of that E46 back, collects outside or inside zone 3 as he goes into the final outside zone, drops a wheel as he crosses the line.
Yeah, still probably a schoolboy age at 17 years of age, but looking for all the world like a seasoned pro here at DMP round 1 as he gets the car just about into the second half of zone 1 there. Judges will not score him highly for the start of that run, but the rest of it, Eddie, as you mentioned, even though he had a wheel drop there, I think the second half of the run picked up significantly here for Ilya. Perfect pretty much on the second half of zone 2, stays on that outside line very late, in fact. Maybe not exactly what the judges want to see in terms of line. Of course, you do have to have the correct line between the clips as well. You can't just make your own one up in between the clipping points, but he gets that outside line there, and you know, Eddie, I think, as I said, definitely has the potential to be a future pro driver.
Yeah, certainly does. I mean, the 83 on the first run was really strong. The question is, I don't know, Mike. I think there's enough mistakes in it there for this not to be certainly not a massive improvement on the first run.
I would agree. Yeah.
But he's thereabouts. You know, he's not doing a whole lot wrong. 79.5, yeah, just a little bit off, but 2 quite consistent runs, and he slots himself into 8th position as we move it on to Tim Heidrich.
Yeah, well, Tim Heidrich, you can remember with the naturally aspirated V12 screaming engine here in the little Mercedes SL, currently sitting on a 55, Eddie, so in big trouble, and he hasn't left the line. Sounds like he's not getting gears here, Eddie, or has a clutch issue.
Yeah, it certainly does. You can hear that engine revving, but the car is just not moving forward at the rate at which we would expect. As you see, he pulls off the circuit, Mike, and that is so unfortunate. Such a cool car. Love the livery that the Team DMNT guys have, and yeah, I mean, pretty obvious that's going to be a 20th position, so weekend over, unfortunately, for the younger brother of Max Heidrich.
Yeah, it's all on Max's shoulders now to get the glory for the team, but unfortunately, Tim, you know, paying the price maybe for doing something different. It's never easy, Eddie. You can do the formula of 2JZ, maybe dog box or sequential, quick change on the back in a Silvia, and you pretty much know it'll work. But if you try to do the V12 thing or whatever, often it's more difficult to keep these things reliable.
Yeah, you do have to, you know, it's admirable people trying to be different, and you can see. What's that, Mike?
They are bolts, Eddie, from what I will say they're possibly are the gearbox bolts, as we they're covered in oil as well.
Yeah,
so yeah, a couple of bolts there. It could be CV joint bolts as well, possibly. So that is definitely a failure in the transmission for Tim there. As we move it along to the line, Eddie, another man in trouble.
Yeah, he's in big trouble at the moment. It's Jacek Olenek. 54.5 is all he managed on the first run, Mike. So you know, it's a nervous wait as he waits for those start line lights to go green, the traffic light system that we have here. Red to green as he slams through the gears now. Can he find that secret sauce, that magic behind the wheel to get this BMW into one of those all elusive and important top 16 spots for tomorrow's battle action, as he drops a wheel through outside zone 2. And Jacek really coming from it here, but he's on that wrong line. It's going to cost him here as he tries to make that transition from inside zone 3 to outside zone 4. So mistakes starting to creep into the run as he crosses the line.
Yeah, the former pro driver, as you mentioned, Eddie, bit cutthroat here in DMP. If you don't finish highly, you get taken down to the next class. And unfortunately for Jacek, it was looking good at the start. I thought, okay, this guy's after getting it together compared to his first run. If we watch him here, he's pretty much doing exactly what the judges want to see up to this point. Now fills up zone 2 really nicely, actually. Maybe drops a wheel on the inside. The judges will have a great angle on that from the cameras. Now he just hangs on to it too long here. Doesn't get the car off the line and through the transition. He transitions it really late. Unfortunately, then that really messes up his entry into zone 4, which costs him the perfect line. But you know, he did get back on the outside, kind of halfway through the zone.
I think when you look back on it, Mike, I think it should be an improvement on the first run. You know, there's some mistakes in there, but it's actually, like, overall it's a solid enough run from Jacek, so be interesting to see.
And again, the zone 3 is the least heavily weighted zone for the judges. That transition in the middle of the track, the front wheel clip, is only about 2/3 the weight of points compared to 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Yeah, it's only worth about 7 points. So
in terms of in terms of the angle and style,
they will look at it as in a case of how chaseable was it as well. The line through there. So
unpredictable, I would say, between 2 and 3 and 4.
Yeah. So how much room with how late he was to kind of make that transition, how much room did he leave for a chase driver to try and follow him, which I think could be the deciding factor in how this score. But it is an improvement. It's a 65.5, and he's 16th, Mike. He's right on the edge on that drop zone.
Oh, it's going to be a long afternoon here for Jacek.
Certainly is.
Yeah.
As we go back to the start line, where Mike Tesler, the 17-year-old from Ukraine, sits on a 63. So what can he do with the 700 horsepower at his disposal? Nice weight transfer entry as he flicks that car onto angle through the scoring, started the scoring zone and into that first outer zone nicely, fulfills it nice and deep, just what the judges would be looking for. Throws it back, drops a wheel as he comes through outside zone 2, and now making the switch back, tucks the nose into inside zone 3 nicely. This is shaping up to be a really strong run if he can keep this going, nice and fluid as he crosses the line.
Yeah, really solid run, as you said, Eddie. You can see the BMW bouncing through the course there. Lots of these guys running quite soft rear suspension to soak up some of the bumps on outer zone 4 as Mike Tesler enters really nicely there into zone 1. Great angles here from the drone shot. Beautiful scenes here in Warsaw at DMP round 1. Look perfectly on the outside there. As you said, Eddie, maybe just dropped it off a tiny bit, but it's not going to be a big deduction. Gets the car rotated just before the transition, then rotates it back to the left. Maybe comes a little bit shallow if we're being super technical, which is our job, and then gets back on that outside line on full throttle and crosses the line, and I think he's in for a big score, Ed.
I think, yeah, I think he could be confident in the expectation of an improvement on that score of 63. As we see the skid pad there at the side attraction. But
yeah, we've got skid pads, we've got car shows, we've got drifting. Eddie.
There's sim rigs that you can come along and try out. There's a whole host of exhibitors here this weekend, and it's all going down here in Warsaw as we see the scores dropping in. It is a huge improvement, enough for 8th position. It's an 84 for Mike Tesler. 84 on the board for Mike Tesler. Mike, that's a huge jump up the order for him. He's going to be absolutely delighted, and what a moment for that 17-year-old who is constantly striving to improve. As we go back to the start line, a man who is going to have to improve massively is Daniel, on a 0 from the first run, and certainly up against it here as he makes a little bit more of a straight line entry, hoping to try and get himself through the circuit here. Does manage to get some wheels into outside zone 1, and he's starting to find the groove here a little bit better now as he gets into the perfect line through outside zone 2. Can he keep this alive? He certainly can as he tucks the nose of that BMW into the inner zone before making the transition and nicely back across the line with big angle. And you know what? Obviously a 0 on the board from the first run, Mike. So anything was going to be an improvement, but that looked to be I think, late to get into the scoring, but then from there manages to have a really good crack at it.
Yeah, one of the strongest finishes we've seen around zone 4. And by the way, Eddie, I love the way that you just dodged the second name there that time. You just said Daniel, so I'm going to just go with Daniel as well.
I was hoping that was going to be unnoticed, Mike. No, thanks for calling me out on it.
I'm going to point that out, sorry. All of our Polish speaking people will be laughing at that one now that you dodged the second name, which is spelled Skrzecz.
Yeah, Stretch.
Yeah, so you dodged that one. But a good run from Daniel after the first zone, as you mentioned, Ed. I did quite like it from once he kind of got into his zone, so to speak, his flow.
Yeah, I think it's a real pity that he just couldn't hook it up through that first zone, because there's certainly a big score in Daniel. It's just trying to find it. And coming off the back of a positive season last year, 15th place in this championship. So, I would imagine arriving here this weekend with hopes of improving on that. Will it be enough? Because it doesn't matter, Mike, as long as it's enough to get him into the top 16, because we've seen so many drivers through over the years who are poor in qualifying but really strong in the battles, and he does jump into 14th position with a 76, so it's going to be a nervous wait for Daniel as we go back to the start line, where Hirohi Zamford didn't complete his first run of qualifying, Mike. So he's got it all to do here as he leaves the line, slams through the gears, just lights up those rear tyres as he leaves the line, gets it deep. Oh, and that's definitely 3, flirts with 4 wheels off through outside zone 1. Going to be interesting to see what way the judges saw, but now more wheels drop through outside zone 2. Needs to tidy this up dramatically if he's going to have any hopes of getting himself into a top 16, but perhaps too little too late as he makes that switch back from 3 to 4 into that final zone and across the line. Yeah,
drifting is such a cruel sport sometimes, because if you are, say you're in a racing series and you don't have the ideal weekend, and it is a 0, unfortunately. Oh no, hang on, that is Magdalena's score. that came up there on screen. So not sure what's happening there. We'll bring you the score in a sec, but we do assume it's a 0, Eddie, because you did spot 3 wheels off. But you know, if you're racing or whatever, even if you don't have an ideal race, you get your whatever, maybe 30, 40 minutes racing. But in drifting, you get your 2 qualifiers, and if you don't get it done, you're going home to the Ukraine. So
yeah, so somebody who needs that score, Magdalena Malachinska on a 65 from the first run. Just not very smooth.
Missed the gear, maybe pulled the 5th there instead of the 3rd or something, possibly.
Yeah, and it's really unsettled the car, Mike. And you know, this car's so quick through the course on the first pass, but just doesn't have the fluidity on transition. And I think whatever happened with perhaps the gear changes as she left the line, drops 2 wheels very deep into outside zone 4. Big mistake, and again, just a calamity of errors, unfortunately, for Magdalena. And I think not the run the Polish driver was looking for. He's going to have to rely on that 65.5, you feel?
Yeah, I mean, a respectable score on the first run, and I think, as you said, she's going to have to rely on it here because she was very deep. I mean, didn't get the car rotated quickly enough, seemed to just get locked in the transition there a small bit and couldn't get the car off of lock. So just over-rotated a little bit between 1 and 2. Then maybe stayed a tiny bit late as well after 2, trying to get it through 3, but generally gets it okay there and enters the zone pretty well, but unfortunately just doesn't get back on the throttle in order to keep the car to the left in and keep it on the outside line, washes over the outside line and leads lots of points there at zone 4.
Yeah, so as we say, lots of mistakes for Magdalena on that second run. Is there enough in it for an improvement on the score? 65.5 from the first run. Don't see it, personally speaking, but of course we do await for the judges to make that official before we'll be moving back to. We're really moving through the order here, Mike, and of course today is just qualifying day. We will have pro qualifying later on this afternoon at approximately 3 p.m. here local time.
Yeah, I believe we're kicking off about 10 to 3 local time, if our schedule is to be believed. And once again, if you are watching at home and you like what you see, remember this is semi-pro qualifying. We are heading into pro qualifying, as Eddie just mentioned, and then tomorrow it is game day for battle action here at DMP round 1 at the Ptak Warsaw Expo Centre. And Magdalena's score does drop in, and it's not an improvement, Eddie, a 59.
Yeah, and crucially, you can see there on the screen, 18th position, so outside those top 16 spaces as we move it back to another man who is outside those top 16 spaces. It is Bartosz Ostawowski in that V8-powered E92. And of course, as we mentioned, the only professional sports driver without the use of both his hands as he leaves the line and slams through the gears and tries to get through this first section. This is where it all went wrong for him on the first run. Much better this time around for Bartosz Ostawowski as he sets himself up and positions that car nicely into outside zone 2 before trying to flick that nose back. Perfect. Gets that inside right wheel into inside zone 1. Look at this, Mike, as he crosses the line, absolutely smokes out the arena here in Warsaw. And what a run that was. If there was ever any doubt about this man's ability without the use of his hands, steering this car with his feet, might I add, shifting gears with his shoulders, Mike, 2 wheels dropped there as he went from outside zone 1 to outside zone 2. I think the only blemish on the run.
I have to admit, Eddie, I didn't actually spot that the first time of watching because I was so enthralled by what this man can do. It's absolutely astounding that this guy can drive like this without the use of his arms. It's so crazy to me. Maximum respect to this guy. But he did drop 2 wheels, Eddie, and he is, judged in the same criteria as everybody else.
He certainly is, yeah. And from from the initial camera angle, it's very hard to see whether or not they drop wheels when making that transition and that entry into outside zone 2. But from that overhead shot, the judges can, and obviously the spectators now can very clearly see that there was, very clearly 2 wheels off. So that's going to hurt the score, Mike. But I think the rest of it was very solid. So don't be surprised to see this being a score that gets him into a top 16, which would be an incredible feat.
Yeah, a symbol of perseverance and determination is Bartosz. And, great to see him out on track here competing and doing a very, very good job of it as the score drops in.
Look at this, Mike, 14th position and a 76.5, and 14th position for Bartosz Ostawowski. As we go back to the start line to a man, well, he lit up the scoreboard on his first run with an 86.5, but he's been knocked down the order. Václav Borian, what can he do on the second half of qualifying? Very quick through the course is the driver from Czech Republic. Oh, but too quick through that first zone and drops all wheels off track and over-rotates Mike, sends it into a spin. And you know what, that looked to me like all the hallmarks of a driver trying to put on a huge show for the crowd, trying to light up the scoreboard and get a big score in the 90s. But unfortunately for Václav, just could not make it happen.
Yeah, as you said, Eddie, I mean, 86.5 on the first run. Oh, sorry, 79 on the... Oh, no, that's Darius' score coming up next. But Václav on a safe score for the first run, trying to get into the 90s.
Sorry, that's our mistake. We were missing Václav Borian, and we moved on to Darius, who was on a 79. Our apologies for that mistake.
Yeah, but you know, as you said, Eddie, trying to leave it all out there on track, definitely trying to just get into the 90s, overcooking it. And again, if you're on a strong first score, it's okay. So,
yeah, well, 2 drivers remain, Mike, and will be Wojciech Fabisiak. He's on an 85 from his first run, gets the green light, through the gears he goes as he sets himself up. Nice 10th of entry. Can he hold it now and get back on the power? Again, Mike just doesn't get on the throttle early enough there, and costs him. He comes onto that inside line that's going to really hurt the score. Now starts to drop some wheels through outside zone 2, and for a driver who scored an 85 on the first run, really not what we were expecting, as the second half of this one starts to look a little bit more, I suppose, sprightly for Wojciech, but certainly not going to be an improvement on that 85. Certainly not from where I'm watching.
Well, you know, I love watching semi-pro Eddie across different series, because you do see the drivers coming up through the ranks. You see the guys, you know, making the mistakes early in their career, and you start to see the improvement arc happening. Definitely seeing it with some of the drivers here in the semi-pro class at DMP round 1, but of course, according as the years go on, we'll see these guys coming up and through the ranks. The guys that stay at it, at least, will come up through the ranks, improve, and the next thing you'll see them on the grid with the 1,000 brake horsepower monsters that we're going to see later on, and putting in those big 90-something point runs. So the water still being sprayed there. Look at a crowd gathering around the holes here in the heat in Warsaw.
Yeah, I can imagine it's going to be the biggest attraction of the whole weekend. Temperatures expected to reach the early 40s tomorrow. So
I believe so.
If it's hot today, which it is, and I know if you're watching from Ireland, you're feeling the heat as well. But 70.5 from Wojciech, and that's not going to be an improvement. As we go back to the start line to our final driver in the semi-pro class for today, it is Max Mienkosz, as he gets ready to leave the line at 72, Mike, on the first run. And what we said, for the runner-up of last season, maybe not what we expected. This car giving David Garvey vibes, and looks to be an improvement here so far as he gets himself set up nicely into those first 2 zones. Maybe not as deep as some of the competitors, and maybe not as deep as we would have expected, but makes that transition from 3 to 4 far too early, gets himself a little bit caught late into outside zone 4 and across the line.
Yeah, beautiful S chassis here, the Team Muscle colours, absolutely resplendent in the Polish sunshine here this Saturday afternoon at the Ptak Warsaw Expo Centre. Big rotation there, maybe, as you said, Eddie, just hung on to the angle a little bit too much coming out of 1, and then got it turned though a little bit shallow from the zone because of that late transition. Now gets back on the throttle and is pretty much perfect through 3, and gets the car back rotated. Now looks for that outside line, now hits the throttle, maybe just drops a wheel very, very slightly, but it won't be a big deduction, and full throttle across the line in the beautiful red, white and black livery there in the Team Muscle Drift Team car of Max.
Yeah, uses the same spoiler as the drift truck that we saw earlier on.
Definitely, yeah. All the downforce.
Yeah,
all the downforce as we.
Yeah, quite a huge wing on the rear of that S14. So we wait for this final score just to see to round out our qualifying for a semi-pro at round 1 of the Driftingowe Mistrzostwa Polski 2026, and yeah, 4-round championship. You can see an 85.5, so a big improvement for Max Makosh as he jumps himself right up that order into 7th position. So it was do or die for Max, and he certainly did it when it was needed. And that rounds out, as I say, our qualifying for round 1 of the DMP and semi-pro. Our top 16 is gridded. So
yeah, as
Mike,
we look at the Warsaw Water Park here, Eddie.
the Warsaw Water Park, yeah, and we'll get an opportunity, hopefully now, Mike, to see just who managed to qualify in first position and get a look at our top 16 drivers. So, as you can see, the qualifying standings for round 1 for a semi-pro. In first position with that 88.5, it was the Ukrainian Oila Boyko, who narrowly out-qualified Adam Gomelischek, the Polish driver, who also scored an 88.5. In third position, it was Oliver Ozdoba with an 88. As you can see, we moved down the order. Mateusz Król in 11th position, and in 16th position, Daniel Skretch taking that final place. Unfortunately, we say goodbye to Michal Molarski, Hubert Ettner, Magdalena, and Jacek. Ivan Baby qualifying in 12th position, the Ukrainian. And yeah, Mateusz Król, as we mentioned, but a lot of very capable drivers there, a lot of high scores. 76 the cut-off, Mike, so it really was cutthroat for this semi-pro championship here at round 1, and we will be back with the battles for this competition tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe if I look at the schedule, we have a semi-pro top 16 kicking off at 11:05 tomorrow morning here in Warsaw at DMP round 1. So that will be exciting from the get-go. All of these drivers who you just saw qualifying will be facing off together in battle action. Of course, first place qualifier takes on 16th place qualifier, second place against 15th, etc. The thinking being that the higher qualifier has the easier battle in the top 16. And we are, of course, into pro action after that then. So, guys, we are back at 2:40 p.m. here in Warsaw for DMP Round 1 Pro Qualification, Eddie, and that is where the show really heats up.
Yeah, we will be back then. Thank you for joining us, and we will see you at about 20 to 3 local time.
Dzień dobry, wracamy drodzy Państwo po przerwie obiadowej, troszeczkę się schłodziliśmy. Was nie pytam, bo wy sobie tutaj siedzicie.
Ja
w
byłem się
klimatyzowym-
poopalać.
A, opalałeś się. No jeszcze musisz trochę, Tomek, nadrobić, słuchaj. Maćku, w zeszłym roku było grubo, ale w tym roku jest też grubo, między innymi dlatego, że są nowi zawodnicy, nowe projekty, więc myślę, że ten sezon w Pro także grubo się zapowiada.
No tak, mamy całe mnóstwo nowych zawodników. Klasa Pro liczy w tym sezonie 45 osób na tej rundzie. Jest kilka dzikich kart, jest kilka naprawdę świetnych nazwisk, kilka nowych samochodów. Myślę, że będzie na co popatrzeć, ale jeszcze mając głos pozwolę sobie wrócić do kwalifikacji semi-pro, bo te też na niesamowitym poziomie. I co ciekawe, pierwszych zawodników 5 rozdzieliły zaledwie 2 punkty. Mamy 4 młodych zawodników 16, 18, 17 lat, także chłopaki pokazali wysoki poziom i myślę, że już nie możemy doczekać się tego, co będzie w rywalizacji klasy Pro.
Witamy także się z naszymi komentatorami ze streama z angielskiego. Mike i Eddie, once again, hello guys.
Hello, guys.
Nice to
Hi,
see
guys.
you again, good job.
Thank you.
Słuchajcie,
Thank you.
jeśli chodzi o to, co czeka nas w tym sezonie, zerknijmy jeszcze raz na harmonogram, bo pojawiają się tam nowe punkty, między innymi Tor i Jastrząb.
So, ladies and gentlemen,
Czy
welcome back
wy,
to round one
widzieliście jakieś
of
drifty
the
na Jastrzębiu?
Driftingowe Mistrzostwa
Oczywiście,
Polski
moja przygoda z komentarzem
2026,
driftingu
where
zaczęła
we
się
have already
właśnie na torze
seen Mike
Jastrząb.
an incredible
To była wówczas
qualifying
runda
session in
Drift
the semi-pro
Masters i Tor Jastrząb myślę, że jest chyba jednym z ulubionych torów
It's all about the pro
driftingowych.
drivers here this weekend.
Na pewno jest torem, na którym
50
można
drivers here
wytyczyć
ready
bardzo
to
fajne
try
linie
and
przejazdu,
get
bardzo
their
fajne nitki. Ja
championship
miałem
season
okazję
off
też
to the
sam
perfect
parokrotnie
start.
tam driftować,
We've been
więc myślę,
treated
że tego
to
już nie
some
możemy się
incredible
doczekać.
hospitality here in
Mówiąc o
Poland
kolejnych
and some
też rundach, nie
incredible,
należy zapominać o Katowicach,
some
bo tam na Katowicach
incredible,
zupełnie
driving this
nowy obiekt,
morning,
strefa
but
kultury,
we are certainly ready
zawody,
for,
które już
what
były,
promises to be
znaczy
a
miejsce dla
huge,
zawodów, które już było na
hugely competitive
zawodach
event
Car
here
Park
in
Drift.
qualifying for round
No i
one.
oczywiście absolutny
Yeah,
klasyk,
like I
czyli
said,
Tor Poznań na sam koniec
when we
sezonu, tego
arrived
też nie
to
możemy się
see some
doczekać.
practice
Tak
this
jest.
morning,
Tomku,
the level
przypomnijmy,
of cars out
jakie
here,
jest
the level
zadanie
of the
zawodników
builds, the horsepower
w
after
klasie Pro,
absolutely
żeby
blowing my mind, and
zwyciężyć
that's
w
from a guy who's been in drifting
kwalifikacjach.
almost 20 years.
Zadanie w
So I
kwalifikacjach
think
jest
the
proste,
level
dostać
of
się do top
this
32, no
Pro
ale żeby to zrobić,
Championship
trzeba
over here
przejechać
in DMP is
trasę
genuinely,
wyznaczoną przez
it's
sędziów w
possibly
sposób
the highest
perfekcyjny.
domestic
Zwracają sędziowie
level in the
uwagę
world, I
na
would say.
kąt
It's
samochodu,
right up
na
there anyway.
to,
I mean,
w
you
jakim
know, in
stopniu
Ireland we always
samochód jest
thought
w
that we were
zonach,
the
czyli
best
czy
in
koła
along
są
the
w tych strefach
2010s, but I
punktowanych, czy
think
też nie
over
są.
here right now, from
No i
what
na
I've seen
płynność
earlier
jazdy,
in
na styl
practice,
generalnie.
it's a huge level, and
Mieliśmy
I'm
już w
really
semi-pro
looking forward
kilka
to
takich
seeing
przejazdów,
what
które
these
myślę, że
guys can do
były
in pro
wzorcowe, jeżeli
qualifying.
chodzi
I think when you look
o ten tor,
down the
więc
list of names that have
mogliśmy
entered into
zobaczyć
this
właśnie, że kiedy
competition,
samochód się
there's
ustawił
a
w
whole
pełnym
host
kątem, to on
of
się cały czas
current
tego
and
kąta
former
trzyma,
Drift
go nie
Masters
zmienia,
level
nie jest
drivers.
taki przejazd, jak się mawia, czasami w żargonie kwadratowy czy poszarpany,
this weekend, and
więc
he's making a return
płynność,
to
kąt
competitive
wychylenia,
drifting.
też szybkość
Jakub
oczywiście,
Przygoński,
no
obviously, the owner of the
i to,
championship,
żeby
competing in Drift
trzeba
Masters
zaliczyć wszystkie
and,
strefy
on
punktowane.
No i
soil
żeby
here in
już
Poland,
na
and obviously,
etapie kwalifikacji
Jakub Kral,
ten przejazd był
who,
chaseable.
last year
Z zeszłego
No tak,
fulfilled his dream of
oczywiście.
becoming
Pamiętam to
Oczywiście,
twoje
Polish
ulubione
champion,
słowo, chaseable.
along
Tak, to było
with,
słowo,
a whole host
którego się nauczyłem w tym
others.
sezonie.
I ciężko
We
je
have an
przetłumaczyć w sumie
incredible
na język.
grid here.
Gonialny.
As you alluded to,
Gonialny.
Mike, some of the
Przejazd
machinery
możliwy do
here is
gonienia.
absolutely
Mówiąc o
spectacular.
gonianiu, może
Some
być
very
gonialny.
Ale na
creative
szczęście,
builds.
słuchajcie,
It's not just all,
to na
two
to,
JS
to
bodies.
najtrudniejsze zadanie
And
mają
obviously
sędziowie
being
przed
this
nami. Ja
part
Wam
of the
już
world, it's
bardzo
not just,
dziękuję. Tomek,
overdominated by,
Więcek, Maciek,
BMWs.
Kiwak,
There's
nasi
Alfa Romeos
komentatorzy.
on the
Słyszymy się
grid
zaraz.
here. It's
Słyszymy się
crazy.
zaraz
There's,
dokładnie, a my
there's Opels,
ponownie
there's
łączymy się z
absolutely,
naszymi
no matter what you
sędziami.
like, we have something for everybody
Razem
here.
z nami
And,
Dawid Kalas, sędzia
yeah, as I say,
główny,
we have been
Karol
treated
Jabłoński,
to,
kąt, Mateusz Dziedzic,
to an absolute
linia.
scene this morning, and it's
Hello
only been
once again,
practice for the first
Dawid.
round.
So
We,
the task
I
for
believe,
the
are going to go
drivers from
to
Pro
our judges to
is
hear from
quite
them what exactly
similar,
they're looking
but
for from our
I
drivers
believe
for
that
the
you
perfect
want something
qualifying run.
more from those drivers.
Of course, we are expecting way more from the pro drivers. That's why they are professionals. So the speeds will be higher. We would like to have from them more precision than we saw in the semi-pro class. And also, they need to be more aggressive and fulfilling the lines better. Like the line is quite similar. So what you saw, the line score as high as it was for semi-pro class, that can be similar. But for the style, we want way more, and for the angle too.
Got it. Thank you very much.
So there
Dziękuję
you have it
panowie.
from head judge
Powodzenia
David
mamy
Kalas, who
zatem,
obviously has
drodzy
a wealth
państwo,
of
a
experience
raczej
and,
drogie
you
panie
know,
i
people
drodzy
are
panowie w
well used to seeing
driftowozach
him
wsiadamy.
do his duties
Siadajcie, no i
for
jedziemy z
Drift Masters.
klasyfikacjami,
Look,
z
we've had an opportunity
kwalifikacjami
to see
klasy Pro.
just
Pierwszej rundy
how this
driftingowych
track is set
mistrzostw
up and what the
Polski.
judges are looking for in the semi-pro practice. But as David alluded to, they're looking for a lot more now in this pro class.
Absolutely, and it's worth noting as well that there are actually championship points on the line for qualifying as well. So you get 12 points if you win qualifying. And remember, for battle action tomorrow, if you finish in the top 30, you'll get knocked out there. There are just 16 points, so qualifying definitely will will play a part in the overall championship picture at the end of the year, I would believe.
Yeah, certainly will. So 448 points in total up for grabs over the course of the 4 rounds, which starts off here in Warsaw and ends in Poznan for the finale. Poznan, of course, the only track on the circuit this year that the drivers will have driven before. 3 new rounds for 2026, with one of those rounds being a street circuit at round 2. So that looks to be something to really look forward to as we get an opportunity to look at our start list, and it will be Christina Alto, the first driver out on the circuit in what we were told, Mike, an E36 with an LSX or an LS2,
yes,
with a massive turbo underneath the bonnet that her crew chief said was too small for the car, 1,000 brake horsepower. But interestingly, this lady has outqualified Laurie Heinen. As we look down the list, in the past, that is, as we look down the list, as we mentioned, Max Heidrich, the German driver, making his return, did have concerns that car had blown an engine just yesterday, but the team managing to work hard overnight and get that car to the start line. Janos Anadi, the Slovakian, another driver that I'm very eager to see, very capable and talented driver. And as we look down the list, to some of the drivers that we have to look forward to, as we mentioned, lots of Drift Masters drivers. Daniel Pelican not making the issues with the car, mechanical problems with that S58 Power D46, or sorry, G87 BMW that he has. But yeah, he has a spare car, but unfortunately, once you've practiced in a car, you cannot transfer over into another car. And yeah, so the weekend over already before it starts for Daniel Pelican, unfortunately. As we go down the order, and you can see lots of, well, we were told 17 different nationalities, Mike, competing over the course of the 2 days here in this championship.
Yeah, it's a melting pot of talent, Eddie, and a melting pot of nationalities as well here at DMP Round 1. Driftingowe Mistrzostwa Polski, I believe, is the correct pronunciation, but I stand to be corrected by everybody in YouTube land. If you want to get in the comments and have a go at us, we're well up for a laugh. But you know, Eddie, I think it's going to be an interesting, very interesting qualification session. We've got some of the top talent from Drift Masters, as you mentioned, as well as some of the top Polish and huge amounts of international talent.
Yeah,
so
of course we will run in this order, so it's essentially a reverse championship order. So you will see the big hitters, the big names coming out for their qualifying runs at the end, and it's 2 runs for each of these drivers, non-consecutive, so they will do 1 run, go back into the pits, wait their turn as we move down the list through the remaining drivers on the list, and we will go back to the lower ranking drivers then for the second run, all the way through, finishing up the 2 runs with, again, our highest ranking drivers. And of course, worth noting as well that competing this weekend is the spotter for Peter Vincek, who will be driving one of Peter's A90 Supras here, and we got an opportunity to see Lucas drive that car in anger earlier on this morning in practice, Mike, and that thing really sure does boogie. We've seen it in the flesh before, but when you're just a couple of feet away from it, as we were earlier on, it's quite an awesome sight to behold. So it looks as though we are almost ready to go and kick off pro qualifying for round 1 of the 2026 Driftingowe Mistrzostwa Polski Championship. And our first driver, as we alluded to, will be Christina Alto, who, as I said, she listener achievements, she's outqualified Laurie Heinen with a 97-point run in a previous competition. So this girl is well able to steer this E36. Didn't get an opportunity to talk to her, Mike, earlier on, but we did talk to her pit crew.
well, her turbo is much bigger than your head, Eddie.
It is, I would say, twice the size, as she gets the green light, and we are ready to go with the first run of pro qualifying for the DMP 2026 round 1. And here comes Christina Alto as she goes very wide into outside zone 1 now and uses every little bit of the power of that 1,000 brake horsepower V8 E36 as she gets back on that perfect line, makes that transition nice into that inside zone with the nose of that E36, makes the little adjustment to get back into the outside zone, rides the wide line, and across the line she goes, Mike.
Yeah, first female competitor, first competitor, full stop, and a great run there from Christina Alto in the beautiful E36 with 900 brake horsepower with the massive turbo that her mechanic was saying was too small. Now, as you said, Eddie, she might have just dropped a wheel there, maybe went a bit too deep into the first zone. Of course, it's been a while since these drivers have practiced. Track conditions have changed. There's huge heat here, and the semi-pro drivers have laid down yet more rubber on the track. So maybe the track conditions catching Christina out tiny bit there in the first one, but not a big mistake. Little bit of a tentative transition then into outer zone 4 towards the end of the run, but full throttle, billowing smoke from the back of the E36 and across the line. And I think it's a really solid run to get us going here for DMP Round 1 Pro qualifying.
For sure, certainly is a very solid run. Bought this car back in 2011, Mike, following a horse riding accident. Sold the horse to buy the car, and she says E36 is her dream car. So living the dream is the 40-year-old from Finland.
Well, you can't fall off the car, Eddie.
You certainly can't. You might fall out of it, Mike, but not off of it, unless you're standing on the roof celebrating after a podium win. But yeah, you can see Christina just reversing back into her pit as we await that score. I expect us to be kicking it off with a reasonably high score here, Mike, because as you said, there was a couple of corrections there, so the odd mistake here and there throughout the run. But overall, Christina Alto looking really strong. One of the best runs that I've seen in a long time from... well, here we go. Score 87 on the board. So what a way to kick off qualifying in Pro for round 1. Christina Alto. Hard to say that she won't be safe for top 32 with a score like that, but we have a lot of drivers still to come. 50 drivers making the trip here for round 1 as Artem Chulkov from Ukraine, the 18-year-old in his S14, 800 brake horsepower. He run up in DTS Fighters, and which had 9 Drift Masters drivers in it, so this guy can absolutely steer this S14, and right from the off he's powered through that first outer zone on a really nice line. How cool is delivery on this car? Just love the purple and the yellow and the orange flames as he lights up outside zone 2 as well. Now, dab of the foot brake as he makes the way into inner zone 3. Back on it now, hard on the throttle as he crosses the line, Mike.
Yeah, great run there from the Ukrainian, really liking the style. Once again, a couple of wheels maybe just finding their way off track here and there, and the track conditions possibly not exactly the same as when they practiced earlier on this morning when temperatures were a little bit lower, but still absolutely crazy here in Warsaw. I think temps at the moment are 35 degrees, so the interiors of these cars reaching upwards, well upwards of 50 degrees inside after a run. We can see a tiny bit of a wheel drop right there from Artem, but not enough to, mark him down a lot, as we see the beautiful replay from the drone footage here. Really nice transition across zone 3, which is the least highest score from the judges, and maybe a tiny bit of a correction as he just gets on power to maintain the angle. Then it's full throttle once again from the Ukrainian and across the line. And Eddie, this is pro qualifying, and this is what we expect to see right from the get-go.
Yeah, this is the level we're expecting to see, and certainly 2 drivers not disappointing as we see shots of the helicopter that we didn't even know was here, Mike, in the background.
I did because I did my research.
Somebody
didn't.
Wow. So we await the score from Artem Chulkov, and of course a driver 18 years of age coming through the ranks, learning his trade in a sim rig that he bought, €150 or dollars on a Logitech G25 that he saved up for over a year. And he has he's been a big help to Valery Shevelev as well, to multiple podiums, and 5th overall in DMP in 2025, which he said was a great honor. It's a great honor to represent his country here in Poland this weekend. As again, we're just awaiting those scores to drop in from us. Of course, only a wild card for this round, as is Christina Alto, so no decision made as to whether or not they're going to compete the first round. But with a score like this, a 93 on the board on his first qualifying run, Artem Chulkov may look at this championship in 2026 as one that he makes a real run at. As we move it along to Pavel Grosz, who sits on the line in that Subaru BRZ, 800 brake horsepower. And there'll be plenty of people that are well aware of Pavel Grosz down through the years as he leaves the line slammed through the gears. A very capable, very talented driver, and excellent machinery at his disposal, but does drop a wheel through that first outside zone now. Looks to get back on it as he switches back, looks for outside zone 2 and finds it, but again another wheel drop. So errors just starting to creep into the run here on a really deep line, but just not as precise as the judges would have been looking for. Makes an early switch back and gets on the line through that final section perfectly, but just flirting with temptation and the extremes of the circuit all the way throughout that run, Mike.
Yeah, the Drifter TV presenter, the man who originated the Drift Patriot projects. Looking good there, but as you said, Eddie, once again a couple of wheel drops, just jumping in here to the action as the grip levels catching each competitor out so far. So I'm sure the spotters will be telling everybody that they're that they want to watch the outside rear wheels on these outside zones here on this technical track, which has just 4 clipping zones but requires full commitment from all of the drivers. As we watch Pavel now negotiating the course. Again, Eddie, not perfect, dropping wheels here and there, and it looks like this BRZ set up very soft as well. You see it doing the almost Formula Drift-esque hopping at the front there with the front suspension popping up into the air because the rear is set so soft for the grip. But overall, I think a good solid run once again from Pavel, but maybe not perfect because of those couple of technical errors there that the judges will mark him down for with the wheel drops.
100%.
And a little bit, a little bit tentative on entry as well, kind of just hesitated on initiation.
Yeah, and I think, you know, when you look at it overall, a very chaseable run, so the judges will be looking at that favourably. Some mistakes there, but you know the odd wheel off here and there, not massive errors, and I think I would expect to still see a relatively high score here. Should be creeping into the mid 80s at least. You'd feel as we get an opportunity. Yeah, 85.5.
You've a crystal ball, Eddie.
Yeah, I must do.
Crystal ball. You'd swear you watched the old the
drifting before. Yeah. So
Exactly.
we go back to the start line, Mike, and who's it going to be?
Oh well, it is the man in the E46. Oh, it's not. It's Michael. Yeah, it's Michael in the beautiful E46. HGK prepared BMW. It is Michael Religion. Oh, look at this, Eddie! What a fantastic aggressive run here.
Yeah, you know, and you can see with the camera, the 360 camera on the pole there, it actually almost looks like it's a tram on a tram line. But yeah, really aggressive looking car, and it's been driven quite aggressively, but quite a lot of mistakes in there for Michael.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, I mean, the Estonian pro driver there absolutely firing the car in as hard as he could, but a little bit shallow on the first zone, then a little bit deep, didn't get on the perfect arc from the get-go. Then it slightly messed him up for the transition, where he just transitioned maybe a tad early, but got it back on the outside line for the most part, and gets the transition done nice and early there for 3, and rotates the car back around for 4 here, back on the throttle, but once again then finds himself, if I remember correctly, just running a little bit wide of the track. Every driver so far already dropping wheels, just showing how you know, fast and technical this custom track at the Ptak Warsaw Expo Centre is. And of course we do, Eddie, have the fantastic car show here. The auto tuning show is happening in conjunction with DMP Round 1. So if you are within travelling distance of Warsaw, be sure to get down here. If you can make it today, of course, get down here for tomorrow, because we will have battle action here at DMP Round 1, and there's a fantastic, you'll agree, Eddie, unbelievable show of cars indoors.
Yeah, 100%. So score drops in for Michael Rylan, and it's a 70.5. So 70.5 punished for some of those mistakes, as you mentioned, Mike, as we move back to the start line, where it's Radosław Gatkowski. So Radosław Gatkowski on the line, ready for his first run. Big flick across the track, Mike, as he prepares himself for his first run. Gets deep into outer side zone 1 and just fulfills that absolutely beautifully. Perfect through that section now as he gets back on angle, throws it down hard. Oh, has to slow the car down, Mike, and drops a couple of wheels as he goes through outer zone 2, but gets back in it now as he tucks the nose in for that inside zone and inside zone 3. Fulfills outside zone 4 perfectly and across the line. A big run there for Radosław.
Yeah, I think the track temperatures have definitely changed quite a lot since earlier. Just looking at the app on my phone here, it is currently 33 degrees here at the Ptak Warsaw Expo Centre. So I think the spotters have to get on to the drivers here and tell them, okay, there's not as much grip as you were finding this morning. Rear tyres are melting in this super high track temperatures, and you might just need to be more cautious than what you were this morning. All of these runs we've seen so far, very much almost carbon copies of the one previous.
Yeah, I think it's a good point, Mike. You know, we're seeing a lot of very similar styled mistakes with wheels dropped. But you know, I think as you say, it's been a couple of hours since they've been out on track. As you can see, Radosław just moving back, reversing back into his pit area.
And these tyres, Eddie, the rear tyres will have an operating window. You know, if you're under it, there's no grip in them. But if you exceed it in, you know, almost 40-degree ambient temperatures, which we will have tomorrow, the grip can fall off quite dramatically, as well as the tyre starts to chunk off and, you know, almost come apart really easily.
So we await the score of Radosław. And yeah, as you say, Mike, the tyre game can never be underestimated in drifting. It really is such a big deal, and obviously higher qualifiers from today will have the decision as to whether or not they lead or chase in tomorrow's battles, as we see score dropping in, and it's 4th position and an 80 dead for Radosław. So we turn our attentions back to the start line, where it will be Stavros Grillis, the Greek driver.
He'll be no stranger to the heat, Eddie.
He certainly won't, Mike. I've been in Greece before, and it is an absolute it is very warm over there. So here we go, really fast, nice flick into that entry, gets that car on angle through the start of the scoring zone, fulfills outside zone 1 quite nicely as he comes hunting for that wide, perfect line at outside zone 2. A little bit of a wheel drop in the same place we've seen other drivers dropping as he ducks the nose of that BMW into that inside zone. And nicely across the line. Again, Mike, as you say, very similar mistakes to what we've seen from other drivers. Wheels dropping here and there, but look, it's not affecting the scores massively. Still seeing those scores dropping into the 80s, but this was certainly a really strong run from Stavros.
Yeah, I'm liking the aggression though, Eddie. I'd rather see drivers dropping wheels rather than being shy from the zones. It's what we want to see in drifting. It's the full aggression, the full throttle, the full commitment, and that's exactly what the judges want to see as well, hence why the scores are still dropping in relatively high. Now, Stavros had a fantastic transition there, but just wavered a little bit. He was really aggressive on the last transition, but just kind of got caught out with the rear gripping up a little bit and had to adjust. But overall, I think it's a good lap. Again, the mistakes creeping in, as you mentioned, but generally I think all the drivers so far just showing the level. As you mentioned, we are in reverse championship order from last year, so I mean the level out here in DMP is genuinely in the pro class is crazy out here.
Yeah, well, of the 5 drivers who have completed a run so far, only one of them not scoring above an 80. So, you know, I think that's a testament as to for where these scores are going to go today as we await this score to drop in for Stavros Grillis. Started drifting at the age of 7, Mike, and his first comp when he was 11 in Cyprus. First pro win at the age of 14. He's had a top 16 finish in Drift Masters, 2nd in the Iron Drift King in 2024. He's the reigning Greek drift champion, so this guy is well able for that. It's an 87.5, enough to drop him into 2nd position.
Yeah, if you joined us for semi-pro qualifying earlier, you'll see the huge scores dropping in already here in the pro class, as we promised. As we move it down to the line, Eddie, and it's a guy who I battled in the past in Mondello Park in Drift Masters. It's Max Heydrich, all the way over from Germany.
Yes, making the short trip from Germany, first time at DMP, former Iron Drift King winner, and look at the aggression straight from the up. This car had its engine on a bench just last night as Max drops a wheel through outside zone 1. Didn't look as though he was going to make it to the first round of the DMP for 2026, but the team hustled, they got it together, they got him out on grid, and right now behind the wheel Max Heydrich is hustling himself as he shifts that car beautifully around this circuit here in Warsaw, tucks onto that deep outer line, and across the finish line goes Max Heydrich, the German. Wow, what a way to re-establish himself as one of the biggest drivers in the sport, Mike.
Yeah, we were all watching this guy's update on Instagram. Be sure to follow him. He keeps the updates coming from himself and Tim, his brother, who we saw earlier in the team. And these guys putting together 2JZ at lastminute.com and finally getting it together and just making the decision, I believe, Eddie, was it last night, to actually come here and compete. So crazy stuff and crazy commitment from the team, and he's currently building a home as well, so he's fighting battles on several fronts just to be here. And you know what, I think he's going to get rewarded with quite a good score here.
Yeah, you know, suffered quite a lot with you know, just bad luck in Drift Masters, and great to see smile back on the face of Max Heydrich as he's enjoying his drifting, enjoying his driving, and a family man now as well. And as you say, Mike, just building that house, it's you know, it's the sad part of growing up. You know, there's all these other responsibilities, and often drifting can't take the lead. But Max, flying high, doing exactly what we you know, grew to love him for, which was just that fast, wild style of driving, but showing a lot of control and precision throughout the run as well. Expect to see this attack that top spot. Will it be enough to beat 93? No, just about. Goes into 2nd position with a 90.5 for Max Heidrich, not bad for a man who wasn't going to make the round just 24 hours ago.
Yeah, it's such a mental game as well, Eddie, you know, just to get your head in the game after all that stuff happened. Fantastic effort there from Max to get a score like that.
Certainly was. So back on the start line, it's Abdul Karim Yahan, the Swiss driver, in his BMW 1 Series, 900 brake horsepower, first time in DMP, and he is straight out of the traps with sheer aggression, big speed, and a nice initiation and entry into that first section. Fulfills outside zone 1 nicely, and now makes the flick back. Quick dab of the handbrake just to settle the rear end of that 1 Series BMW as he tucks the nose in now. Nice, just about gets a wheel into inside zone 3, but gets back on it, foot to floor as he smokes out the Expo here in Warsaw and across the line.
Yeah, really cool run there from Karim Abdul, and I mean, you know, you got to say that it was, or Abdul Karim, my apologies, you got to say that it was, I thought I saw a fire. I was just going to say, you got to say that it was one of the more aggressive runs, and I was just going to say I thought we saw our first tire fire. I wasn't sure if it was a backfire from the rear left of that car, but it's definitely a full fire now. It's in the front of the rear wheel well there as well, Eddie. And
yeah, I mean, we're so used to seeing tire fires like that, Mike, that often you don't, you don't think to comment on it, but yeah, that really started to engulf that car, and if you can see, he's getting. How cool is his race suit?
Yeah, absolutely.
Really love the styling of that car, and the race suit's just absolutely incredible as well.
Yeah.
Thankfully, the team have worked hard to get the fire out, because the last thing we want to see, Mike, is a car go up in flames like that.
Well, Eddie, you know, outside here, it's tough to get a breath of air out here. It's so hot at the moment, and these tire fires, when they light, because of the sheer temperatures of these racing semi-slick rear tires, which the drivers can use up to 285 with, they usually just go out, but in this kind of heat, maybe not. And Abdul Karim definitely lighting him up there on the rear. But
Yeah,
we'll
well,
get a score on the board, Eddie. He did cross the finish line.
Oh yeah, really strong run, and as you say, across the finish line before he had to shut the car down. And you know, credit to the marshals who spotted that very early and were ready and waiting. You could see them running towards the car, and yeah, just absolutely doused that car in fire extinguisher and put that fire out. So yeah, I expect to see a little bit more of that, I would imagine, over the course of the weekend, as we see Abdul Karim Yahan get out of his car back at the pits and probably get himself into a well-earned ice bath as he tries to cool down his temperatures. Score drops in. It's a 90.5, a 90.5 for Abdul Karim Yahan. He jumps into third position, tied with Max Heidrich in second, essentially. And Mike, you know, we talked about this being a reverse championship order, but already we have huge scores on the board, and that's going to be mounting pressure for any of our higher ranked drivers who are sitting back watching the live stream and watching these scores drop in.
Yeah, well, they're outside in this crazy heat, Eddie, as well, and the mental games are going to come into this so strongly later on when the pressure does come on, because you're going to be tired, dehydrated, etc. And inside the cars, you're going to be at 45-50 degrees easily. So Anders Madsen on the line.
Yeah, Anders, the Danish driver in a Z46 M3, 800 brake horsepower. He's the 2022 Danish Pro 2 champion. He started drifting back in 2018 and competed in the Norwegian Drift Championship, Holy Drift in Sweden, and he gets ready to leave the line for his first pass of the circuit. Very aggressive out of the traps and makes a nice... just, you know what I was going to say, just a little bit hesitant just as he went to, you know, initiate and make that weight transfer, and it cost him as he goes through that first zone, dropping a couple of wheels, but gets back into it now, and he's picked up that desirable line that the judges are looking for, flicks that car just onto angle as he sets himself up for the final zone, and across the line he goes.
Yeah, do you think that the spotters and the drivers really got together now? Because all these guys are not seeming to make the mistakes that the first maybe 5-6 cars made, apart from the initiation here. But you know, he kind of learned the grip levels of the track there after that and had a really good run. But I think he's possibly dropped 2 wheels here, Eddie, which will be a big deduction. 3 wheels is a 0 in DMP, but 2 wheels is a big deduction.
Yeah, and of course, if you're joining us and you're wondering what we mean when we say spotters, so each of the drivers will have, you know, a team, a crew member, essentially eyes in the skies. They'll be looking down from a similar vantage point to the judges. They'll be able to see the track, and they'll be giving people, giving their drivers tips over the radio as where, you know, other drivers are making mistakes and things to look out for on the track. So very valuable information that the drivers can get from their spotter throughout the event, and particularly when it comes to battles as well, they'll be very crucial in helping the driver approach chase runs against other drivers. And they help them have a good understanding of what different drivers are doing, as we see the score dropping in, and it's a 78 for Anders Madsen, 8th for the moment, Mike, but I would dare to say that will not be enough for top 32 with the scores we've seen on the board. As we move it on to Janusz Onodi, the Slovakian, in his E36, another 800 brake horsepower under the bonnet of this thing, and this thing absolutely boogies. 2022 and 2025 Slovak drift champion. What can he do here at round 1 of the DMP 2026? Late to get into outside zone 1, but manages to make it work as he now looks to find that perfect line as he slides his way into outside zone 2 nicely. Now looks to tuck the nose of that E36 into outside zone 3, and does so early on the transition, and it catches him, Mike, as he loses outside zone 4, and that's going to massively hurt the score as he crosses the line.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting it wrong from the get-go there, and this track seems to flow so much from zone to zone that I think that Janusz there just maybe lost concentration, knew that he didn't get the perfect line through zone 1. Did kind of get back into the right area of the track, but I know as a driver that, it's in the back of your mind, that you messed up on your initiation, so you're not in the right place mentally to have a perfect second half of the run. Now, he did seem to get it back together on the outer zone 2 and 3, but then messed up the rotation back into outer zone 4, and unfortunately for Janusz there, the Slovakian, not the perfect first run, and putting himself possibly, Eddie, under a lot of mental pressure for the second one.
Yeah, no possibly about it, Mike. He certainly will be under substantial pressure now, because look, we got to wait for the judges to make that score official, but missed zones does not equal high scores, and yeah, for Janusz, he's going to have it all to do on the second run, but he's a former champion, Mike, drifting 10 years, and he's worked his way up from street to pro level, so he's certainly got what it takes. 69 on the board, and that's 10th position for now, but we have only had 10 drivers. As we go back to the start line, where I'm very eager to see this car, Dominik Pawłowski in his Lexus RC, 1.5 JZ, 600 brake horsepower, winner of the Drift Open in Turin in 2011, and a whole host of podiums to his name. And starts off his campaign with a wheel drop there at outside zone 1. How incredible is this car? I really love the styling, very unique styling of the cars over here in this championship, and this one is just something that you don't see every day, Mike. Really interesting to see this car out on circuit, and you know what, apart from those small little mistakes, maybe wheel drops here and there, a solid run for Dominik. Not expecting it to maybe light up the scoreboard, but it'll certainly be up there.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful build, and that's what drifting is all about, as he drops a wheel there on initiation a little bit, but that is what drifting is all about. It's entertainment, it's a show, it's just a show that happens to be motorsport, and this is what we want to see. A Lexus RC with 600 brake horsepower, 1 JZ head, 2 JZ bottom end, and looking really good. Maybe not the fastest car we've seen through the course as of yet, but always with a new chassis, they take some development to make them predictable, to make them fast, so it's going to take some time, definitely, but looking like he's got a strong base with that chassis, and I think with his previous results, the Polish driver here might be on to something for the future with this chassis, because he definitely has the ability to pedal it.
Yeah, I'll be certainly keeping. Oh, look at this.
Wow. You want to spin in that, Eddie, later?
So that looks like a stretched Navara monster truck. Mike, I have
no idea what's happening.
I'm rubbing my eyes here in disbelief because you definitely don't see it. We don't see this sort of stuff back home.
These people are way too chill for what's happening
here. There's only one thing wrong with this picture. There should be water in the bed of that truck.
Yeah.
With the temperatures that we're experiencing, although the lack of a back door might be the issue there.
Might be too watertight.
Yeah. Wow, I would love to find out more information about that monster truck, where it was stretched. And
these people are really chill, Eddie. I mean, it looks like quite the wild ride, but they're just like, yeah, okay, we're in the back of a stretched monster truck, almost turning over here.
Yeah. I'm waiting to see him pop some wheelies.
Yeah, at DMP round 1. So you can see the Instagram there and have a look as we have a score for Dominik Pawłowski dropping in. It's 85.5, Eddie.
Yeah, 85.5. So as you say, Mike, you can imagine it did look a little bit slow, but obviously a big score as we get a wave from Vadim Poshpishny, the Ukrainian in his S14. No.
Yes. Oh, he's supposed to be in an S14 if, let's just double check our notes here.
May just have a different vehicle.
Yeah, it's this is a GR86, so this will be Simon.
Simon Suevma.
Yep.
Suevma. So sorry, I was just skipping over one of the drivers there. So the Estonian in his 700 brake horsepower GR86. Really loving the style of this car and doing a nice job of getting around the circuit there.
Very Japanese.
Very Japanese.
Yeah, very Japanese library. Loving that, making all the correct noises as well. The 700 brake horsepower under the bonnet there for the 2017 and 2023 Estonian champ and the Baltic Semi-Pro champ in 2023 as well. So lots of feathers under the cap here of Simon.
Yeah, as we take an opportunity to look back at the replay and yeah, I mean, doing a really solid job just filling those outer zones and tucks the nose in quite nicely there for inside zone 3. Gets on that outer line and just hugs the wide line the whole way around. No wheel drops, just comes away from it towards the end and across the line. So yeah, really solid run from Simon Suevma.
As we watch back once more on the replay here, judges loving the livery here, I think, as well, as we see the left foot brake there being employed. But once again, lots of wheel drops here happening. Looking like everybody is getting caught out with the increasing temperatures and maybe the resultant slight drop off in adhesion on the edge of the circuit. As we see the fantastic shots here with you know, lots of people here already, Eddie. It's only qualification day here at DMP Round 1. Tomorrow is game day, of course, with top 16 battles for semi-pro and the big top 32 battles here for the pro class, which we're watching right now.
Yeah, it's going to be an action-packed day as we see that score dropping in now from Simon. It's a 93.5, 93.5 for Simon Suevma. And he jumps right to the top of the order. He's going to be absolutely delighted with that as we go back to the start line, where it is Simus Tikas, the Cypriot, in his 2JZ powered E36. He's a two-time Cypriot champion. Big lover of cars from childhood, and he's going to be a big lover of this run. If he can get it into that outside zone through that first section, nicely does it, but a little bit of a strange approach to that that initiation from where I was watching, but nicely through outside zone 2. Now tucks the nose of that E36 in for that inner zone, flicks it back nicely, gets it set up and back hard on the power and ready for the long pull into outside zone 4 and across the line. Another big run there, Mike.
Yeah, a big run. I know there's a good few guys at home in Ireland watching this, tuning in with great interest, and they're going to be loving this E36 from Simos here. Beautiful styling. Really nice lap overall, as I ponder how much of a feeder series this is for the Drift Masters European Championship, with all the nationalities we have coming here to compete in Central Europe at DMP. Really the top level domestic championship that you could possibly imagine these days. And I'm really liking this run here from Simos. It's, it's not really anything that you're going to write home about. It's just consistent. It's just what the judges want to see. It's a perfect first qualifier run. Put in the banker.
What we call it back home a solid run.
Solid run, exactly. Just put in the banker lap for your first one. Don't put yourself under pressure for your second run. Don't do anything crazy. Get a good score on the board that you know is going to get you into the show, and then go crazy on the second run, which we will be seeing in a while.
Well, it's a 93, Mike. Nothing crazy, says you, and it's enough for second position. Misses out on top spot by 0.5, and Simos Tikas is going to be absolutely delighted with that as we go back to the start line, where it is Łukasz Wróblewski from Poland in his E92 M50 powered B31, 800 brake horsepower at his disposal. As he gets the green light, we are go.
What an interesting engine build this is. Absolutely crazy stuff.
Yeah, incredible, crazy. Oh,
too much engine, possibly.
Too much engine, Mike, as you say. Yeah, too much engine and too much carbon Kevlar. And yeah, big mistake through that first section, unfortunately for Łukasz, which will mean more than likely a big fat 0 for him on his first run. As you can see, he's frustrated and angry now, judging by the style of driving that we're seeing from here. Well, he's going to have it all to do on his second run as we get an opportunity to just look back at that initiation.
Yeah, sorry, Eddie, I was saying if he can do that kind of transition he did in anger there into the last zone, in the next run and hold it. I think he's on for a winning score, but unfortunately he was already on a 0 at that stage. So yeah, I mean, this chassis as well, Eddie, and you know, the E92, love that transition almost backwards into outer zone 4. The E92 chassis looking all the world like the new Silvia. So yeah, it's great to see it, but unfortunately not working so far.
Yeah, not working, as you say, for Wukash, and we get it official from the judges. That will be a 0, so a 0 for Wukash, and he's going to have some work to do now as we go back to the start line. Of course, we are missing Daniel Pelican, unfortunately, as he had engine failure. As we go back to the start line, where it is Bartholomew Ovcharek. So Bartholomew Ovcharek in the M2 Coyote powered M2, 800 brake horsepower. Not the best line through that first section, but gets back into the rhythm here now as he settles that car and sets it up nicely for the inner zone. Looked to back out of it maybe just a little bit hesitant as he came through that section, and it's cost him as he comes into outside zone 4, a little bit too hot and heavy, drops a couple of wheels and across the line.
Yeah, 20 years in drifting is Bartholomew, and it's you know, it's a long time ago, he said, since he trained under the guidance of the legendary Paul Vlasbaum in the Netherlands. But still in competition. Great to see him here in the 700 brake horsepower M2.
Yeah, an interesting fact, he imported the first ever S15 into Poland from Japan, owned and raced by Kiichi Tsuchiya in D1 GP. And he's the founder of the first drift school in Poland, so absolutely loves the sport. He's kind of like, you know, the Polish version of Dave Egan, you would almost say, you know, importing crazy cars and setting up drift schools and yeah, the likes. So been around the game for a long time, since back in 2005, Mike, as you say. But I don't think that was the run that Bart would have been looking for.
No, and remember, once again, guys, it's so important to qualify highly, because if you qualify in first position today, it means that you face off against a 32nd place qualifier tomorrow. So it is a score dropping in, Eddie.
Yeah, 67 for Bart. So he will. He's inside those top 32 spots at the moment, but unfortunately that won't be unlikely to be enough. So we move it on to Artem Huzva, the Ukrainian from the Ukrainian in his S14.
The Ukrainian from the Ukraine?
The Ukrainian from the Ukraine, yeah, there you go. So brain is in overload at the moment, Mike, so here we go.
Hot.
Yeah, it's hot, and just like this run from Artem, who is absolutely blitzing through the circuit here. He is absolutely on one as he looks to just power through the course as quick as he can, but he's on a really strong line as well. Throws on a big boatload of angle there, and it catches him through the final zone and starts to make a few errors as he crosses the line.
Yeah, really aggressive run there from Artem Huzva, but I thought he was on a really, really great score up until he went through the last transition. You know, he just had a little bit too much aggression. We'll get to it in a second on the replay here as we watch him now making his way onto the outside of zone 2. Maybe not perfect line, but huge aggression and commitment through the run, which is being judged by David Callis, the style judge. Now, from here on, it just went a little bit wrong for him as he dropped a wheel, maybe 2, over the line, and will definitely get marks down from our line judge there, Mateusz Jedzic. And of course, Karol Jabłonski on angle as well. 40 points for the line, 30 points for the angle, and 30 points for style. The style points being split between 15 for fluidity and 15 for commitment through the course.
Well, and Mike, I got to give you full points for your commitment to the names of the judges. I haven't been brave enough to chance them, so
I'm on that one.
You're absolutely on it. So
myself and ChatGPT had a good chat about that last night.
God bless ChatGPT and AI. Where would we be without it? But yeah, so we await the score for Artem Huzva to drop in. Yeah, I think, look, there's some mistakes in there, Mike. Certainly nothing that he can't clean up. It's a 73.5 for Artem. So, you know, he's there or thereabouts as we move on to our next driver. It's Kamil Olbrich. And yeah, BMW M2, 800 brake horsepower. Best finish was 2024 33rd. So looking for a stronger season here in the semi-pro category.
Straight line entry.
Straight line entry, as you say, Mike, and it costs him because he drops 2 wheels off through that first section. As really like the styling of this car. It's a very NASCAR kind of style, and yeah, right now Camille just not having it work out properly for him, but he gets back in it. Very quick and aggressive driving style, but it's just catching him on the line, Mike, and I think that's going to affect the score. But wow, talk about exciting.
Well, I know what happened, Eddie. NASCARs can only turn left.
That's what it is, Mike, yeah. So that's why it was such a struggle through that first section, but outside zone 2, yeah, no problem for Camille. All left-hander from there.
Yeah, absolutely. No problem on the lefts. Well, no, a big mistake on entry, unfortunately, all jokes aside for Camille there. I mean, this is the pro class. It is, again, the probably strongest domestic championship in Europe, to be honest about it, and there is no room for error in this class. It is absolutely cutthroat in terms of qualification. We have 40 plus drivers going for 32 spaces, and unfortunately I don't think that's going to be enough to get him a qualification score for that top 32 with those big mistakes.
Yeah, you know, you've referenced now this being one of the strongest national championships or domestic championships, and I think you're right. When you look at the sheer volume of pro drivers contending in this championship that are capable of such high scores, it's certainly something I haven't seen matched anywhere else, and that includes Ireland, where we do have a very, very strong Pro 2 scene in particular, but the pro grid maybe just lacks the strength, or well, not the strength, but certainly the depth that we can see here in Poland this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely.
So score dropping in, it's a 59.9 for Camille, and it's 16th position. So yeah, he'll sit there pretty for the moment, but he'll certainly have some work to do as we move it back to the start line, where it is Dariusz Fabisiak.
It is indeed in the S14.
Fabisiak, excuse me.
Yeah, you're doing okay, Eddie.
Yeah, Ford Barra engine, I believe, underneath the bonnet of this S14. Look at the styling, very aggressive. Love the rear wing on this, and love the entry too, as he throws big angle at it through that first section, but just can't find that extreme wide line that the judges are looking for. Gets the transition wrong as well, and unfortunately costs his line through the outside zone 2. Gets back in it now for outside zone 3. Can he finish in style? Drops a couple more wheels, and it's just not the room we were looking for as he crosses the line. But Dariusz, you know, giving it everything. Really love the look of that car, Mike. It's very aggressive looking, but it just couldn't pull it together there on that run for Dariusz.
Yeah, I mean, car built and serviced by CEST Performance. Looks super fast, actually, Eddie. I was just watching it there on the drift, and it's absolutely leapfrogging forward on the throttle. So I think if he does manage to tidy up his second qualification run and makes it to battles, he could be one to watch. But loads of mistakes creeping in there, dropping wheels just offline all over the place. So unfortunately for Dariusz, it's not going to be enough, I would say, once again, for top 32 qualification, as we hear the helicopter overhead, Eddie.
Yeah, started his career in quarter mile racing, and the car 1,014 Newton meters of torque, and nicknamed Baska. So you know, good racing kind of runs through the veins. Good you know, motorsport heritage there, and but unfortunately for Dariusz, as we see the score dropping in, it's a 52. And it's 17th temporarily, but I imagine as we move through the order, 20 drivers down out of 50 here as we go back to the start line, where it's Krzysztof Józwak.
You're on pronunciation, Eddie, today. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I've been practicing all week. So all carbon Kevlar BMW M2 as he gets ready for a very aggressive attack of the circuit, but just lacking that little bit of impact and speed, Mike, which is going to impact the score as well as he looks to get into it now. Gets that car back on power nicely through outside zone 2. And the 2023 Polish Pro 2 champ and runner-up in 2024. So a lot of experience, a lot of silverware to his name, but maybe not the run that he was looking for. Just didn't seem to light up those tires through that first section, Mike. You can see some smoke from the car, but just didn't I don't know, maybe did he slow down a little bit on the way into that first section and just costing him in the line?
Well, we don't have tire data for each driver, but I do know that competitors in the pro class are allowed to run a 285 maximum with rear semi-slick racing tire. Now, we stuck the old, we did the fingernail test on some of these earlier, Eddie, and they are super soft.
Yeah.
Now, it is a hot day as well, extremely hot, but these tires are very soft. But I'm not sure what tire he's running. He did look to be quite slow through the course. Now, that said, speed is not in itself itself a judging criteria. It is, of course, line, angle and style, which is split once again between fluidity and commitment. So whether he's fast or slow, it's not going to really affect his score.
Yeah, but I suppose the speed does kind of come into it under the commitment side of things.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So
and it looks good as well, its impact. And
exactly, yeah. So it adds to your style. So it speed, while it's not essentially, it's not addressed in its own right, it does really come under the style element of the scoring. So
we see the big, huge Strongflex engine mounts there on the track, or gearbox mount, inflatable. Very, very cool.
So the score drops in. It's a 79. So 79 for Krzysztof.
Yep, so 79 might see him good enough for battle action, Eddie, possibly later, I'm not sure, but we'll have to see. Look at this livery, Eddie, look at this van. What
crazy.
A beautiful car.
Really beautiful, you're right. Yeah, Piotr Stanchak, the that E82, 750 brake horsepower, 42nd last season, Mike, so he's looking for an improvement on it this year. And yeah, really nice through that first section. Could have been a little bit deeper if we're going to be critical through the first section, but in that zone, no, regardless, stays in outside zone too long. That's going to make tricky for inside zone 3, but makes it work. Gets himself into outside zone 4, and you know what? Overall, Mike, a really strong line throughout the course. Certainly some areas where he can brush up on and make corrections for his second run later on this afternoon. But I think, yeah, big mistake through the first section. Very late kind of getting that into that deep section of outside zone 1, but from there really starts to make it work.
Yeah, and very, very fast as well. Speaking of speed, notice that the car once again had a lot of grip, very, very quick through the course. So should he qualify for battle action tomorrow, I think he'll definitely be one to watch if he can tidy up the line. But as you mentioned, Eddie, a couple of significant mistakes creeping in early in the run there. The line worth 40 points, split of course within the 4 sections, 11 for zone 1, 11 for zone 2, 7 for zone 3 just, and 11 once again for zone 4. So the line making up a huge proportion of the score there, and you have to imagine that of those 11 points in the first 2 zones, he was bleeding off quite a lot.
Yeah, and when you add to that, if you're offline, you're likely not going to be as fluid throughout the course, so you're really kind of getting hit in 2 different sections as well. So I think for Piotr, it's going to really affect the score, but it's an 82.5, so enough good things in there to get himself into the 80s. And if he can make those small corrections, we could well see him going right up into the 90s on the second run. Certainly has the capability of doing so. So when we go back to the start line, it should be Timur Lipski and the 19-year-old Ukrainian in his 2JZ powered S14.
Yeah, already drifting 5 years at the age of 19.
So I do believe we have an interview down on the track. So we are going to throw it down, and yeah, we'll be back to you in just a moment.
Krótka przerwa techniczna, żeby domalować linię na trasie, bo to bardzo ważne punkty odniesienia dla kierowców, żeby jak najlepiej trafiali w zonę. Ale człowiek obok mnie też tych zon szuka i ja myślę, Grzesiek, że masz trochę łatwiejsze zadanie, żeby to zobaczyć, ale zaraz o tym powiemy. Grzegorz Mądry, Madrek razem z nami. Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry, witam.
Mówię, że Grzesiek ma troszeczkę łatwiej, dlatego że on siedzi dużo wyżej, bo jest drifterem, który jeździ ciężarówką do driftu, którą sam przygotowałeś. Zacznijmy od tego, czy faktycznie widzisz więcej?
Tak, na pewno więcej, bo w aucie osobowym gdzieś siedzimy, można powiedzieć, tak 50-70 centymetrów dużo niżej, a ja mam trochę tu wyżej. Ale też mam ograniczony tą punkt widzenia, bo mam też szybę zaklejoną, żeby bardziej się skupić na torze, niż na coś, gdzie się coś z boku dzieje.
Albo na widokach, czy na niebie.
Dokładnie tak.
Natomiast zakładam, że to ci trochę pomaga w jeździe w parach, bo ty też jeździsz w parach z osobówkami. Jaka to jest perspektywa? Na pokazach oczywiście czasami, bo jeszcze nie wymyślili zawodów driftingowych ciężarówkami, chociaż osobiście chciałabym to zobaczyć.
No tak jak mówisz, tutaj troszkę, jeżeli auto osobowe do mnie się dokleja, to troszkę jest też kierowca, który jedzie, właśnie próbuje się do mnie dokleić, to trochę ma takie wrażenie, bo koło, które od ciężarówki widzi, patrząc na lewą stronę, to ma na wysokości głowy. No to,
Potwierdzam.
dokładnie, no to wiesz, trochę takie ryzyko jest doklejenia, żebym go nie uderzył tym kołem.
To prawda. Przyznam się Państwu szczerze, że próbowaliśmy z Grześkiem jeździć w któregoś lata razem ze sobą bokiem i to było wyzwanie faktycznie, bo Ty jedziesz dużo wolniej, chociaż dalej jest szeroko, ale było trudno się za Tobą utrzymać.
Tak, dokładnie też dużo drifterów mi to powtarza, że właśnie ja trochę zwalniam ten drift, taki robię slow-mo w drifcie, jak to mówią kolokwialnie. I dlatego oni muszą kopać w sprzęgło, żeby wiesz,
Tak.
prędkość dobrać i wiesz.
Jest taki moment faktycznie, że już myślisz, że jestem doklejona idealnie do Ciebie i potem nagle się okazuje, że Ty jedziesz dalej, a mnie już zaczyna obracać faktycznie. trzeba było
Dokładnie
walczyć.
tak.
Ale to jest fajne, widowiskowe. Zresztą bardzo dużo ludzi bardzo lubi Cię oglądać. Powiedz mi, skąd w ogóle ten pomysł i jak Ty zbudowałeś tą ciężarówkę? Czy to było duże wyzwanie, czy wcale nie do końca?
No jeżeli chodzi o to auto, to wiesz, może pomysł nie powstał spontaniczny. Będąc na jednych zawodów widziałem podobnie zbudowane auto i pomyślałem, dlaczego nie spróbować coś takiego zrobić, a tym bardziej, że jestem warsztatem, który naprawiamy na co dzień takie auta ciężarowe. I dlatego no, może nie było dla nas jakimś mocnym wyzwaniem. Troszkę problem był ze znalezieniem bazy pod to auto, bo tak jak widzisz, ten samochód jest trochę niższy niż tak zwany, jak to każdy mówi, tir tak zwany, tak? Ciągnik siodłowy tir. Bardzo wyższe są standardowe, a to jest bardzo niższe auto, bo tak auto pochodzi spod autolawety Lory. No i po prostu znając trochę budowę tych samochodów, na co dzień mówię, naprawiamy te auta, także zrobiliśmy takie auto do driftu.
Czyli gdybyście się zastanawiali, jak zbudować ciężarówkę do driftu, to proszę bardzo, trzeba zacząć raczej wybierać te ciągniki z autolawet.
Dokładnie, spod tak zwanej autolawety Lory.
Okej. Zawieszenie gwintowane, rozumiem, tam jest jakieś sztywniejsze.
Tu można powiedzieć taki gwint a la pneumatyka, bo to jest bardziej na pneumatyce. Auta ciężarowe bazują większość na pneumatyce i dlatego mam możliwość sobie ustawiania tego przodu, tyłu w różnych konfiguracjach.
Okay.
No i mogę tak na tak zwaną, mówiąc kolokwialnie, zrobić glebę z niego, tak?
Okej. Jak mówiłeś o tym, że zajmujesz się na co dzień serwisem takich ciężarówek, to zaśmiałam się pod nosem, bo pomyślałam sobie, że akurat na półce leżał mi ręczny do ciężarówki, akurat na półce leżało mi turbo. Tam pamiętam, że masz jedno rozwiązanie, chyba właśnie na turbo, żeby nie było turbodziury w tym samochodzie, jeżeli dobrze pamiętam. Rozmawialiśmy o takim wątku.
Tak, tam mamy troszkę taki zakombinowany pod pedałem gazu, mamy tak zwany kick down, który w momencie wciskając gaz w tak zwaną podłogę uruchamia taki zawór, który dotryskuje nam dodatkowo jeszcze mieszankę powietrza do turbiny, żeby bardziej to auto wstawało, nie było takiej turbodziury.
A powiedz mi, jest więcej takich projektów w Polsce, że na przykład masz szansę pokroić pary z drugą ciężarówką?
No bardzo nie. Było w Warszawie tutaj, później to auta sprzedali, te auta na tą chwilę, co wiem, to jeżdżą na takim placu pokazowym i nie wyjeżdżają nigdzie. Także na tą chwilę to już będzie 10. sezon, którym autem latamy i na razie nikt jeszcze takiej nie zrobił nam dobrej, mocnej konkurencji.
Ja bardzo bym chciała zobaczyć to naprawdę. To byłby drifting na zupełnie wyższym i większym levelu. Powiedz mi, jak twoje wrażenia z przejazdu po tej trasie?
Bardzo fajnie, ładna trasa, równa, szybkie 2 zakręty, ładna ta ostatnia patelnia, no i przede wszystkim przy tej ostatniej patelni kibice, trybuny, no to robi wrażenie.
Prawda. A powiedz mi, jak jechałeś, to nie miałeś problemu jest rozpęd, pierwsza zona i taka dziwna przekładka, bo tam jest kawałek prostej. Jak sobie cię
No tak, tylko że wiesz, tu troszkę u mnie jest inaczej, bo ja, tak jak wcześniej wspomniałem, u mnie ten drift troszkę taki wolniejszy, taki slow-mo. I wiesz, ja sobie mogę pozwolić robić fajny efekt, dużo dymu i po prostu ten ciągnik prowadzić sobie tak jak chcę, tak? I dlatego to nie było może dla mnie mocnym takim wyzwaniem, tylko że wiesz, no ja też nie mogę tego samochodu wpuścić dużo mocniej w większą prędkość, bo niestety ten samochód waży prawie 6 ton i jest problem już później w następnym tak zwanym winklu się wywinąć. No.
Żeby się przełożyć.
Tak, dokładnie, bo już później siła środkowa już ten auto wypycha z toru po prostu.
No to naprawdę wygląda to faktycznie faktycznie można sobie pomyśleć, że w slow-mo jak się jedzie, to wszystko się
Tak.
takie łatwe, a trzeba jednak pomyśleć i uważać. No i bawić się masą w takim razie
Tak,
też.
dokładnie,
Super.
tak.
Grzesiek, bardzo Ci dziękuję. Super historia. Wy oczywiście zerknijcie na sociale Grześka Madreksa Mądrego. No i Grzesiek, my się widzimy jutro jeszcze tutaj.
Tak, nie ma problemu.
Będą i tu w studio, ale i będziesz robił pokazy jutro. Super. Także do zobaczenia, a tymczasem przenieśmy się na plac, bo tam kolejne pokazy w wykonaniu młodego adepta driftingu, ale wcale nie amatorskiego absolutnie. Młody pelikan przed Państwem.
Well, there you have it. Fantastic to hear there from the driver of the crazy drift truck that we just saw on track there, Grześka Madrecka, I believe, and explaining there the trials and tribulations, Eddie, of trying to drift a truck around this DMP Round 1 track. And I do believe that we have a special run on track.
Yeah, from I believe Pelican Jr. And yeah, so really great to see a young gun come out on track here in this incredibly fast E46, and it's a shame to think that this car isn't competing here this weekend, Mike, because this guy's absolutely lit through the course, drops a couple of wheels across the line, and very impressive pass up the circuit.
Yeah, just to get us back going.
Just to get us going, let us warm back up again.
After the lines were painted there. Good interview as well, of course, translated into English there as well on the stream and text.
I'm not sure if I picked up correctly, that truck weighs 6 tons, Mike.
6 tons, yeah, drifting a truck with a huge spoiler on it that weighs 6 tons, and keeping it on the straight and narrow with all the chassis flex and everything. I'm sure that's on that through the course, which is a crazy work.
Yeah, I think it'd be a great opportunity to try and get a word with the owner at some stage and really just have a look through the engineering that goes into a build like that, because we're so used to seeing it in drift cars, not so much in trucks, and not very often that you're in the same paddock as one. So
absolutely,
we are back on the line.
We are
and
indeed
ready to go again, and it is Timur Lipski, the Ukrainian 19-year-old 2JZ S14, 900 brake horsepower, and saw this car in practice earlier on. Really incredibly well put together S14. Really nice through that first section for Timur as he looks to try and find that perfect qualifying run here at round 1 of the DMP Championship for 2026. Of course, 4 rounds this season, and all important to get off to a good start. And Timur Lipski, as he drops a wheel, you know what, really strong run, Mike, gets off to a good start, but there are some mistakes in there.
Yeah, really liking the style there on the way in from Timur, as he used the throttle just to keep the car on track there. Very aggressive style. Came away a little bit early from 1, and as a result then got caught out a little bit on the way into 2. Beautiful shots there from the drone. Those wheels looking absolutely fantastic as they spin around under the power here of the Silvia. Now full throttle once again as he enters zone 4. And maybe, like you said, Ed, just flirting, dropping a wheel there and across the line. But looking really good out there with the 2J powered 900 brake horsepower-ish, I believe, S14 in the hands of a 19-year-old Eddie. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, I mean, this car, I think the Pavel Korpelinski has had a big say in this, in the helping of setting up this. Or it's very similar setup to Pavel Korpelinski's car. It's he's drifting since the age of 14, Mike, but it's first time in DMP as we await the score to drop in. He's never qualified higher than 3rd position, but he has managed the 3rd position qualification spot in the past. So can he replicate or even better that here this weekend as the score drops in? Not on this run, it's a 78.5, enough for 13th position for Timur Lipski.
Yes, and now on the line it is a man known as DJ Lucky Boy, or Bobber, which is a translation of Bieber, I believe. It is, you going to pronounce it, Eddie?
Yeah, it's Lukáš Serrada, the Czech Republican, in his 350Z. Normally drives an E92 with a 2JZ underneath the bonnet, but he's got 440 brake horsepower at his disposal for qualifying here at round 1 due to mechanical issues with his first car. But Mikey's doing a really solid job pedaling this thing as he drops wheels, as he goes so hard into outside zone 2 now. Looks to get that perfect transition back through the inside zone at 3. Hooks it back up for outside zone 4, gets the foot down on that throttle, and across the line he goes. Big run there from the bobber.
Yeah, from Lukáš. I mean, I'm going to call it already, Eddie. It's possibly the lowest powered car on the grid, but after that run, which just looks so controlled, I'm going to call him as a dark horse for battles tomorrow already.
Yeah.
He might not have the pace, but he definitely has the control. It's always a great sign of a driver when you can watch him and he looks like he's just like way ahead of the car. He's not reacting, he's being proactive.
Yeah, 100%, Mike, I agree. And you know what? He's done a lot of drifting in Ibisu as well. So, but look, as we say, this is, his second car, his practice car, and look at the line. A lot of drivers with double the horsepower not been able to get through the circuit as well as we saw Lukasz do there, and I'm expecting a big score here, Mike. Maybe not something that's going to threaten top spot, but certainly going to be up there in the 80s.
I was just going to say, I think he's around hovering about top 5 on this score, possibly.
Definitely,
here.
Well, we're about to find out what you and me know here, Mike. But
we are.
As we get ready for the judges to drop those scores in. There have been some big scores in the 80s, so top 5, even with a big score in the 80s, might not be realistic.
Look at the burnout box there, Eddie, just covered in rubber, and drivers have only 60 seconds to get to the start line from once they enter the burnout box here in DMP. And also crucially for battle action tomorrow, they have 2 minutes in which to get back to the line after the first battle, so
and
keep an eye out for that.
More crucially, no 5-minute rules, Mike, as
no
well.
5-minute rules.
If you're
all action.
Yeah, all action. If you're not familiar with the 5-minute rules, in some championships drivers are allocated a 5-minute rule, which is 5 minutes if they have problems with the car. As we go back to the start line, it's a 92.5 fourth position, right inside the top 5, Mike. And you know what, right up there in the scoring. Huge run there from Łukasz as we move it back to the start line, where it is Artur Havrilenko.
Yeah, absolutely. The driver from Kyiv in the Ukraine making his way over here to Warsaw, flicks in the GT86. Beautiful style there, Eddie, on the initiation.
Yeah, really nice style, but doesn't fulfill that zone as deep as maybe some of the other drivers would have liked or have done before him, as he hooks it up now into outside zone 2, gets the nose of that just into inside zone 3, but then starts to drop a wheel now, and it shows how important it is to be good on that transition from outside zone 2 to inside zone 3 and then into outside zone 4, as we get an opportunity to look back at the replay here, Mike.
Yeah,
it started nice, but just as we say, not as deep into that zone as some of the other drivers before him.
Well, you're always playing the risk versus reward game, Eddie. You go for the big style entry, it gives you lots of angle, but it can result in you shallowing up your line. That's exactly what happened here with Artur, and unfortunately it cost him that outside line, and he almost totally missed zone 3 as well, which is technically the easiest clip on the track. Now it's worth the least amount of points as well to the judges as a result. Overall, it was still a good run, don't get me wrong, but with the speed of this car, which looks really hooked up, and with the entry that we saw in initiation, I was hoping for a little bit better. But I think he has in the second run, if he does the same initiation, brings up the precision, I think that we could have another top 5 score in the hands of Artur here.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. He's never managed to finish in a championship season better than 30th. So, he looks like a guy who has all the ability there, and perhaps just some small mistakes creeping in that costing him. But an 80.5 on that first run for Artur Havrilenko is going to put him in good stead here. And maybe 2026 is the year that he really gets himself together and moves up that championship order. As we move it back to the start line, where it's another Łukasz field check, the 46-year-old from Poland in his E46 M3 Turbo S54 B32, 800 brake horsepower as he leaves the line in a cloud of smoke, gets it nice and timid through that first section, gets it on angle, just comes out of that outside zone, maybe a fraction early as he looks to set it up, but I think that's going to be wheels dropped as he enters outside zone 2, and it certainly is. And this run starting to maybe get away from Łukasz just a little bit. They call him the burner.
And he's burning tyres here, Eddie.
He certainly is, Mike, as he just...
Lots of smoke.
Yeah.
Lots of smoke.
Yeah, my brain went into overdrive there. I forgot what I was trying to say. But yeah, look, kind of a tentative but almost steady start to the run, but it just starts to fall apart. And really like the styling of this car, but just, you see, wheels drop just on the entry into outside zone 2, then drops another wheel as he gets halfway through the zone. And Łukasz really was burning the whole way through it, but yeah, I mean, it's not a bad run, Mike. I just don't think it's technically perfect, and that's we have to compare these drivers to a perfect line.
Yeah, I mean, we have to. It's pro competition again in one of the top series you can get, so you have to be strict on them and have to separate them in from the boys, as it were. So, or the girls. as it might be here, because we have lots of female competitors here in DMP. But Łukasz says that the drifting isn't a hobby, it's a decision, a lifestyle, a commitment, and a constant struggle with yourself. And I think
Well, it's certainly
better
a
word
constant struggle with yourself, as he gets a score of 68, and he'll make struggle with that score later on this
look at
afternoon
this.
as we go back to the start line, where it's Maciej Jarkovic,
with a cuddly toy.
possibly one of the oldest drivers on our grid, 55 years of age, and here representing Poland in his 820 brake horsepower Nissan S14.
Burning the tyres off the line.
Yeah, I mean, look, geez, I mean, like a drag race off the line and straight into it. Yeah, maybe a little bit too much of a drag race as he drops some wheels through outside zone 1. Gets back into it now, and that's much better through outside zone 2 as he
Lots
looks
of
to try.
angle here.
Yeah, lots of angle as he needs to just try and dial it back a bit as he comes into outside zone 4. Another wheel dropped, and the mistake count just starting to creep up as he crosses the line.
Yeah, the boss kitted Mustang, or looking car there, Sylvia, of course, absolutely lighting the tyres all the way up. You'd think that he might have arrived in at the initiation point a little bit slower, but he looked to hook up the car, got lots of traction. Unfortunately, probably arrived a little bit hot into zone 1 and went way off, so the judge is going to absolutely knock him down for that.
Yeah, lots of speed and maybe just not enough wheel slip there through that first set, on that run up, and unfortunately costs Maciej.
Yeah, 55 years of age, Eddie.
Yeah,
Still going strong.
I mean,
yeah.
if I'm behind the wheel of an 820 brake horsepower boss kitted S14 when I'm 55 years of age, I'll be a happy man.
Absolutely.
So out there loving it, enjoying himself.
Be all good.
His interest in motorsport began in motorcycle racing and then moved to drifting. So his first drift car, Mike, a BMW Z3. And then he built a unique Supra in 2024. So he's no stranger to, the unique builds and to motorsport. But will he be a stranger to a big score here?
Yeah, I think he will. I think he will.
Yeah, I don't see it, Mike. I just don't. Not based off that run.
Yeah, I don't see it. And once again, qualification championship points on the line as well. 12 points for first position, 10 for second, etc. So lots of points on the board, but it's just 22nd position with a 66.5 there, unfortunately, for Maciej.
Yeah, so we go back to the start line and we skip over Michael Reichardt, who wasn't able to make it, unfortunately, and we go to Aleksandra Fia, the Polish driver, lovely lady who we spoke to in the pits earlier on. Really incredible carbon car, supercharged Coyote V8 underneath the bonnet of this S13. She had a top 20 finish in 2024 and absolutely rips through the circuit here in this carbon S13. Really nice line there. She comes from outside zone 2 into that inner zone 3, gets into outside zone 4 really early and then just stays there. But was there perhaps a couple of wheels dropped throughout the course? We take a look back at the replay, but a really fast run there from a really nice lady.
Yeah, super friendly in the pits. Super interesting build as well, as you said. Huge supercharger hanging off the side of that Coyote engine. And liking her style, maybe did drop a wheel there just as she entered 2, could have been wider in, but I thought overall on the initial look it looked like a very, very good run. On replay here, maybe spotting a couple of extra mistakes such as dropping a wheel there just before the outer zone 4, but I think she's really precise here on the outside line, maybe just flirting with dropping a wheel once again, but I don't think overall it was a bad run, maybe just a little bit more precision and a little bit more impact on initiation, and she's on to a big score.
Yeah, absolutely, entirely agree with that. And I think it's going to be a reasonably good score regardless here, Mike. I think what you're alluding to is that there's certainly more out on the course there for her. But I think the judges, we're kind of nitpicking. An 80.5, so 12th position, so she's right up there, and she's going to be delighted with that. That's exactly what you want on your first run.
Yeah.
So Alexandra Ola, very happy as we see Dominic Corr now in the Opel GT, 2JZ underneath the bonnet.
Well, the last time I saw an Opel GT in the hands of a Polish driver, it was Pavel Trela in Mondello Park many months ago.
Yes, that's a long time ago, Mike. You're making me feel old. It's the world's only drift-adapted Opel GT, and here we go. So Dominic Corr, another household name in Poland drift scene, and just not getting into outside zone 2 as early as he would have liked. Gets it back together now for inside zone 3 and makes that transition early, but Mike, just look at the pace there as he catches him, drops a couple of wheels, and again a scrappy run for Dominic Corr. And yeah, I mean, another driver that's left points out there.
Yeah, a good few points left out on the track there by Dominic. Lots of aggression though, really liking his commitment in the ice spot, cold as ice there. Beautiful livery on that car, icicles hanging from the end plates of the spoiler. But you know, like you said, Eddie, lots of aggression. You're always playing the game between risk versus reward in drifting. I think he took the risk, didn't reap the rewards, went off track there, and it's catching so many drivers out, Eddie. Everybody seems to be dropping wheels here, and I guess you can tell them all you want. You can, you know, refer to all the runs that went before them, but they're still going to go back to muscle memory from practice this morning.
They certainly are, but it's also very difficult on a track like this, you know, in its kind of car park layout, to find your reference points as well, and it does present a challenge to drivers. You know, usually
you're very low as well.
Yeah, so with like a race track, you know, you'd have the curbs. It's a little bit easier just to kind of pick your points. So perhaps that causing a problem for some of the drivers here as well. But yeah,
Trivia time, Eddie. Who piloted one of these chassis, a sister chassis to this, a GM chassis in Formula Drift?
I'm going to say, was it Darren McNamara?
It was. I'm disappointed you got it, but I thought I'd catch you on that one.
I knew where that was going from the moment you opened your mouth.
I was getting that from Eddie all weekend.
No more trivia now for the rest of the...
I'll get you yet. So Dominic Kerr with a score dropping in of 65.5 as we come back to Poland, leave Formula Drift, and he will have to improve, Eddie, on the second one as we go back to the line. There's an S13 on the line. Look at it, purging the nitrous.
Purging the nitrous, yeah. Marek Wartałowicz, yeah. It's a difficult one to say. PS13, 850 brake horsepower in that purge of nitrous. And is this the same car that we saw in the Pro 2 earlier on, or just a carbon copy of it, Mike?
A sister, I would believe, because not two competitors cannot drive the same car.
Yeah, that's correct, yeah. So both on the Motul drift team.
Yeah, beautiful looking car here, and full commitment through the track here. Big angle into zone 4 there, but maybe not, once again, the perfect line there from
certainly
Marek.
lacking some of that technical, you know, I suppose, expertise that
we are nitpicking, Eddie.
We are, yeah.
We are being very precise here.
And it's not that we're being critical of the drivers. It's just kind of comparing to what the judges have laid down in briefing as the perfect run through this course. You can see getting into those zones, but could be a little bit deeper, so that's going to bleed some points. And yeah, again, not a bad job. Nice through inside zone 3. Gets back on it here, and yeah, does a nice job through outside zone 4, but just towards the end of the zone, just starts to leave it a little bit early, Mike. And again, that's going to hurt the score. So,
well, we have to paint a picture of the heat that's here, Eddie. Inside in the cars, it's well over 40 degrees, 50 degrees, and I think there was a temperature gauge in a car in practice, and it hit almost 60 degrees in car. So it's very difficult after maybe lots of late nights, not eating maybe healthy food either for a few nights, you know, getting the car ready, traveling a long way, to then have the mindset and the concentration to keep a perfect run in this kind of heat.
And you know, it's very easy, Mike, to forget that these are just, well, look, there's a score of 83. So 83, so as we say, the difference there with those mistakes that we spoke about is that could have been up towards the 90s as we go back to the start line.
What a view. What a view. Look
what
at
a view is right. LSX V8 supercharged at 0.8 bar, 1100 newton meters of torque, 1000 brake horsepower. Karolina Pilarczyk, the Polish driver in this incredible S15, absolutely guns it off the start line. It's a straight line entry. Can she hold it now? We've seen this not work out for other drivers, but no problem for Karolina as she absolutely blitzes through that first section now, gets it back on angle, slows it down a little bit through outside zone 2, looks to make the flick of that S15, get the nose, just gets one of those wheels into the inner zone at inner zone 3, drops a wheel as she enters outside zone 4, just comes away from it a little bit early, but across the line with her for a big run there from Karolina Pilarczyk.
Yeah, right from when she blew kisses to the camera there on the start line, I knew we were in for a show. Carolina not disappointing at all, firing the Silvia into the first corner and lighting up the rears to cover the arena here in the Ptak Warsaw Expo in smoke. And you know, Eddie, up until the last zone, I think she was pretty much perfect, you know, in terms of not dropping any major wheels or anything. But I think as you mentioned in the last zone there, she just came away a little bit early if we are to be very technical, but it's still going to be a good score.
Yeah, it certainly is, and she's the 2023 Polish drift champion in the women's class. She's the first ever female competitor in drifting in Poland as well, so she's got some accolades to her name.
We won't say her age because you never give away a lady's age, Eddie.
No, and I think I accidentally did that earlier on, and I need to, hopefully somebody was there with with the bleeper, to bleep it out. But yeah, exactly. So
as she reverses into the pits, look at that beautiful pink livery on the pit there.
Yeah, and loads of merch there available. So if you're planning on coming here this weekend, and so many drivers have their merch available, and lots of cool designs. I'll be certainly grabbing some of it myself and bringing it back to Ireland with me. Obviously need to watch the weight for our bag on the way home. So score drops in. It's a 78 and 19th position for Karolina.
Look at this, Eddie. What a shot as we hear the engine absolutely sucking air, almost sucking in the camera there. A Mercedes 190E with 800 brake horsepower. Eddie, who is it?
Oh yeah, it's a M104 6-cylinder Mercedes engine, and it's Tomasz Magyar.
Oh no.
Oh, he shuts it down, Mike.
He shuts it down. Maybe he used all his fuel at the start line revving.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, out of fuel. No, I'm joking. Unfortunately, Tomasz running into problems there. I was really looking forward to seeing this on track, a 190E Mercedes drifting, but unfortunately, I don't know, is it something as simple as a boost pipe, hopefully?
Nicknamed Terror Benz, and yeah, just making it official, that will be a 0 for...
Nickname what, sorry?
Terror Benz.
Okay.
So it used to have a diesel engine.
Right. Like the Black Smoke Racing?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So I think it was nicknamed the Terror Benz. You can see it just on his boot spoiler there.
Yeah, unfortunately. Hopefully it's just like a boost pipe. He does seem to have drive, obviously, and seems to be able to get back to the pits. Yeah. Okay, we move it along. Pictures of another big turbo under the hood.
Yeah,
famous name.
Yeah, Peter Utassi, the Hungarian, S13.
Yeah, well-known name in drifting. Peter Utassi, ready to leave the line. 700 brake horsepower ready.
Yeah, for the multiple Hungarian champion.
Flicks it in.
Very aggressive as he snaps that car to angle, but it costs him massively through that first section as he just misses that entire first outside zone. Now he gets it back on that perfect line, throws big angle at it though as he comes out of outside zone 2, sets himself up for that inner zone at 3, but he comes way offline there for the entry into outside zone 4, makes it work, and across the line he goes.
Yeah, very impressive in terms of aggression from Peter Utassi, but I think that was more of a second qualifier run when you've already had your banker in rather than the first run. Taking all the risks on the first run is very brave, and it's very commendable to chance that, but it didn't work out. Unfortunately, he went very shallow on the first one here, as we see in the replay. Then he's in completely the wrong position to have a nice fluid transition into 2. Does get into the right part of the track and then does dial on the angle, so he's pretty much nice bang on through 2, perfect what the judges want to see, but entered it completely incorrectly. 3 was good, again not a huge scoring zone, gets the car rotated, but rotates a little bit too far to the left of the track, and then uses the sheer and utter power of the car to get back online. Not a terrible run by any means, lots of aggression, but I think sacrificing an awful lot of points in zone 1 especially.
Yeah, can't fault you on any of that, Mike. I have to say, I was looking for opportunities to trip you up at every word you spoke. But
I'm sure they'll come up for the rest of the weekend.
So we await just the scores to drop in here for Peter Utassi, the Hungarian, and yeah, we're working through the order.
Look at the size of this event centre already in the background as well. It is a huge, it's one of the biggest in Central Europe.
Yeah, so score drops in. It's an 80 dead and 16th position for Peter Utassi. So nice score as we go back to the start line, where it's an absolutely monstrous twin turbo S15 with 1,000 brake horsepower. Piotr Kowalski, the 2022 and 2023 Drift Kings and Cypriot champion, the 2023 Drift Open champion as well, and in this crazy S15 build, comes firing into that first section, nicely does it as he negotiates outside zone 1 with pure precision, gets on that wide line through outside zone 2, stays in it there now, and tucks it back in, maybe approaches inside zone 3 from the wrong angle, and it costs him a little bit as he enters outside zone 4, but hammers the throttle and he gets across the line.
Yeah, really liking that as a first run. Pretty much, you know, with 2 turbos sticking out of the bonnet. You know, such a crazy car. I was expecting a crazy run, but it was actually very, very controlled, very thoughtful, really measured there from Piotr, and I really liked just the fact that he didn't try to do anything absolutely crazy on the first one, even though obviously that's what we want to see on a second qualifying run. But just keeping it nice and measured, using all the torque, using all of that 1,000 brake horsepower to place the car exactly where he wanted to. Gets it rotated here, maybe a tiny bit inside zone 3 with the front right wheel. Judges want to see it right on the edge of the line. As a result, it might have just caught him out in 3 to 4 if we're being really technical to get a 100-point run. But overall, I think, yeah, really good score, and he's going to see himself in the top 10 easily with this run, I think.
Yeah, but he does give private drift lessons as well. So
you could do that, Eddie.
I certainly could, Mike, absolutely. I'm not sure there's enough money in the world to pay anybody to do it, is the problem, but yeah, as we get those overhead shots, and you do see
the Warsaw Water Park on the bottom of the shot.
Warsaw Water Park, yeah. They're adding slides tomorrow, Mike, I believe.
Well, the organisers have left basically a hose just running out there because it is so hot here that people are just sometimes going over to the hose, getting some of the water spray on the body and cooling it down.
It actually looks as though it's been taken away. Has it been moved or it's been taken away? Because I don't see it. I see the leftover water, but I don't see the hose.
The water won't be there long today, Eddie.
No, certainly not. Certainly very quick to evaporate. So we still await that score for Piotr to drop in. And it is
what do
76.
I know? What do I know? Judge not liking something there. So, yeah. Maybe not the perfect run.
So on the start line, it should be Samuel Mladenov.
It is indeed.
Yeah, it is E92. 2JZ underneath the bonnet, very aggressive out of the traps there as he gets the green light. Really loved it again, just really nicely designed car as he whips it into that first section, gets onto that deep outside line, and this is shaping up to be a really strong run. If he can keep this going, snaps it back into outside zone 2, and again, very measured, very calculated, very precise through that section, nicely as he comes into inside zone 3, throws angle at it, just starts to make some mistakes through the latter stages and across the line, Mike. And do you know what? Apart from an odd wheel dropping outside zone 4, that was a really strong run.
Yeah, I thought we were looking at a possible top 3 here with the aggression from the Slovakian, but as you said there, a little mistake at the end might cost him. Hugely aggressive transition here. If you watch it right now between 1 and 2, snaps the BMW back on, drops a wheel while doing it, but it won't be a big deduction. Did have a little bit of a correction I saw from the other angle as he entered zone 2, but nothing major. Now full throttle in slow motion here, beautiful scenes from the drone shot. Pretty much perfect on 3. Now it all started to unravel slightly here for the 22-year-old as he enters 4, but just doesn't get on the power, doesn't get the car rotated quite enough just to keep it off of the track limits, and then gets it back on and crosses the line. Overall, a good run, but he will definitely bleed a lot of points off from zone 4.
Yeah, I think, look, it's going to be certainly well up the order, you'd imagine, for Samuel Mladenov, the Slovakian. 20th in the championship last year, Mike, so he'd be looking for an improvement on that. Won his first ever competition, over 30 wins in the Pro 2 and street class, so no stranger to silverware, and you can see why from that style of driving. As we say, we're being quite critical, pointing out the mistakes, but that's
our job.
That's part of it. So 77, 21st position. You'd say a good banker, something to build on, but he'll certainly feel as though he has more in the tank as we go back to the start line, where it's Zsolt Homan, the Hungarian, 30 years of age, in his S13 1JZ, 700 brake horsepower. He's the 2023 Hungarian Drift Champion, 19th in the championship at DMP last year, and again another really crazy styled car. I love the graffiti look at this, and way too hot into that first section, but very difficult, as we say, Mike, as that white line just gets painted with black rubber to really figure out where on the course you are. And Zsolt, you feel, doing a really nice job getting himself around, but he's going to be penalised heavily. 2 potentially wheels off circuit through outside zone 4 there and across the line.
Yeah, top Hungarian drifter in DMP 2025. Loving the livery on this car as well. So different and so unique. But let's see, Eddie, you said he came in very, very hot here, way too hot. I don't know if saw such a mistake. Yeah, he did drop a wheel quite a lot, to be fair. So yeah, definitely, and did it again, if I remember correctly, here around 2 somewhere. Once again,
Just
in the
there,
middle of
yeah.
the zone. Yeah, so he actually did the hard work getting into the zone, and then maybe once again just didn't get the car rotated enough, or didn't feather the throttle to find that grip to keep it from going off track. So lots of aggression here, but maybe needs to dial it back, maybe 10% or so for the second run.
Yeah, I mean, look, some mistakes, but not the biggest mistakes in the world. Not going to be massively penalised, you'd feel, but certainly will stop him from contending for top spot.
You know what we need, Eddie? We need a few walls.
We do need walls.
We need walls.
Yeah.
That'll stop him dropping wheels pretty quick.
Yeah.
We need a couple of walls.
And you know, a few walls would really add to the excitement of this track.
Maybe we're better without them though, because
Yeah, look, it's certainly better for the drivers and their budget for the year.
yes, and less time cleaning up when some driver
for
gets
sure.
the front sucked in and pulls the corner off the car.
So a 68.5. So the judges deeming those mistakes maybe a little bit bigger than what we
Look
were
at
seeing.
this, Eddie.
Yeah, this is huge. So obviously you'll recognise the car, but will you recognise the driver? It's Łukasz Kaliszewski, the Polish man who is Peter Wincek's spotter in 2025. 950 brake horsepower under the bonnet of the Wartałowicz 890 Supra as he clicks the gear.
What a thing.
Yeah, what a thing. It's just so easy on the eye as it leaves the line. It looks so aggressive as Łukasz now looks to...
Wow.
Yeah, wow was right. I mean, what can you say? Just so aggressive through the course. Hard on the foot brake as he just enters into outside zone 2 there. And, you know, it's not many drivers at this top level would hand, a mechanic or a spotter or a friend the keys to their, €250,000 car. But Peter Wincek handing the keys to Łukasz, and Łukasz making it look like Peter is driving it, because that was incredible, Mike.
Yeah, definitely had some of the hallmarks of Peter's aggression, and I was just going to say before the mistake at the end that this is top qualifier possibly, but little mistake at the end there. But watch the aggression before we get there from Łukasz here, as he absolutely snaps the A90 Supra onto angle as he comes into zone 2. Beautiful, beautiful livery, iconic car. Iconic team, and a great driver here. You could see a puff of smoke coming from the front inside wheel there actually as he hit the brakes. Now, he was really, really good, but just started to run wide here, I believe. You can't see it as good actually from that angle, but I think overall it's still going to be a very strong score.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, look, comes from a sim racing background. Believe it or not, Mike started his drifting career controlling the car with a mouse. So
wow.
Yeah, there's probably a lot of people watching that don't even know what a mouse is when it comes to computers. But yeah, like an incredible talent. Judges taking an opportunity just to look back at the replay of this one before they commit to their score. But yeah, a lot of time spent behind the wheel of the simulator, and it just shows in how well Łukasz can control that car.
Well, you said it was easy on the eye as well, Eddie, and you're not wrong. It's such a good looking car and livery. And you hark back to the days of Peter Wincek and James Dean driving in the Warthouse cars in Formula Drift. When they were twin battling, they had that the livery between red and blue swapped on both cars. It looked so good.
It was so good, yeah, really iconic. So we await that score from Łukasz. Was a wild card at the final round of the 2025 season, Mike, and finished on the podium in second position. So you would have to say, coming into this year's championship as one of the potential favourites, it's an 86.5, just inside the top 10 for now in 9th position.
Yeah, so the line points there coming into play once again, Eddie, as we are back on the line with another A90 Supra.
Yes, and it is that of Mateusz Suski, the Polish driver. 2JZ, 900 brake horsepower, multiple podiums and championship runner-up finishes in his career. And, two very similar cars with two very completely different looks. And I just love this chassis. It's such a unique car. It can be styled in so many different ways. And, Mateusz doing a really good job here as he navigates the circuit nice, as he just tucks the nose of that A90 Super into that inner zone, but he could be a lot deeper into outside zone 4. That's going to bleed some smoke or some points as he leaves a trail of smoke as he crosses the line.
Yeah, definitely bleeding smoke. One thing I noticed on initiation, Eddie, I'm not sure if you guys noticed it at home, this car is gripped up as much as humanly possible, I think, because he could barely initiate in this car. When he didn't have huge angle, the car did not want to drift, and when he hit the throttle, it leapfrogged out of the box and just went forward, not wanting to drift at all, which is the way that these cars are set up sometimes to be fast, but for qualifying, it does make them really hard to drive. So I'm not sure if it's the ideal qualifying setup to have the car set up what we call this tight, that it doesn't want to drift. So I think it's going to hurt his score quite a lot. But once he qualifies for battles, I think that this car, if he hooks it up like this, will be super fast and very hard to stay with.
Yeah, and I mean, that chassis notoriously difficult to try and get right, and you can see, you know, it was even spoken about it at Drift Masters, you know, Peter being very secretive of letting the cameras near the rear end of that car to see the work that they've done. They've put a lot of development into that chassis, and obviously more recently we've seen Dave Egan drive it in Drift Masters, and he's had a lot of success with the setup from Darren McNamara, who's put his touch on it. So obviously quite a new chassis, and people really struggling to get that setup right. So who knows, for Mateusz, that could be part of the problem there, as we see the score drop in for him, and it's a 78. So 78 for Mateusz Suski.
Yeah, it's going to be, he's going to have to improve if he definitely wants to qualify, because that is drop zone kind of scoring, I think, as we move it along, Eddie.
Yeah, to Orest Michalczuk, the Polish driver. It is 2JZ Nitrous 200 SX, 900 brake horsepower. He was a runner-up in the Polish DMP Pro 2 in 2017, drifting since 2015. Huge fan of the sport, absolutely loves it. But he's going to love this run as he fires through that first section, perhaps drops a wheel, but deep into that outer zone as that front tyre just kicks up some rubber. Oh, definitely two, maybe three wheels off track as he comes through outside zone 2 and now tries to finish the run in style. Bleeding points here as more mistakes creep into the run with more dropped wheels. And yeah, I think that's going to be, unfortunately for Orest, it's not going to be the run that he was looking for to kick off his 2026 campaign.
Yeah, well, once again, if you're watching from home or wherever you may be, if you go offline just a little bit on these tracks, especially as you mentioned, Eddie, the car park tracks which have tarmac alongside the line, you tend to find the marbles of all the other cars who have just gone before you, who leave a lot of their bits of their rear tyre just offline. So once you hit offline like that significantly, you lose grip, and that adds to the problem. So once you go offline enough, you find the marbles have no grip, and it drags you further offline. So I think that's exactly, unfortunately, for Orest there, what exactly happened. But still, huge, huge back, you know, he's got great back results.
Yeah, lots of accolades. Yeah,
lots of accolades.
Yeah, he's really been through he's been around a long time. He's achieved quite a lot. Multiple podium winner. You can see it in the style of driving, Mike. I mean, you know, he's certainly, like, there was mistakes on that run, but it wasn't from the lack of trying. And I would dare say that, you know, the white line is not as visible as it was at the start of qualifying, and that could be, you know, playing into some of the I suppose, lack of precision that we're seeing from some of these drivers at the moment.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of rubber being laid down. Tyres are getting very, very soft in the 36-degree ambient heat here in Warsaw. So we might see a situation where the judges ask for the line to be repainted in certain sections.
Yeah, well, we have 6 more drivers to go after we get the score here. It's a 61, so 33rd position for Orest, so just outside those top 32 positions, but yeah, 6 drivers left to go, and we will have a break in the action as we reset for the second half of qualifying. But right now it is Mikołaj Zarewski from Poland in his S15 2JZ underneath the bonnet, and he's absolutely firing through the course here as he just guns it through outside zone 1, picks up huge speed, then hard on the foot brake as he tries to slow that car down to get into outside zone 2, drops a couple of wheels, touches the inside of that inner zone at zone 3 before getting back onto it and across the line.
Yeah, the noises emanating from the poor 6-cylinder under the bonnet of this Mikołaj's car is absolutely crazy. The abuse in this heat. I cannot believe that these cars are standing up to it, but they are. And we do have a run on the board, but as you mentioned, Eddie, I think he dropped a lot of wheels exactly the same place on the last run here. Seemed to just catch the lack of adhesion right about here, and then went way off track, dropping 2 wheels well off the track. 2 very nice wheels, I must add, but dropping them way off track in the beautifully livered Sylvia. And yeah, I think overall it's going to be a similar situation once again to the last run, but all of these guys will have to come out, Eddie, on the second run now and realise that, okay, there's a lack of grip here. They have to redial the track map into their mind, and they have to maybe enter a little bit more tentatively and do the necessary things to preempt the grip levels at the very, very edge of the track where the judges want to see them.
Yeah, well, it's always fascinating to watch how quickly these guys can make the necessary changes from one run to the next, and even with the time that they will have between their runs, they'll have learned so much about what the track conditions are like now. They should stay relatively consistent between runs at this stage of the day, you would hope, but obviously more rubber getting laid down. But yeah, I mean, we're coming through the end of the first runs at 85.5, only enough for 12th position now.
Yeah, good run overall, dropping the wheels there significantly at 2, but overall a good run as we move it along to another Polish driver on the line, Eddie.
Yeah, Kevin Vrobel, the 28-year-old in his E36 M50 powered, 800 brake horsepower, 2024 semi-pro winner, 7th last year. And look at this, out of the traps, Mike, at such speed. Love the styling of this E36, fires through that first section, really aggressive with pinpoint accuracy as he fires now down onto the lock stops into outside zone 2, fulfills it nicely, and this is shaping up to be a really good run. Lots going for it, perfect through that inside clip as he gets the car back on angle, back on power, and across the line he goes. That was a big run, Mike.
Oh, full impact, full aggression. Is this first place qualifier ready? He dropped a little bit of a wheel just before the finish line, but apart from that, I'm loving this run. Car very hooked up, didn't want to rotate on initiation there, gets straight on the power. You can see the tyre smoke, maybe on the power a little bit too early, because he did definitely come away from the very edge of zone 1 at the start, but you know, found the way back onto the outside again, got the car rotated, drops a wheel on the way in. Lots of drivers doing that, judges not penalising hugely for that. Finds the outside of 2 as he puts foot to floor once again, dials in the angle before the transition, lets the car snap back to the right.
I'm liking it, Mike. DK, Drift King, on the plate at the back of the car.
Yeah.
Won his first ever championship. So the championship, the first ever season competing, won the championship. Look at the precision all the way along that white line, through that final section and across the line. That was a really strong, solid, consistent run there, and I will not be surprised to see this go top.
Yeah, I mean, as well as the precision, Eddie, there was a lot of aggression and impact. He was full throttle for quite a lot of that, and really loving it. And yes, Eddie, look at this.
Yeah, a 96.5 for Kevin Vrobel, first position, and he sets the bar very high here this weekend. And for the chasing pack, well, they are going to have to pull up their socks as we go back to the start line. It's Valery Shevelov, the Ukrainian, in his S13 2JZ powered 1000 brake horsepower. It's 2016 UA champ, 5th place in the championship last year in 2025 here at DMP. Fires into that first corner nice and fast as he just looks to light up this circuit here in Warsaw. Gets on that perfect line. You can just see how hard he's having to work behind the wheel of this car as he makes that flick from outside zone 2 into the inner zone and back into outside zone 4. Gets on that wide line, powers across the line, Mike.
Yeah, well, we mentioned in reverse order, you know, these are the big runs coming in now from some of the top drivers. Valery here looking absolutely full of aggression, just like the run before it. Maybe not quite as precise on outside zone 1, leaving a couple of feet there to the edge of the track, so the judges will bleed him off some line points. Gets the transition done nice and early, doesn't drop the wheel like many drivers are, but as a result does come on a little bit shallowed in from the very edge of zone 2. Still full of aggression though, still full of throttle, limiter, everything that the judges want to hear and see in terms of the style, but the line maybe not quite perfect. Now, as he makes his way around outer zone 4, pretty much beautiful line there with the 326 power spoiler hanging over the back of the 180
yeah,
here.
really nice line through outside zone 4. But you're right, Mike, you know, when we're talking about these scores that are going to contend for top spot and going to contend for to beat like a 96.5, for example, those couple of feet, you know, being away from the you know, the perfect line are really going to affect the score. So, you know, we're comparing them to perfection, but a really strong run from Valery Shevelov nonetheless. And he'll be looking to improve on that 5th place finish in this championship last year.
Amy Winehouse actually wrote the song about him. Did you know that?
Yeah?
Yep.
Valerie?
Yep.
Yeah? I've heard that before already.
Yeah.
Fact. Fact. Yeah, it's in his notes actually. So
So
here
let's
we
see
go,
what
the score drops in.
Ooh.
It's a 91, and you can see the difference, Mike. That couple of feet makes enough for 6th position. So we have at least 6 drivers in the 90s as we move it on to Jakub Przygoński.
What a car.
Yeah, what a car, what a driver.
What a man.
B58 power, GR86, 900 brake horsepower, and a man with so much motorsport background in rally and Dakar as he leaves the line here. A Drift Masters competitor, and look at the line through that first section. So difficult to try and beat Jakub. He's such a steady line driver, very consistent, makes very few mistakes throughout the course. Could be a little bit deeper into inside zone 3 there, but gets it back online now for outside zone 4. Hooks it up, powers down and across the line.
Well, showing all of his motorsport experience there, and he didn't have the perfect transition into 2, using the left foot brake to steady the car and get it back on that outside line. So Kuba here looking like, you know, the ultimate experienced motorsport competitor for all the world. Watch this. So he doesn't get it quite right here, realizes that he's possibly going off track, and realizes if he hits the throttle it's going to bring him too much on the inside of the track. He hits the left foot on top of the brake, keeps the car on the outside of the track. Fair enough, it was quite slow, but it was pretty much bang on line wise, which is what the judges want to see. He then recollected himself, got through 3 perfectly, gets all the way onto the outside of 4, and just shows all that experience in Drift Masters and of course across all those different disciplines, puts them all together, and that is what you get.
Yeah, I mean, look, a multiple Polish Drift Championship winner. He's a Guinness World Record holder for the fastest drift. 2 Guinness World Record holders, Mike, on the grid here this weekend, which is crazy to think in itself. And obviously very decorated Dakar and rally driver. But he absolutely loves drifting, and he's put a lot of time into the development of the sport in Poland and organising training and competitions.
Yeah, graduated right here in Warsaw actually, from the University of Technology. So yeah, it is absolutely the hometown hero in terms of college education, at least, here in Warsaw. And once again, we join you from the Ptak Warsaw Expo Centre alongside the auto tuning show. So if you are within even a flight distance of here, Eddie, I would grab a cheap flight tonight and get over here, because it's going to be one absolutely crazy show here tomorrow.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's incredible. I mean, it's only setup day, and the things that we've seen, as you know, with these shows, but here we see score dropping in. It's an 88, so 8th position, 88 for Jakub Przygoński.
He'll see himself in battle action with that, Eddie.
He certainly will. So we're going back to the start line, it seems, where Łukasz Tasimski sits in the 2.9 V6 turbo-powered Alfa Romeo Veloce, 690 brake horsepower, Mike. He's a 2025 Drift Open champion and 3rd place in Pro here last season. So this car and driver combination very much equipped to win here this weekend as he gets right onto that deep outer line. Oh, just has to back off the accelerator just as he exits outside zone 2 to avoid dropping a wheel, but does so majestically as he looks to get back into it, but overcooks it into outside zone 4, drops a couple of wheels and powers across the line.
Yeah, things I didn't expect to see this weekend. An Alfa Romeo Veloce with 700 brake horsepower pretty much in a V6.
And you got to see 2 of them.
I got to see 2 of them this weekend. Crazy work altogether here at DMP Round 1. Very much enjoying it here, guys, in the fantastic Polish sunshine. And if you are, once again, within distance, be sure to get over here. It is going to be crazy tomorrow, and it's crazy today because we're being treated to all different types of chassis, engine setups, and they're all being put through their paces in the most punishing of conditions here. It is absolutely melting pot temperatures, but you know what, this little Italian car already holding it together, and Łukasz definitely putting a respectable run, just overcooked it as you mentioned, dropping 2 wheels off just about on the entry to zone 4, but apart from that he was on for a pretty huge score, I think.
Yeah,
maybe not huge, but big at least.
Yeah, look, I mean, there was a pretty strong run up until that point, and it is such a shame because it was quite a sizable mistake there, so you feel it's going to hurt the score quite significantly. As we wait for that score to drop in, and yeah, it's going to be a nervous wait for Łukasz, but of course he does have the second run to come, Mike, as well later on. I think it's going to be, he's going to be safe for top 32 battles regardless from where I'm sitting.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I would say so. From what we've seen so far, it's not going to be a huge mistake. But I have seen the judges knock down drivers for 2 wheels off quite significantly. So I mean, yeah. 3 wheels is 0.
Look, I think not too much of an impact in terms of whether or not he gets into competition. Where it could be a big impact is scoring points in qualifying and getting off the ground and giving, you know, a short 4-round championship a really strong start and a strong run. So of course he does have his second run, but he will be eager to try and get as many points on the board, and with 12 points up for grabs for the highest qualifier, it's certainly worthwhile pushing for top spot here. As the score drops in, it's an 83, so 83 and 16th position for Łukasz Tasimski, and he will be back for the second half of qualifying later on. We only have one more run from the first section of runs to go, and it will be Jakub Król, the 30-year-old from Poland, who sits on the line in this 2JZ powered S14.9, 920 brake horsepower, the 2025 DMP champ. Here we go, across the line, or off the line he goes. He slams through the gears, gets that car on angle deep into outside zone 1 as he puts foot to floor now and looks for outside zone 2. Makes a nice smooth transition across the track, fills outside zone 2 nicely, looks to get the nose of that S14.9 into inside zone 3, and he certainly does that as he now powers into outside zone 4 and across the line.
Yeah, loving the livery of this car as well. What a beautiful chassis this is, S14.9. S14 with an S15 body kit on it, and a nice entry from Jakub there, doing everything pretty much right for a first banker run. You know, he is the last car to go through qualifying, and we are in reverse order, so that's exactly what we expect. Beautiful shots here from overhead on the drone shots. Real nice precision now in zone 2. Lights up the rear tires, keeps the car on track with sheer and utter horsepower there. Now watch him back through the transition, takes a very left-hand side line there, which sets him up really nicely for zone 3. And then he doesn't have a lot to do to get into 4. Does enter a tiny bit to the left, to be fair. Maybe he could have been 3 feet further to the right, but he does fill pretty much most of the zone, and I think he's going to see himself really high up the order, and he can hang it all out now for the second run, safe in the knowledge that he has a good qualifying spot secured.
Yeah, absolutely. So he has entered this round as a wild card, so no confirmation as to whether or not he's going to compete for the entirety of the season, obviously competing in Drift Masters as well.
Well, it's a 4-round championship, and if you come away with like a win in a 4-round championship in the first round, would you not be tempted to do the rest?
Yeah, so the decision hasn't been made on it, but yeah, as you say, if he was to be successful here this weekend, I feel as though he would certainly be looking at whether or not he would contend for the final three rounds. And you know, you always want to try and add these championships to your record, you know.
Yeah,
and here we go, score drops in. It's a 92.5, and it's 5th position for Jakub Król, and that concludes our first round of qualifying runs. So we're going to head back to the studio, to Victoria, for some interviews before we kick off the second half of our pro qualifying here at round 1 of the DMP in Warsaw.
Pięknie wyglądają te przejazdy, pięknie prezentują się też te driftowozy na naszej trasie, ale to nieprzypadkowo, dlatego że DMP to zawody pod nadzorem Polskiego Związku Motorowego, co oznacza ścisłe wytyczne co do stanu technicznego samochodu. Między badaniami technicznymi w Poznaniu udało mi się złapać kierownika badania kontrolnego Tomka Łysoniewskiego i zapytać między innymi o to, jakie niedociągnięcia zdarzały się podczas beka przed sezonem. Tomku, z tyłu się dzieją takie rzeczy, że ja gdybym była zawodnikiem, to miałabym ciarki na rękach ze stresu, bo wy bardzo skrupulatnie sprawdzacie w tych samochodach. No właśnie, podczas badania kontrolnego. Na co zwracacie uwagę i dlaczego to jest tak turboważne, że nawet te 3 cm albo brak jakiejś zaślepki może nie dopuścić zawodnika do zawodów?
Zacznijmy od tego, że trochę się dziwię, że zawodnicy traktują to jako takie bardzo rygorystyczne i boją się tutaj w ogóle przyjeżdżać, bo my podchodzimy do badania, że przede wszystkim wymagamy to, co jest obowiązkowe, ale również uczymy zawodników. Uczymy tego, jak mają wykorzystywać środki bezpieczeństwa zamontowanego w aucie oraz pokazujemy również to, czego im brakuje w aucie, żeby było prawidłowo zbudowane.
Ale to nie jest tak, że jeżeli oni dzisiaj czegoś nie mają i dlatego dzisiaj pewnie przed sezonem się to dzieje, to nie oznacza zero-jedynkowo nie jedziesz, tylko oni mają czas, żeby poprawić to do zawodów.
Dokładnie. Zawodnicy uważają i tak pospolicie się mówi, że przyjeżdżają na BK, dostają negat, czyli nie mogą się bawić. Nie, to nie jest tak. Oni mają czas, zwłaszcza tak jak dzisiaj, gdzie są na treningu, mają czas na to, żeby się poprawić, żeby sobie uzupełnić braki, które im dzisiaj pokazujemy.
DS, przykład z dzisiaj. Jakich rzeczy zawodnikom brakowało, co muszą poprawić? Bez nazwisk, tylko tak technicznie.
Znaczy, powiem Ci szczerze, że auta są bardzo fajnie zbudowane i to są drobiazgi. Brakuje gdzieś zawleczki, gdzieś brakuje nam naklejek, które są do oznaczenia danych systemów bezpieczeństwa. Oczywiście, ponieważ jest to pierwsza runda, to gdzieś są jakieś linki pozapiekane albo po prostu wygasły homologacje na dany sprzęt.
A te homologacje muszą być. Ty osobiście na co najbardziej zawsze zwracasz uwagę? Czy to jest tak, że ty masz po prostu listę i z listą idziesz? Czy masz takie, że ja, Tomek, na to zwracam wyjątkowo uwagę?
Znaczy, jest lista, według którego idziemy, karta badania kontrolnego, ale każdy z nas, z techników przede wszystkim, zwraca uwagę na bezpieczeństwo. Czyli nie tyle na budowę może, która jest bardzo ważna, ale najważniejsze dla nas jest bezpieczeństwo zawodnika i jednocześnie kibiców na imprezie.
Czyli ty byś bez skrupułów i bez strachu wsiadł w taką driftówkę naprawy?
Bardzo chętnie.
To myślę, że zawodnicy już na pewno zapraszają, żeby badanie techniczne, badanie kontrolne było przyklepane. Żartuję oczywiście, bo to jest jasno określone, jakie musi samochód spełniać normy, żeby być bezpiecznym, a zawodnik mógł dojechać zawody do końca. Bardzo dziękuję. Tomek Łysoniewski, kierownik badania kontrolnego w Driftingowych Mistrzostw Polski. Znamy już perspektywę kierownika badania kontrolnego. Jak słyszeliście, wymogi są bardzo skrupulatne. No ale mimo to, słuchajcie, czasami podczas takiego BK panuje troszeczkę stresik. Dlaczego? O to zapytamy człowieka, który doskonale w tych sytuacjach nieraz się znalazł i odpowiadał za to, jak ta maszyna wygląda i się sprawuje. Kamil Graczyk, mechanik Pawła Grosza razem ze mną. Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry.
Ale także konstruktor tego wozu. No i właśnie, świadek tych stresów czasami podczas badania. Skąd one mogą wynikać?
Skąd one wynikają, nie wiem tak naprawdę, ale przed każdym badaniem technicznym zawsze jest stres, bo wiadomo, że regulamin techniczny przegląda się kilkunastokrotnie, rozmawia się z różnymi kierowcami, którzy też już są na przykład po tym badaniu, ale ten stres jest zawsze i jak się czeka w tej kolejce i już sędzia wzywa nas, żeby podjechać, to w głowie jest milion myśli, czy na pewno wszystko doczytałem, czy na pewno będzie wszystko dobrze.
To jak stoicie w tej kolejce, to masz z tyłu głowy taką listę, którą sobie przechodzisz i myślisz sobie, dobra, to zrobiłem, a może tego nie zrobiłem. Jeszcze są ostatnie szlify przed wjazdem na badanie?
Oczywiście, że tak. Plus jeszcze zawsze w kieszeni mam wydrukowany regulamin.
I narzędzia, rozumiem, do tego jeszcze.
Tak, znaczy ja zawsze chodzę z narzędziami, ze śrubokrętami, zawsze coś muszę mieć przy sobie, no bo taką mam pracę, więc odpowiadam w pełni za samochód, więc który po prostu musi być gotowy i sprawny i spełniać regulamin techniczny.
No właśnie, czy zdarzają się dyskusje z inspektorami, jak coś tam jest może niedociągnięte, a ty może się nie do końca z tym zgadzasz, to wchodzicie w dyskusję, czy raczej potulnie przyjmujesz?
Znaczy, ja zawsze jestem miły, ale jeżeli jest dyskusja merytoryczna z ludźmi, którzy wiedzą, co robią, to z chęcią jakby ja wchodzę czasami w jakieś tam dygresje słowne, no bo każdy czasami może mieć różny punkt widzenia. Jeżeli ktoś wyjaśni, że to jak myślał jest dobrze i przekona tą drugą stronę, no to okej, dlaczego nie? Jakby ja jestem otwarty i myślę, że sędziowie techniczni też.
Super. Pamiętasz jakieś nietypowe sytuacje, chociaż wiem, że pamiętasz i w ogóle pojawił się fajny temat w związku z przygodami Łukasza Kaliszewskiego z treningów, kiedy zapalił się zderzak i to nie jest sytuacja jednostkowa, tylko to się faktycznie zdarza. I doszliśmy w dyskusji poza studiem do wniosku, że trzeba dużo kombinować, żeby samochód spełniał normy i wymagania BK, ale jednocześnie po prostu się sprawdzał i nie było takich sytuacji, na przykład jak czasami podpalenie się zderzaka, bo wam też się to zdarzało.
Tak, co prawda w trakcie pierwszej rundy nie zdarzyło się to nam, ale byliśmy w tym tygodniu na treningu i też dwukrotnie samochód się niestety zapalił i wiedzieliśmy, że trzeba coś z tym zrobić. I jak w czwartek przyjechaliśmy, już po badaniu technicznym trzeba było tak przekonstruować całą konstrukcję wydechu, żeby te spaliny ukierunkować nieco w inny sposób, tak żeby one nie przyczyniały się do podpalenia opon, bo to oczywiście jest bardzo, bardzo niebezpieczne dla samochodu i oczywiście dla kierowcy.
To jest, no, myślę, że mechanik to bez dwóch zdań największy przyjaciel kierowcy, ale przede wszystkim pełna głowa pomysłów, bo to trzeba mieć pomysł. Właśnie nie ma napisanego w regulaminie, w jaki sposób masz to skonstruować, tylko co ma być zrobione, więc tutaj bardzo dużo, że tak powiem, pomysłu z twojej głowy musi płynąć.
Trzeba być bardzo kreatywnym w tej pracy i trzeba bardzo, bardzo to lubić, no bo jakby do tych samochodów nie można zadzwonić do hurtowni z częściami, potrzebuję to i to, bo takie części nie istnieją. Po prostu trzeba je wymyślić, zaprojektować, stworzyć i później sprawdzić, czy działają.
I jeszcze potem w trakcie zawodów czy treningu ogarnąć się szybko i wpaść na kolejny pomysł, bo Paweł wyjeżdża za 5 minut albo za 5 minut kończy się trening, ale trzeba coś naprawić. Tak było wczoraj. Opowiedz o tej sytuacji.
Tak było. Podczas drugiego przejazdu treningowego doszło do kontaktu, bo Paweł gonił i doszło do kontaktu między nimi i podczas tego kontaktu uszkodziła się wiązka elektryczna od elektrycznej pompy wspomagania. No i Paweł zjechał, no bo nie działało wspomaganie i trzeba było w bardzo szybki sposób, żeby jak najmniej stracić treningu, po prostu to naprawić. No i wtedy się nie myśli o tym, że silnik jest gorący, po prostu wsadza się tam ręce i trzeba maksymalnie szybko naprawić to w taki sposób, żeby samochód był sprawny i Paweł i kierowca mógł jak najszybciej wrócić na tor. Bo w takim przypadku Paweł na przykład w ogóle nie wysiada z auta, tylko czeka, że mu powiem, że jest okej i
wyjeżdża dalej.
Tak musi to wyglądać.
I
po prostu później jak już się zjeżdża, no to jeszcze raz się to przegląda i ewentualne poprawki się wprowadza, żeby jak już powiedzmy jest trochę więcej czasu na to.
Kamil, ogromny mój szacunek i myślę, że nie tylko mój, tylko także naszych widzów i ludzi ze świata motorsportu za wasz trud, twój trud i te pomysły. Życzę ci tego, żeby nigdy się nie kończyły i żeby silniki szybko się chłodziły, żebyś nie musiał ranić sobie rąk. Kamil Graczyk, mechanik Pawła Grosza razem z nami. Bardzo dziękuję. Kamil, puszczam cię, już wiem, bo ty masz tam bardzo dużo roboty, więc uciekaj, a my wracamy na tor, drodzy państwo. Dziękuję.
So there you have it, Kamil Graczyk, the chief engineer for Paweł Grosz. Very interesting to hear what he had to say there as we get ready for the second half of our pro qualifying session here at round one of the Driftingowe Mistrzostwa Polski 2026, where Kevin Robel is sitting highest qualifier with a 96.5, that awesome run, and he is chased by Simon Suvima in a second with a 93.5, and then two drivers on a 93, Artem Chulkov and Simos Tikas, both on 93s, and a whole host of drivers, Mike, all scoring in the 90s as well. So yeah, we go back to the start line for the first of our second runs, which will see Christina Alto, the Finnish driver. 87 on the first run, gets ready now, leaves the line. Can she improve on that? Can she work her way into the 90s? Well, she's certainly coming for it with aggressive flick to angle as she puts that car deep into outside zone one, perhaps drops a wheel and just has to make a correction of the steering as she now fights that E36 back onto that perfect qualifying line, but unfortunately drops another wheel into outside zone two. And look at the speed that she's picking up as she makes the flick across inside zone 3 and into outer zone 4. Big pull now as she gets across the line.
Yeah, really liking that run there, Eddie. Just apart from that correction, as you mentioned, on zone 1, but real commitment there in the E36 from Christina, all the way from Finland. Long way to come to compete here, but you know what? I think she's going to be rewarded with a qualification spot, hopefully for her at least. Not a huge mistake there on the first zone. The rest of it looking pretty good there. Once again, a horseback riding accident, making her sell the horse and buy a drift car, and probably looking like it's the best decision she ever made, Eddie, because look at these shots, look at the angel eyes of the E36 BMW, classic chassis, beautiful livery, even beautiful wheels matching the livery there, and real precision around the last zone here from Christina as she hits the throttle right there and uses all of the 900 brake horsepower to just keep the car flirting with the edge of the track there.
Flirting with disaster,
with
yeah.
disaster. Not disaster, but it wouldn't have been a disaster. There
yeah,
wasn't a
not
wall
disaster,
there.
yeah.
Flirting
Well,
with a penalty, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, I think safe enough for a top 32 as it is with an 87. Is there going to be an improvement on that now is the question. In her dream car, that E36, living the dream here at round 1 in Warsaw. We await that score to drop in from the judges, and yeah, as you say, she's a driver who's out-qualified Laurie Heinahan in competition in the past, and
That's good enough for me.
That's good enough for me as well, because he is no slouch, a former Drift Masters winner. And yeah, so as we say, it's hard to believe, Mike, so-called reverse championship order or ranking order here, as that second score drops in. It's an 82.5, no improvement on the first run. She'll stay in 12th position, but a driver showing good consistency. A couple of mistakes out there, but she's going to be exciting to watch in competition tomorrow. So we move along to a man who sits inside the top 10 in 93 on the first run, Artem Shulkov, the Ukrainian in his S14, absolutely fires through that first section now. So much pace and just hugs that white line really tidy through the first outer zone now as he looks to replicate that, as he just maybe drops a wheel very slightly over outside zone 2. Now comes hunting for it, tucks the nose of that S14 into inside zone 3. And look at the speed, Mike, that he's carries. He lights up those tyres and across the line.
Yeah, I was just getting those words ready, Eddie. Look at the speed is exactly what I was going to say. And, Artem really having the car super hooked up here, and along with that, he still has the precision, which is so rare, as we see the frame rate of the camera here glitching almost with the sticker on the rear wheel there, which is a Drift Masters-esque thing that you have to do to watch for handbrake drags, etc. But really, really nice here. 18 years of age, Eddie, just as well from the Ukraine. So remember this name, look at this precision, even though the car is hooked up and definitely difficult to drive because it is so fast. But watch this as he just now glides the rear of the Silvia, perfectly controlled on the arc all the way around. And you know what, we said it earlier of the 350Z, a driver who looks like he is proactive rather than reactive is a dangerous competitor.
Yeah, 100%, and carried that speed but didn't really need to make a whole lot of decel through that section as he approached outside zone 4. And Chulkov looking really strong here. It was a 93 on the first run, so he's well up, but it certainly looked from where I was watching, Mike, that he went for top spot there. Did he get it? A 97 for Artem Chulkov, and top spot is exactly what he gets as he fires himself into first position.
Wow.
And sets the bar very high here in Poland at round 1. As we move it on to Pavel Grosz in that BRZ, 85.5 on his first run. Can he now find something special to bump himself right up that order into the 90s, or maybe even take top spot as he fires through that first section, but drops a wheel just over that wide line as he comes into outside zone 1 now, switches back and gets on it nice and quick as he looks to find that perfect line, but again, just slight drops, wheel drops here and there throughout the circuit. Tucks the nose in through inside zone 3 before switching back and getting back on it now, makes the big push, power down and across the line.
Yeah, really loving the livery and the look of this BRZ. One of the few chassis that would tempt me away from the ancient FCRX7. Really aggressive initiation there, using almost all the track was Pavel Grosz there. But you know what? It worked out for him. He got it back on line, the Drift Patriot driver, using all of his experience here. Lots of angle as he approaches outer zone 2. Once again, uses the experience to just get the car settled on the outside line, hits the throttle, billows the smoke. Look at this. What a great shot we have
Mike,
here, Eddie.
Yeah, incredible. And I was just thinking as I watched this run back in replay, if we had walls, as you alluded to, around this circuit, Pavel Grosz would literally be a highlight reel for this event, because he is flirting with disaster at every outside zone here. And look how deep he is there.
Yeah, he just dropped the wheel there, which I think
you put a concrete barrier there now, and that car is in a bad way. But
the chopper passes right over our heads here.
It certainly does. Yeah, I can hear it echoing in our ears. But that's our chopper to the nightclub later on, Mike.
Tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night, of course.
Not tonight. Tomorrow night.
Yeah,
we have work to do tomorrow.
Still got some business to attend to here this weekend as we await the second score for Pavel Grosz. Will he beat an 85.5, Mike? Hard to know with those couple of wheel drops.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he did have a significant wheel drop, Eddie, but I think he was on for a massive score up to that point, to be honest. And it was just one wheel. It was off a bit, but he's going to improve a lot.
He certainly is. You're absolutely right. Jumps into third position with a 96, Mike. And these scores are really starting to ramp up straight away in the second half of qualifying as we move back to the start line, where a man who really needs to ramp up his run is Michael Rylan. A 70.5 on his first run is going to see him way down the order. That HGK E46, 1,000 brake horsepower underneath the bonnet.
Yeah,
and again, just a little bit of a shaky entry. Drops a couple of wheels though, Mike.
Yeah, drops a couple of wheels. Shaky entry, as you mentioned there already. Michael with an all-to-do in the second run here, just with a 70-odd on his first run here. The big, huge camber pull making itself known out of the E46. Beautiful engine notice. He screams it around the track here in Warsaw and across the line. But Eddie, is it going to be enough after those mistakes on the first corner?
Yeah, I mean, you know, as we get an opportunity now to check back on the replay, and just, you know, not massively late into the zone, but you can see it makes a difference, and he, you know, costs him as he drops a wheel off through the course. You can see as he comes back then into the inside zone, there was a dab of the foot brake, which I haven't seen too many competitors do.
Yeah, a quick dab of that. He's very shallow coming into two as well.
Yeah.
No, I thought from here on out he was pretty good.
I think perhaps an improvement on that 70.5 on the first run.
Yeah, I would agree, but not much.
Yeah, maybe the question is it enough to get him into a top 32 here? And yeah, take a look back at outside zone 4 here now, and you know, fulfill that zone nicely.
I'm not even sure if he's going to improve much, Eddie.
He's in the zones, Mike, but he's just not deep enough. And when you compare it to the runs that we've seen that are breaking into the high 90s now at this stage, but he'll only be wanting one of those spaces in the top 32, and 32nd will do for a lot of these guys.
Well, remember, it was a long off-season, Eddie. Lots of preparation, lots of time, lots of money, lots of late nights in the shed, and it all comes down to this lap, this second qualifier, especially if you're in trouble with a 70 on your first run. All those late nights and all that effort and money comes down to you, your car, and your mindset.
So here we go, score drops in, it's a 76, and it's 30th position, Mike. That is going to hang in the balance for a long time, but I dare to say I don't think it'll be enough as we go back to the start line, where it's Radosław Gatkowski with a score of 80. So Radosław,
a little bit safer.
Sorry?
He's a little bit safer.
Yeah, a little bit safer, yeah, and looking to bump himself up the order as best he can. Really like the look of this S14.9.
Yeah, beautiful livery as he...
S15 rather.
Yeah, beautiful livery. You have to usually look at the quarter panel window to tell the difference between the two. Fantastic looking car.
Yeah,
doing everything right here, Eddie.
Yeah, really solid, fast run. Yeah, so used to seeing that style in Ireland as an S14.9, but yeah, actually the S15 on this occasion. But
yeah, 2JZ power, 835 brake horsepower under the bonnet for the Polish driver. And Eddie, I would dare to say that he has put it to very, very good use here in qualifying run 2 and might be about to improve quite significantly.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Did have a solid score under his belt as it was, Mike, with that score of 80, but as you can see, this incredible drone shot overhead just shows how well he's fulfilling the zones. Very smooth.
Looked like my colouring book from when I was 5.
Yeah, all outside the lines. Well, this run is all inside the lines, Mike, and look, but see, very minimal corrections on the steering. Just gets that car settled and just stays there. That shows a driver that's very at one with the vehicle. You know, really consistent throttle input throughout the run as well. So, yeah, I think this one's going to go right up there.
Yeah, and huge crowd expected here tomorrow once again, guys, at DMP round 1 at the Ptak Warsaw Expo as the score drops in for Radosław.
Yeah, and it is an improvement. It's an 87, so bumps him up into 14th position. So 14th position for Radosław Gatkowski. as we go back to the start line, where it'll be Stavros Grillis, a man who sits on an 87.5, the Greek driver in his M2, and 800 brake horsepower. He's had a top 16 in Drift Masters in the past, so no slouch, Mike.
Yeah, laser focus on the line there from Stavros. The Greek driver, once again, no stranger to the heat, so he will have maybe a little bit of an advantage in terms of the conditions here as opposed to many other drivers. Look at the speed of the BMW here through the Core City, absolutely nailing it.
Yeah, he really is nailing it, Mike. It's a pretty near perfect run here. Just it could have been a little bit fractionally earlier into outside 4, cost him with a wheel off just as he comes through the latter stages of that zone and gets himself across the line.
Yeah, loving that one, loving the commitment, loving the aggression there from Stavros, the Greek driver in the 800 brake horsepower M2. Started drifting at the age of 7. Crazy statistic there. 23 years of age now, so drifting already 16 years at the age of 23, which is crazy stuff. Looked like he started drifting at the age of 7 there because he looked so comfortable, except he just made that quite significant mistake around outer zone 4, which we will see now in a second. So if you watch the rear of the car, he gets himself set up quite early, comes away a little bit, which causes him then to maybe just take an arc, which took him a little bit off track. No, actually it wasn't as much of a mistake as I originally thought.
Yeah, it looked a lot worse first time around, so perhaps just the different camera angles, and of course the judges will look at this from multiple camera angles before making their decision as to the final score.
Well, he's getting a huge style points from David Callis here.
Yeah, 100%. So Stavros, but he's already on an 87.5 here, so he's well in the mix. But as we've seen in the past, we saw 87 for Radislav was only enough for 14th position. So these guys will want to bump themselves up the order as that score now drops in. It's a 91.5 and only enough for 8th position. Creeps inside the top 8, but he's going to be happy with that.
Yeah, crazy scoring here in DMP round 1, which is what we expect from the top tier Polish Championship and possibly the top tier domestic championship. And we'll be moving along to a Drift Masters driver, Eddie.
We do, it is indeed, from crazy scoring to crazy Germans. Here it is, Max Heidrich sits on a 90.5, and look at this, at the aggression straight from the start line as he comes looking for a big run here for Max Heidrich as he throws all the angle at it into that first corner. Absolutely lights up the circuit here as Max Heidrich is coming for top spot, as he saw, unfortunately, his brother bow out of competition, but he's looking to bring home a little bit of joy and a bit of silverware here. Can he take top spot here in qualifying as he tucks that S13 into outside zone 4 and across the line? Applause from Mikey here beside me. Wow, what a run. Lights up this Polish arena here. Look at the angle through that first zone, Mike.
Max, you beautiful man, what are you doing? I thought he had actually spun it on the way into zone 1 because he dialed on so much angle, but what he did to hold it, I don't know. Then he just does the same thing again into 2, dials on huge angle and absolutely pins the throttle, just uses the steering then to hold the car right there. Beautiful uniform angle all the way around 2. Then once again it's rinse and repeat. He switches it back over, pretty much pinpoint through 3, and then nice shallow angle gently into 4 because he knows that's where everybody's dropping wheels. He gets the car settled and then he hits the loud pedal. He makes the 2JZ, which has just been dropped in there literally last night. He makes it sing, cross the line. Eddie, I'm not sure if this is going to be a top place qualifier, but what a run. It could just take top place.
Yeah, it's certainly going to contend for it. You know, it had everything in terms of fireworks, explosivity. Here we go, 94.5, and maybe perhaps just you know, a couple of errors maybe based on that huge entry, but certainly from an enjoyment factor, it had it all. So Max Heidrich moves himself up the order. We go back to the start line where it's Abdul Karim Yahan on a 90.5. Almost forgot how good these first few runs were, Mike, from our first 10 or 11 drivers on the first half of qualifying, as he comes for that straight line entry with a small little flick to angle here. Lots of decel there for Abdul Karim now as he looks to get back on the fast pedal here. A couple of wheels dropped as he enters into outside zone 2. Now goes for that lock-to-lock transition through the inner zone, back out onto the outer zone, flicks that car to angle, very aggressive as he goes from 3 to 4 and across the line.
Yeah, almost Jack Shanahan-esque there in the little one series with the wheelies popping on the inside front wheel.
Yeah, get out of my head, Mike.
yeah, okay. I stole your lines.
No, but yeah, no, I was thinking the same. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, beautiful run there, apart from the significant wheel drop which we're just about to see there from Abdul Karim Yahan, the Swiss driver, just 23 years of age, so a big career ahead of him as well. You know, once again, I think just maybe the grip levels at the very, very edges are a little bit suspect here in catching everybody out, but they're going to know that for tomorrow. I think we're going to see some fantastic battles. We still have a lot to sort out in qualifying. Watch here now as he hits the load pedal, and the rear of these 1 Series tends to be set up quite soft.
Yeah, just noticed could have been better at inside zone 3 there just as he came around. You can see a little puff of smoke from that front left tyre as he dabs the front brake just to control that car through the final sections outside zone 4. So I think a good score overall is going to be in the books here for Abdul, but is it enough to outdo that 90.5 that we saw the Swiss driver get on his first run, that first pass of the circuit, which is probably about an hour and a half ago at this stage, Mike. So he's had some time to wait, but you know, it's nice coming out for your second run knowing that you're in the game, in the zone, and you're only really battling for, you know, a few more places up the order.
It's the best. You're relaxed, you're having a laugh, you're probably chatting with the other drivers, you know, it's the best. Let's see, does he improve? Not an improvement, Eddie. 84.5 for Abdul Karim Yahan on his second run, but he is sitting pretty after the first one, as we mentioned. As we go back to the line, Ed?
Yeah, we go back to the line to a man who does need to improve. It's Anders Madsen, the Danish driver. A 78 on the first run, as he again absolutely guns it from the start line and really bringing the speed here as he gets sideways at the start of the scoring zone. Can he keep it within the confines of the track? He certainly can through that first section. Really love the styling of this E46, lots of colours, just lots of creativity. Drops a wheel as he exits outside zone 2. That's going to cost him now as he makes the transition for that inside zone. Gets it back, makes it work. Can he stay in outside zone 4? He certainly can as he crosses the line.
Yeah, anti-lag and all the showmanship needed there from Anders in the BMW, but I don't think the precision was quite as good as what he needed it to be to improve significantly and buy himself a place in the top 32, Eddie. You know, you can't give the judges a decision to make. You have to make yourself non-negotiable to be in there in this company.
Yeah, you know, it's like boxing or UFC. You know, you want to get the knockout blow. You don't want to leave it in the judges' hands. And unfortunately for mid-pack drivers, that can often happen. And those little mistakes when you're chasing a big run and you're on the brink of, you know, being knocked out of qualifying, that's when those mistakes start to come into it as drivers just start to tense up a little bit. And, you know, there are small mistakes, but he holds it together well, holds his composure, and I think does a good job of keeping the run alive.
Yeah, absolutely. Crazy build here as well. Walking around the pits this morning, Eddie, just highlighted to me how mad this series is, because you know you see the big V8s and you see the LSX engines, but all of them over here in Poland have a big old turbo strapped to the side or a massive supercharger or whatever. You know, the JZs have a huge turbo then, so not an improvement for Anders Madsen. All the aggression, Eddie, but none of the precision needed in order to improve. So
yeah, and interestingly down in 26, so that's going to be a nervous wait. So it's going to be a nervous wait then for Janusz Onodi as well, who's on a 69 after his first run. So further down the order, not sure whether he occupies one of those 32 spaces, the Slovakian, as he leaves the line and comes looking for big points and a big run here. But late into outside zone 1 is going to cost that score now as he tries to rectify it into outside zone 2. Nice control of the steering and the angle as he flicks that car lock to lock back through that inside zone into the outer zone, gets on that deep, wide qualifying line and powers it across the line.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an improvement, Eddie. Looked a lot more steady there throughout the course.
I think, like, with the exception of the entry here, this was really strong.
The entry is going to get him very badly, though, as you mentioned, because the judges will say this is the easiest part of the course. You should be able to get this pretty much perfect. So again, there are 11 points on the board for line through the first section. There are 8 points for angle, and then David Callas gives 15 for fluidity and 15 for commitment throughout the entire course. So I think he's definitely going to bleed probably 12-15 points off in the first section alone. So the rest of the run has to be perfect to ensure qualification here.
Yeah.
But it's going to be an improvement on a 69.
I'm interested to see where this goes, because we've already seen a 78 get inside the top 25 or 26.
Still a good few
position.
drivers to go, though.
Still a good few drivers to go, but yeah, an 84. So you can see, as we said, the rest of that run really strong. So he suffers through outside zone 1. If that had been better, look where that score would have been. Drops himself into 18th position and safe for top 32, and that was huge. As we go back to the start line, where Dominik Pawłowski in the Lexus RC 1.5 JZ, 85.5 on the first run, Mike, and he's coming for it here on the second run as he leaves the line and looks to try and get as much speed into that Lexus RC as possible. Drops a wheel through outside zone 1 now as he starts to make some mistakes. The car just looks so difficult just to keep on momentum. Seems to scrub quite a lot of speed as it goes through those outside zones, but deals with the inside zone nicely as he comes off that perfect line through outside zone 4, but gets across the finish line and will put a score on the board. Not sure that will improve on the 85.5 that we saw from him on his first qualifying run.
Well, I heard a rumour in the pits earlier, Eddie, that this car is actually a standard IS200 with a body kit on, but I can't confirm or deny that. You know, but we'll see. We'll have a look later.
Interesting.
We'll have a look
Very
later under the bonnet. We'll have a look. So if you're just joining us, guys, we are here live on Eurosport at DMP Round 1, the Driftingowe Mistrzostwa Polski Championship here at the Ptak Warsaw Expo. One of the biggest event centres in Central Europe, and we are here in searing sunshine watching some of the best drifting in all of Europe and the world here, Eddie, and a very, very interesting Lexus build on track.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the roof there, Mike, and wondering to myself if that would be possible. It doesn't look like a similar roof line, but
you never know. Maybe I'm fibbing, who knows?
You might be just trying to have me on here.
Maybe I could be
make
just,
a fool out of
you
me.
know. Yeah, exactly. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see. A member of the Joller Pele drift team.
So guys, just remember, if you are watching online on the stream, give us a thumbs up, give us a shout out, let us know where you're watching from, and let us know if you're enjoying the show. As the score drops in, wow, an 85, so no improvement on the first run, but two 85, an 85.5 and an 85, enough for 16th position for Dominik, so he's going to be happy with that as we go back to the start line, where it's Vadim Popishny, the Ukrainian, in his S.
You're killing the pronunciations, Eddie.
I'm killing the pronunciation.
Oh, it's not. It's Simon once again.
Swayman. We've made this mistake the last time.
Exactly. Yeah,
you can see the car. It's not a G. It's not an S14. It's a GR86.
It is
Estonian Simon Swayman with a 93.5 on the first run. Can he now go top of qualifying with a big run here? Ooh, drops a wheel. That's going to hurt the score and maybe prevent him from bumping himself up the order here at round 1. Second run of qualifying here at the DMP 2026. I mean, that car is hooked up, Mike, and quick throughout the circuit, but some mistakes there for Seaman are going to prevent him from topping qualifying.
Yeah, well, you know what's going through my mind, Eddie, to be honest, is I can't wait for battle action tomorrow, because the top guys, the guys dropping in the 85 plus points, they all look so good and they all look so chaseable, and some of them look very, very fast as well. So I'm really, really looking forward to seeing some of these guys in battle action tomorrow, because it's going to turn it up to 11 compared to what we're seeing today for qualifying.
Yeah, and I think as we both know, and anybody who's followed drifting for some time will be able to tell relatively immediately, this track is set up perfectly for aggressive chase driving.
Yes.
And I think that's where this event is going to be won and lost, in the chase position. And yeah, as you say, Mike, I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's battle action, of which we will have quite a bit of it, with the top 16 from semi-pro to start out the day before we kick it into a top 32 for the pro. So plenty of action, and an 88 for Simon Suevma, but no improvement on his first run, which was pretty convincing. So Simos Tikas is also sitting on a 93. Can he bump himself up the order? The Cypriot in his E36. 900 brake horsepower, Mike.
Yeah, sitting on a big score on the way in here, Eddie. Beautiful car as well. He's going to be psyched to get this one into the high 90s.
Yeah, he certainly will, as he gets that car off the line. Look at the aggression as he manges down that straight, but maybe coming in a little bit too hot and too eager to impress the judges
Yeah,
and maybe just feeling the buzz behind the wheel here.
Definitely, Ed, yeah. Not going to be an improvement, we can see already from the mistakes, but let's just enjoy the beautiful, as I think the driver is enjoying it.
Yeah,
Seamless,
hopefully that's not the car breaking down.
Oh, it might be.
Yeah, well it is, but
It is,
let's... Yeah, maybe Seamus just pushing too hard, and...
Yeah, maybe the car just said, exited the chat and said, you know, I've done a 93 on the first one, and now you bring me out doing this?
Yeah, can we not just sit, chill in the pool, you know,
Yeah.
because...
Probably literally that's what's happening.
As you may have noticed, if you're eagle-eyed, some of the drivers have bought blow-up swimming pools with them, and they're at the back of their trailers.
Yep.
For cooling down.
Once again, inlet air temps in these cars today, depending on the setup, could be, I don't know, I would say they could be up towards 60, 70 degrees towards the end of the run, by the time all the heat has come up through the bonnet. Definitely will be at that tomorrow after 2 runs in a twin battle. And the interior temperature of one of the cars was clocked earlier after a couple of practice runs at 60 degrees in one of the guys' cars earlier with a temperature gauge. So 60 degrees inside in the car after a couple of practice runs earlier. Now that was as high as it got, but wow, 60 degrees in car. Crazy temps for drivers to be contending with. And you know, the drivers, we see F1 drivers, Eddie, literally losing, well, this car is losing fluid. So we're going to have a clean up on aisle 4.
Yeah, this is hopefully not the end of the weekend here for Seamus, because, I mean, he was really looking like one of the contenders. I mean, with a score of 93 on his first run, he really was in contention, Mike, and right up there showing. But that is a lot of...
it's a lot. I think it's water, Ed.
Yeah.
I think it's just water. It looks...
Hopefully just a burst rad pipe or something like that.
But I didn't see any steam.
Yeah, interestingly.
So, usually with water you see steam.
Perhaps it's the aircon.
Perhaps. Maybe he was working the aircon too hard.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not sure. I hope it's not... I hope it's not the engine dumping its contents of oil after Conrad exited the chat there, because
it doesn't. It's hard to.
It looks a little bit too viscous for oil.
Yeah, it looks a little bit more like rusty water, which is kind of. But as you say, there's no massive amount of steam, which is interesting.
Yeah, it is. It is. Seamus with a 2JZ, so more than likely the Conrads are still inside in the 2JZ. Hopefully, doesn't look like oil there, so hopefully it's just coolant, even though I did not see the telltale steam which you usually see. So yeah, we'll bring you more once we know, but the marshals are already ready to rock here, the DMP team ready to go. And I was just mentioning, Eddie, you know, Formula 1 drivers can lose, I stand to be corrected here, but they can lose a couple of kgs per race, I believe. But these guys are definitely going to be doing the same thing tomorrow.
But there was talk of the Austrian Grand Prix being at risk of not going ahead due to the heat wave.
Wow.
So, you know, we're not too far from Austria here, and you can imagine, you know, similar conditions, albeit the runs aren't as long, but still quite intense behind the wheels of these cars.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm not seeing anybody trying to do the classic drift marshals mistake of picking up a boiling hot Conrad, so that's a good sign.
And some gravel being laid on the...
Yeah, I mean, it's already offline, thankfully, so Seamus doing a great job there of just getting the car off the main racing line, I think, possibly. But yeah, hopefully nothing that can't be sorted out before tomorrow. But the car did seem to shut down really quickly, so we'll bring you some more news on this if and when we get it. We'll definitely have it by tomorrow, because we'll pay him a visit down in the pits, Eddie, when we get a chance.
Yeah, sad way for the two-time Cypriot champion to leave the track, Mike, and especially after he was on a bit of a ripper. I know it was a wild enough ride of a run, but it was certainly exciting.
Yes.
As I know that feeling all too well, Mike, being leaving the track on the back of a recovery truck.
Yeah, not ideal.
Yeah.
But
you know what? He gives a quick wave to the fans, and you know, I think if they can get that car up and running for tomorrow, he's going to be a hell of a competitor to come up against, and certainly has a strong championship run in them this year if they can get that car on the grid for tomorrow for the top 32.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Top competitor, 93 on his first run. I've seen we've seen people change engines overnight in the pits. Hopefully it's not an engine that's needed, but it doesn't look great. But we have seen it. You know, they've put a bottom end on a 2JZ or whatever it may be, and yeah, hopefully the guys have the spares package with them, or they'll be you know, they'll be back out for battle action tomorrow. So yeah, once again, if you are joining us, guys, thank you for joining us, number one, and hope you're enjoying qualifying here for DMP round 1, Driftingowe Mistrzostwa Polski. I try that very carefully each time. Probably don't get it right, but I try. And we are here live for the second half of pro qualifying at the Ptak Warsaw Expo, one of the biggest event centres in Central Europe, where we will be seeing battle action tomorrow at DMP round 1, one of the top domestic championships in the world at this stage, which I'm sure you'll agree with after seeing the crazy level of machinery and driving that has been on display here in qualifying alone. And the chopper rides as well, Eddie, going on all weekend, I believe. And as well, a huge car show, of course, in the auto tuning show here down in Narocin, just southwest of Warsaw. And it's all happening.
Yeah, that's a great quality shot there. You can see the pilot of that chopper.
Well, Eddie, I'm not going up in that because our Ryanair flight yesterday, and you told me I was going to say this in the commentary, but
I knew you'd make reference to this.
Our takeoff in our Ryanair flight from Dublin yesterday was one of the wildest rides I've ever had in my life, and
I will say,
did not like it.
With the whatever tailwind or wind we had, crosswind, it was it was pretty rough.
Well,
but
whatever angle these guys are pulling, we pulled more in the back of that plane.
And yeah, the landing was interesting as well. I think,
was.
You know,
I think the radar did him dirty on the landing because we went 6 feet into the ground.
Oh, we ploughed into the suspension on those Ryanair flights. Wow. But anyway, that's another day's work.
That's another day's work, exactly.
We made it.
Just speaking of the chopper, you know. So, Eddie, do you think what do you think is winning the day here? Is it precision? Is it aggression from what you've seen in qualifying? What are the judges actually really rewarding here in DMP?
Well, I think it's, you know, not to be, I suppose, you know, I think it's going to be a mixture of both. But what's going to win the day here for our next driver, Łukasz Roblewski, is going to be a score. So
yes,
he's
score,
on a
score.
Yeah. So Łukasz sits on a 0, and he needs to power that M50 B31 E92 into, you know, a high 70s, mid 80s kind of score here if he wants to be in contention and up the order. You can see the rear end, that carbon Kevlar E92 has taken an absolute beating over the course of its life, but holding up strong here as he makes a little dab at a handbrake, drops a wheel just through that first section as we get back into it here at round 1 of the DMP 2026 here in Ptak Expo Warsaw. And yeah, Łukasz now doing a really nice job. This is a big improvement there as he fires that car onto angle into outside zone 4, drops a couple of wheels though and crosses the line.
Well,
it's going to be a nervous wait here, Mike, because it had everything that it needed, but it also had some mistakes.
Yeah, couldn't agree more already. It had everything it needed, but look at this,
and
almost
that's two
wheels
wheels off. Yeah.
So the judges once again in that crucial first zone will be marking him down significantly. You know, especially our line judge there, Mateusz Zidic. And I don't know, I mean, it's pretty good through 2 here, and I think he has, you know, he has it in him, Eddie, to be a really good competitor, Łukasz. But let's see the last zone. Let's see exactly what happens here once again from the different angle here in the drone. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good. Okay, he's going through the oil dry there from the previous incident.
I think the bigger mistakes really are at the start of the run.
The rest of the run looks clean to me, Ed.
Yeah.
I think he might be into the 80s with this one, possibly.
Well, it's definitely, I can guarantee an improvement on his first run, Mike.
You can indeed, Eddie, because it's a 0 on his first run.
So here we go, score dropping in, only a 73, and outside of those lucrative top 32 spaces, 34th is all he can settle for, and that's quite devastating. Those wheels dropped, making the difference at outside zone 1.
I think we didn't see the wheel drop on zone 4 from the drone angle. I think I saw it, to be fair, on the first one. So I was hoping that he didn't drop the wheels, but if I think back, he
well,
did.
When we go back to the start line, and a man who needs a big run is Bartholomew of Czarek. 67 on the first run, Mike, so he's got some work to do here. Big weight transfer entry, but he kind of backs out of it almost as he makes that movement left to right or right to left, and gets into it now as he brings that car onto angle into outside zone 2, fulfills that zone nicely as he looks for the inside zone now with the nose end of that M2 BMW. Nicely into outside zone 4, powers himself across the line.
Yeah, he's going to be delighted. Bartholomew is going to be absolutely over the moon with that run because he was under pressure coming in. Once again, it's a big mental game. You're sitting in the car, you're sweating. There's literally drops of sweat from your brow coming down into your eyes from the helmet. It is brutal in these super high horsepower cars in these conditions. Very big angle before he transitioned back for 2 here. I'm not sure if that's going to hurt him. Probably hung on to the drift a little bit too long after 1. Does get it back on track though, pretty spot on for the rest of 2. Now he puts foot to floor. Let's see how precise he is through 3. He's looking very good from this angle. Now he gets back on 4, and from the initial angle, Eddie, and from our perspective here, it looked very good on the first one. But you know what? Yeah, I think it's going to be enough for an 80s. I said it the last time, I was willing on the last time, but I think it's definitely going to be well in there this time.
Well, we are ready to find out what the judges think. Obviously, Mike enjoyed it. It certainly has all the hallmarks of a score that was better than a 67 from where we're watching, Mike, and we're about to find out. Here we go. It's a 79 and 25th position, and he may just be safe.
Yeah, I thought late 70s, early 80s was spot on for that. As we move it back to the line, Eddie.
Yeah, it's Artem Huzva, the Ukrainian, in his S14. And it was a 73.9, so he's certainly thereabouts inside that top 32, mid-pack in the 20s. But he'll be looking to try and pump himself up the order here as he looks very fast through that first section now. Can he keep control of this S14 as he looks to find that outside line? Could be a little bit deeper through outside zone 2, but it's steady and consistent. Gets a wheel into inside zone 3 now before making that switch back. Big pull now towards the finish line, and as he crosses that line.
Yeah, great aggression there. Absolutely beautiful from Artem, because, you know, he fired the car in from the very get-go and he did not let up for the rest of the run. It was maximum attack from absolute initiation, which is exactly what the style judge at least wants to see. Now, is the line judge and the angle judge going to be as happy? I think they're going to be pretty happy here, Eddie. He did everything pretty much bang on. Didn't get caught on angle as we saw in the last run here. Got the car rotated nice and early for 2, and pretty much did a textbook line run, except did it extremely aggressively, which is what the judges want to see. Is it going to be a top qualifier? No, but you know, it didn't quite have maybe that mad X factor that we saw with some of the 95-point runs, but I think it has plenty to get him well into the show.
Yeah, to bump him up that order crucially, and maybe get him into some of those higher scoring qualifying place positions as well. Just a reminder, 12 points up for grabs for your highest qualifier, 10 points for second position, 8 points for third, 6 for fourth, and 5 to 8 gets 4 points, 9 to 16 gets 3, 17 to 32 gets 2, and anything after 33rd gets 1 point, and 100 points up for grabs for the win tomorrow. So 448 points up for grabs over the course of the season, if my maths don't fail me, Mike.
You're bang on, Eddie.
Bang on. We have the abacus out here on the table.
Is 48. So, do we have a score from Artem?
So, a reminder, it was a 73.5 on the first run. It's an 89.5 on the second, and he jumps into 12th position.
Yeah, great run there. I thought he was going to be way up there. So 12th position for Artem. As we go back to the line, Eddie.
Yeah, it's Camille Albrecht in his BMW M2. And as we say, so Camille is a big fan of this straight line entry, Mike. You know, no heroics through the first section, but it does cost him on his line. He doesn't fulfill that outer zone now as he starts to tuck into that position. And yeah, we kind of referenced the NASCAR styling of this BMW M2, and I have to say, really big fan right here.
Yeah, looking good there. I think he was left foot braking around the entire outer zone 4 there as well. Interesting driving style. Very nice livery as well on this car. Even the inner winglets on the front bumper, they are painted yellow, but totally missing outer zone 1, which once again the judges will say is the easiest one to get, so they will mark you down really significantly for that. Then into 2, once again, just about getting one wheel in there at the start, getting the second wheel in there after a while, but not perfect by any means from the Polish driver. 43 years of age as well, and 800 brake horsepower under the bonnet of the M2. The number on the roof there, as per all cars that I've seen so far, looking great. A little bit better than on Outer Zone 480, but coming away a little bit in from the middle.
Dare I say, just not enough. I didn't take note of his score on the first run. So be interested to see now just where he lands, and will it be enough? It's kind of missing that 5 or 10%.
Yeah.
So here we go, scores dropping
definitely
in. It's a 73, and yeah, unfortunately not going to be enough for top 32, and it will be the end, unfortunately, of the weekend for Camille, but hopefully we get an opportunity to see him at later stages throughout the season.
Yeah, absolutely. So it has to be a chaseable lead run for qualifying for the judges to get you into that top 32. We want to see good battles tomorrow. That would have been a difficult one to chase, so that's it.
Yeah, well, a man that had a difficult run to chase on the first run was Dariusz Fabisiak. 52 was what he scored in this Barra-powered S14. And he's coming forward very aggressive on the first run. Mike just couldn't make it work and goes aggressive again, drops a couple of wheels. It's going to need to be pretty clean and tidy from here now if he's going to be a score big enough to get him into the top 32. Nicer through outside zone 2 now. Needs to tuck the nose of that S14 into inside zone 3 and does so, but makes a big mistake as he comes into the final outer zone, drops some wheels and across the line, and again similar mistakes to his first run, Mike, and unfortunately I think those mistakes could be what costs him a spot in the top 32 today.
Yeah, we might be about to see another Polish driver non-qualify here. I'm not sure, Eddie, if it's going to be enough. Like you said, washed it out wide here around the first zone, gets it back on track using the big 4-litre straight 6 Ford Barra engine. Quite low revving if you heard that there, but produces loads of torque low down, so a very, very tractable engine. Pretty much better there on 2, but always looked like he was kind of hanging on a little bit, Eddie, onto that run, rather than being, you know, as we speak about drivers who are proactive, seemed a little bit reactive to that run.
Yeah, 100%, Mike, and it's you know, and it's very similar to his first run, where it just seemed as though the car was driving him and he was trying to control it rather than him controlling the car.
Yeah, well, no, that said, he had a strong final zone there, so maybe if the judges don't really mark him down for the mistake at the first corner, he might just find himself creeping into the show here.
Yeah, like, I mean, you know, a high 70s would get him in, Mike, at the moment, so we certainly could see him inside the top 32 as the score drops in. It's a 70.5, and unfortunately 37 position not going to be enough. And you know, with multiple wheel drops like that, I kind of had a feeling that it wasn't going to be the run for Dariusz. As we go back to the start line now, Krzysztof Józwak. Again, we apologise if you're watching online the attempt of the pronunciation for these names, but yeah, Krzysztof on a 79 on his first run, fires it into that first corner, just manages to hold on to it, but scrubs a lot of speed in the process, Mike, as he makes that mistake by dropping a wheel off circuit. Now gets back into it as he tries to dial the angle into that car and get it back up to speed. Nice through that inner zone and comes towards outer zone 4, but just completely misses it, and that's really going to hurt the score. He was relying on that 79 from the first run, with a couple of zones missed there. I think it could be tight as to whether or not we see any improvement.
Yeah, well, that's why you're on the big money, Eddie, and getting paid more than me. You're on the pronunciation this weekend. So just hearing some prompts there in our ear, and we will be getting the track repainted very shortly because the lines are becoming less visible to the drivers. But yes, Krzysztof here, loving the roar, the low-pitched roar of V8s. He says he's been drifting with 12 years now at this stage, but using all of that horsepower once again in his BMW here, billowing smoke here at the arena here at the Ptak Warsaw Expo. But Eddie, I'm not sure it's going to be enough either. A couple of, just like the first round of qualifying, couple of sketchy runs, just creeping in the middle of the qualification. We had some very strong runs at the start. We had super strong runs at the end, which we will get to see one more time, of course. But a couple of sketchy runs, and it's 26th position there for Krzysztof. So might still just about creep into the top 32 here, Eddie. It's still not over for the Polish
Yeah, I
driver.
think the benefit that he has is that a lot of people now that'll come after him will be already in the show. So, like this man, Piotr Stancek, in his E92, leaves the line. He's sitting on a score of 82.5, very fast, straight out from the start line. Gets into that outer zone. Look at this. Oh, just drops a wheel, Mike. What about this car? Absolutely incredible, the look and design of it. But yeah, a mistake in outside zone 1, but he gets back into it now. Stays into outside zone 2, maybe a little bit too long. Tucks the nose in. Speed. I'd love to get the stopwatch out, Mike, and just time some of these drivers, because the speed that he's carried through that course, absolutely electric.
Yeah, and that's where it's going to come in tomorrow, Eddie, in the twin battles. That speed is going to be a crucial factor as they try to get away from the car behind them when they're leading, and of course get maximum proximity to the car in front when they're chasing. So it doesn't matter as much, obviously, today in qualifying. It does add a little bit of impact, I'm sure, in the eyes of the judges. But as you said, huge speed here through the course of Piotr, as he treats us all to the beautiful looks on the livery of this E82 750 brake horsepower BMW. 750, Eddie, maybe 700 is the lower end of the scale here for these guys. It's crazy stuff over here in Poland.
Yeah, I think that's like the second lowest horsepower car on the grid, and the lowest one is coming in just 2 runs time with the 350 with 400 brake horsepower.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's you're kind of spoiled for 900 to 1,000 brake horsepower cars over here with
40 degrees tomorrow, Eddie.
Yeah, with equal levels of Newton meters of torque as well, which is also crazy. So score drops in. It's a slight improvement for Piotr. It's an 86.5, so 86.5 for Piotr Stancek.
Yeah, and Timur is up next.
Yeah.
Oh, but we are hearing, for sure, that we are going to go to Victoria for just a couple of minutes, guys, because we do have to get the track repainted. All of these guys laying down huge rubber, so painting the track.
Driftingowe Mistrzostwa Polski to oczywiście zawodnicy i ważne zawody na skalę Polski, ale to także środowisko, które przeżywało ostatnio ciężkie chwile w związku z zamknięciem toru Poznań. I ten temat i ten problem podniósł dyskusję i okazało się, że nie tylko tor Poznań ma problemy z jazdą. Zapytałam Bartka Ostałowskiego na treningu przed naszym nowym sezonem właśnie w Poznaniu, jakie emocje mu towarzyszyły, kiedy dowiedział się o tym, że tor Poznań został zamknięty. Bartek, co poczułeś i co pomyślałeś, kiedy dowiedziałeś się o tym, że zamknęli faktycznie ten tor Poznań i że w ogóle dzieją się złe rzeczy dookoła torów i ich dostępności?
No pomyślałem, że to jest jakaś abstrakcja, że to nie jest w ogóle realne to, co się u nas dzieje, bo nie dość, że jesteśmy w szarym ogonie Europy, jeśli chodzi o tory. Tak naprawdę tor Poznań był jedynym takim oficjalnym torem, po którym można jeździć, powiedzmy nieprywatnym, z homologacją FIA i tak dalej. W tle ten cały kuriozalny balans dźwięku, tak, czyli 55 decybeli, który gdzieś tam jest mierzone na zewnętrznej toru. No to jest też abstrakcja, bo właśnie jak porównywali dziennikarze, to w biurze po prostu wśród rozmów jest na przykład 60 parę decybeli albo tramwaj robi 80, a tutaj, który jeździ normalnie między blokami, a tutaj nagle chcą mieć 50 czy 55, więc no zupełnie dziwna sytuacja. Tam w tle były też te dziwne zakusy deweloperskie na ten teren i tak dalej. No myślę, że na pewno trzeba to unormować. Na pewno poczułem, że że trochę mi wstyd, bo na przykład Węgry mają Formułę 1 u siebie, Słowacja maleńka ma piękny tor, Słowakia Ring, na którym dzieją się wyścigi, szkolenia, motocykle, samochody, go-kardy, wiele stref, w których jednocześnie różne osoby jeżdżą, szkolą się, podnoszą umiejętności, a my tutaj jako Polska chwalimy się swoim PKB, że za chwilę dogonimy Niemcy, nie wiadomo co, a nie mamy ani jednego toru, który może tak naprawdę ten kraj reprezentować i też tak naprawdę my coraz więcej jeździmy jako Polacy, coraz fajniejsze projekty budujemy, no i później rzeczywiście naprawdę nie ma gdzie tym wyjechać, więc rzeczywiście no to jest coś, co na pewno nie powinno mieć miejsca. Powinna tutaj administracyjnie powinno to być unormowane, nie powinno być przestrzeni na tego typu zakusy, przejmowania czy tam likwidowania takich obiektów, bo zwłaszcza na torze Poznań ta forma z tym hałasem, w jaki sposób to próbowano uzasadnić, no była po prostu grubymi nićmi szyta.
To był bardzo ważny moment dla świata motorsportu, bo podnieśliśmy wszyscy, w zasadzie całym środowiskiem motorsportowym, te informacje i okazało się, że to nie jest mała grupka ludzi, ale naprawdę bardzo duże środowisko, które chce się bawić, chce się rozwijać, trenować w bezpiecznych, kontrolowanych warunkach. Czy nastąpi przełom dla toru Poznań? Wiemy o tym, że rząd kończy pracę nad ważnymi przepisami. Zakończyły się już konsultacje społeczne, no ale teraz może trochę zająć czasu uporządkowanie sytuacji prawnej toru Poznań. Na razie odpukać w niemalowane, jeździmy dalej, no i rozwijamy naszą pasję. Ale skoro już o Bartku Ostałowskim mowa, przeszliśmy sobie z Bartkiem do jego wspomnień. I jak w ogóle ta historia driftingowa u niego się zaczęła? Twój pierwszy trening driftingowy w ogóle. Chciałabym, żebyś mi go teraz wspomniał. Kiedy to było, ile miałeś lat wtedy i czym jeździłeś? Wspominaj proszę.
Słuchajcie, mój pierwszy trening driftingowy to naprawdę no, fajna historia, bo pamiętam, że kupiłem pierwsze BMW 30. Już wtedy chciałem próbować driftu po wypadku, więc prowadziłem stopą i zupełnie nie wiedziałem, jak automat się zachowa w drifcie, bo jednak tutaj jedziemy na odcince. Byłem przekonany, że może ta skrzynia w ogóle wybuchnąć i się zepsuć od tego driftu, więc pamiętam, że kupiliśmy takie BMW 30 z 2-litrowym silnikiem, przyjechaliśmy z Częstochowy do Nowego Sącza jeszcze wtedy i pojechaliśmy, mieliśmy taki plac zabezpieczony, gdzie można było tam parę zakrętów sobie poćwiczyć, no i pamiętam, że pierwszy raz próbowałem zrobić taką rybę, no bo tam nie miałem ani ręcznego, ani sprzęgu, ani nic z tych rzeczy i ten samochód od razu poleciał tak, jakbym tego chciał, tak jakbym sobie to wyobrażał, więc naprawdę fantastyczne uczucie. Miałem wtedy gdzieś 22 lata, coś koło tego. No i myślę, że to był taki moment, kiedy od razu zakochałem się w drifcie. Jeszcze nie myślałem, że będę jeździł driftem, bo bardziej myślałem o jakichś wyścigach, rallycrossie, no ale to były pierwsze styki jakby z driftem i bardzo mi się to spodobało.
I co się wtedy w tobie obudziło tego dnia? Co się zmieniło?
No na pewno było dużo znaków zapytania, bo nie wiedziałem, jak sobie poradzę jeżdżąc właśnie w drifcie, gdzie są przeciążenia, musimy puszczać czasami kierownicę, nie wiedziałem czy się tego nauczę, ale zobaczyłem, że jest to wyjątkowe uczucie, kiedy ten samochód wydaje się, że wyleci z zakrętu, a my dodajemy gazu i kontrolujemy go przez cały zakręt. Później ustawialiśmy sobie różne przeszkody, robiliśmy takie bramki z kolegami, gdzie zmniejszaliśmy jakby na zakręcie takie 2 słupki, między którymi trzeba było przejechać. Ja pamiętam, że w pewnym momencie już te słupki były tak blisko, że praktycznie przednim zderzakiem ocierałem się o przedni, tylnym o tylny. Już połowa z ekipy odpadła, bo rozwalała te słupki, a ja wciąż jechałem precyzyjnie i poczułem, że wtedy nieważne jak prowadzisz, tylko jak czujesz samochód, co masz w głowie, no i że jeszcze wszystko będzie możliwe.
Są historie, które inspirują, są historie, do których lubimy wracać. Taką historią jest Paweł Borkowski, który powrócił na tor razem ze swoim nowym projektem. Już teraz możecie go zobaczyć.
Thank you, Victoria.
Yeah, great to hear from Bartosz Ostałowski in the break there as we at the track. So Paweł Borkowski doing a special run here, Mike, and yeah, I think no introduction needed really.
No, look at this beautiful R35 GTR, obviously converted to rear-wheel drive, imtuning.pl, developed by those guys, and look at this absolutely crazy build, tearing it up here at DMP round 1, just putting on a show for you guys. It just shuts it down before the left zone there. I'd imagine one of these is pretty hard to hang on to, Eddie.
Yeah, it certainly is, but Paweł, a lot of history in the sport, very capable driver. Driver I haven't seen much of in the last number of years.
Yeah, and speaking of imtuning.pl, guys, if you want to follow any of your drivers or any of the sponsors, of course, you know, you can get the driver's Instagram from the graphic at the start line, or you can see it on, of course, on their cars there as well. Just be sure to follow the sponsors of the series and of the cars, because these people behind the scenes make this incredible sport possible.
Well, you can see that very lucky fan who obviously won the opportunity to sit in the passenger seat.
Maybe the fan said, "Stop! No, I'm done.
No, I don't think they never say that.
No, they never say that.
I've been lucky enough in my time to do some passenger runs in Mondello Park for drifting, and it's definitely, you know, my favorite thing to do is give people that experience, even at the level that I was driving at, because there's no way anybody ever gets out of a drift car without a smile on their face, and it's great to give people that first experience of drifting. Such a unique thing, and I think if you get the opportunity to sit inside a drift car, it never leaves you the experience.
Absolutely. Well, you could get the opportunity to sit inside a helicopter if you want to make your way to the Ptak Warsaw Expo tomorrow here, because helicopter rides are also in effect. So bear that in mind as we go back to the line. Eddie, we're ready to go drifting again.
Yeah, we certainly are, with Timur Lipsky, the Ukrainian, 19 years of age, 78, Mike. He's, you know what, the young gun, he's going to need to bring out the big guns here if he's going to get himself into one of those lucrative high up spots here in the top 32. Nice through the first section as he negotiates it with excellent precision. Sets that car up now. You can just see him fights the steering and just doesn't make it fully into outside zone 2 as deep as he would have liked. Switches back, lots of speed as he tries to scrub that now as he comes from 3 to 4. Big correction on the steering once again. Wheel dropped just before he crosses the finish line. A good run, but a scrappy run, Mike.
Yeah, very early initiation there on the handbrake, I noticed, from Timur. Playing it safe, so maybe drag the handbrake here, maybe 2 meters earlier than most people would. Second touch of the handbrake then just to settle him. The judges won't mark him down massively for that, but he didn't quite have the momentum around zone 1 to stay on the very outside line. Now he makes his way into 2 quite nicely here. A bit of a handbrake drag, nothing too long. So once again, David Callas, our head judge, telling us that it's not a big penalisation for a little bit of a handbrake drag in there. And it might be enough overall here, Eddie. It's tentative, but it might be enough here for Timur to get, you know, into the 80s possibly, but I'm not sure. He's on a 70, you know, he needs to get into the 80s here. He's on a 78.5. Once again, the lower you qualify, the higher qualifier you face off against. So if you scrape in at 30 seconds, you're going up against the first place guy. He's on fire.
Yeah.
Except maybe not Conor Shanahan versus Dave Egan at Drift Masters 2 weeks ago. That didn't go to plan. But usually it's a pretty you know, a clear-cut kind of battle. It's very unlikely that the first place qualifier goes out to the 32nd. However, it does happen. But yeah, you know, I think I'm not exactly sure where he sits on the order with that 78. He should be inside that top 32 from the scores that we've seen come true. But still a lot of drivers to go on 60-somethings who could knock him down.
Yeah, that's a good point. You know, so 28 position
28. It's
doesn't
going to be a long
improve
wait
on the score. Yeah, it's going to be a nervous wait, and he has, well, yeah, at least 2 of those drivers, as you mentioned, Mike, to come that are sitting outside. So we go back to the bobber. It is Łukasz Surhada.
Yeah, DJ Lucky Boy.
DJ Lucky Boy. I mean, if that doesn't sound Irish, I don't know what does. He sits on a 92.5 on his first run, and look at the aggression. Snaps that car to angle as he fires it into that first section. We talked about this car being the underpowered hero of the weekend. 440 brake horsepower underneath the bonnet of this 350Z. He hugs that wide line and drives it like it has 900 horsepower. Certainly doesn't look like the underpowered hero that we were told it is. There's no way this car is only 400 horsepower, Mike.
Eddie, I was waiting till you were finished to say it. I was like, this thing, 440 brake horsepower, no way. Somebody's having us on here, because this...
Yeah, I mean, this was late information that we were given. He normally drives an E92 with 909 brake horsepower. There is no way there's only 400 horsepower in this car.
I don't know, Eddie. I mean...
If that's true, if there's only 400 horsepower in this car, he's an absolute animal.
He's an absolute animal. I'm going to go out and shake this guy's hands, go down and meet him after, because DJ Lucky Boy is an absolute animal behind the wheel, Eddie. He is absolutely on it. He's pinpoint. He's very entertaining. Once again, looks several steps ahead of the car, which is not his main car. Okay, maybe he was a little bit too far to the right through zone 3 there, if we're to be super technical. But overall, look at the precision. Look where his back tyre is sitting, just at the edge of the white line the whole way. That is crazy
So
work.
good, crazy good. Yeah, really, really impressive. And, you know, no matter what amount of horsepower he has underneath the bonnet of that car, I'm still very much impressed. But yeah, we'll be making a trip down to the pits, Mike, to find out about that.
We'll have to get the dyno out.
We'll have to get our own little dyno out, yeah. Your pocket dyno that you brought with you on the Ryanair flight, Mike. The inflatable dyno.
The inflatable dyno, exactly. Well, let's see what score he does manage to get. What was his first
Well,
score?
it was a
Eddie?
92.5, Mike, so
Okay.
he's way up the order. But yeah, I'd imagine that might not even be enough for top 10 at the moment with some of the scores that we've seen come in. So
we just got a notification from Caro saying he said he doesn't take his feet off of the gas.
yeah, well, that's for sure. So an 87 on the second run, and of course Caro giving us that information earlier on, and we've been treated like absolute kings here in Poland as we move back to the start line where Artur Havrilenko
Raving, listen to this, he's eager to get going, Eddie.
Yeah, 80.5 on the first run, eager to get going and try and gain some more points. Big drag of the handbrake though as he fires that car back on power then and just lights up those rear tyres. And in that GR86 2JZ, using every last bit of the 930 brake horsepower that he has at his disposal. And look at this is really good through the course, really fast, really fluid, really nice line, and across the line he goes. Artur Havrilenko lighting it up here in Poland.
Oh, I miss driving, Eddie, so much watching this now. Genuinely, I want to get out there, I want to get behind the wheel of these things. Look at this beautiful car from Artur Havrilenko. I mean, the livery even, I don't know what halfway crooks are, but I'm going to Google it later because it's such a cool graffiti style livery. This is what drifting is all about.
Well,
to
they're
me.
not the full way to being crooks, Mike.
They're only
halfway
crooks.
there.
Like yourself and myself.
It's a 4-year course and they've just finished year 2, you know. But
only half crooks. But
yeah, I mean, it's driving and styling like this that would just give you the itch to get back in.
Absolutely.
Behind the wheel. And
it's what it's all about to me. Just, you know, really cool big horsepower cars with super style being put through the absolute paces behind the, you know, with under the hands of like really skilled drivers, you know. I mean,
yeah, big run.
What a great run. Inspirational run.
Really
almost.
love that drone angle. It just shows you, it just shows so much of the run, and just I think you get a better idea of just how fluid and how little mistakes that the drivers, the drivers that are doing well are making. You know, you can see all the corrections if they need to make them, and certainly. Artur looking really solid. A 90.5, 12th position. Not even enough for top 10 there, Mike, with a 90.5. But he's going to be absolutely delighted with that as we have to move it on all the same to another driver who would absolutely love a score in the 90s. Łukasz Wilczak, 68 on the first run. He gets ready to leave the line in his M3 E46, 800 brake horsepower. He gets the green light, slams it through the gears. Here he goes. Looks a little bit tentative down the straight as he comes. Makes that entry, stays nicely. Oh, comes out of outside zone 1 just that little bit too early as that car looked to grip up, and he gets back in it now into outside zone 2, foot to floor as he switches that car from lock to lock. Delicate steering as he tries to set himself up for the final zone. Can he find an improvement in the score? Drops some wheels crucially at the final sections and goes across the line. Will those mistakes come back to haunt him? Łukasz trying everything he could to try and improve on that 68, but was he trying too hard, Mike?
Yeah, Łukasz Wilczak looking tentative on entry, as you mentioned, Ed. But I thought he got going, you know, found his feet a little bit after that. I think that tentativeness might have been because he knew that if he messed up the first zone, that was it. He was going home. You know, he is Polish, so he doesn't have that far to go. But it's a big country, so he might have a long way. So I think he was in the back of his mind not to mess up the first zone. However, he did get going then in the E46. He did put foot to floor. The burner, as he's known, he said, drifting isn't a hobby, it's a decision, a lifestyle, a commitment, and a constant struggle with yourself. Nothing could be truer, you know, and it is a struggle with yourself to get here, to have the money, to have the time to build these cars. And I'm glad to see him, you know, he's obviously got a huge heart for the sport, so I'm glad to see him getting a run in. Did drop the 2 wheels there towards the end of the run, which will hurt him, but he might just creep into the show here, Eddie.
Well,
I'm not sure.
We all await, and I'd say you know, Łukasz and his team await patiently for that decision. They'll be nervous down there trying to, you know, watch the broadcast and see will their driver get a score that gets him into the show. Here we go. A 69, no improvement. Well, a slight improvement, but not enough, Mike. And those mistakes coming back to haunt him. And it is cutthroat at this level. And unfortunately for Wukash, that is the last we will see of him at round 1 as we move it on to Maciej Jarkovic, the 55-year-old, in his boss-kitted S14, 820 brake horsepower, 66.5 on the first run. Mike, he's got it all to do. Again, another driver with some pressure. And again, just a little bit of a tentative entry. Wasn't quite sure what he wanted to do. Didn't really commit to that weight transfer fully, and it cost him through that first zone. Now starts to lose the run of this qualifying run as he puts wheels off circuit at outside zone 2. Now needs to be really precise and perfect through the final zones, but Mike, is it too many mistakes right when he didn't need them?
I mean, okay, you're splitting the zones between 1, 2, 3 and 4. They all have their maximum points. This kind of judging system does give you the chance to get back into the run, as opposed to maybe the system in Ireland where we say that was a huge mistake, so you're pretty much done for the rest of the run. If you take the rest of the zones on their own, okay, but I don't think it's going to be enough, Eddie. There was a lot of big mistakes in there, and I think this is going to be a case of put it on the trailer.
Yeah, look, the judges, you know, they're strict, but they have to be, Mike. They have to be cutthroat. They take this very seriously. And unfortunately, you know, for Maciej, I just don't see it being enough of an improvement to get him into could it get him top 32, the 32nd spot, even provisionally, perhaps?
Well, I don't think it was as good as Berner's lap even before that, to be honest, Eddie. No. That was 37th or 8th, so I don't think it's going to be enough. But we'll wait and see. Like we said, it is judged by zone here.
Yeah, just looking at the remaining drivers, there's a number of drivers, one driver on a 0, a couple of drivers sitting in the 60s, early 70s as well. So, I would expect that it's going to need a big score at this stage.
Yeah, you're not safe in 26th, 7th, 8th here still.
No, certainly not. Yeah. And normally at this stage of qualifying, you would be, as that score drops in. It is a 75. It is an improvement. 35th position though is not enough. So 32 spaces up for grabs for tomorrow's main event here at round 1 of the Driftingowe Mistrzostwa Polski 2026, as we go back to the start line, where it is our good friend,
our new friend,
Alexandra Olaf Fia sits on an 80.5 after a really solid first run, so she's right there in the show, and will be looking to bump herself up the order. Love the colour combination. Drops a wheel there. She comes through outside zone 2 now. Very quick through the circuit now as this car looks to pick up pace. Fires it down into outside zone 4. Drops a wheel as a result. Just couldn't scrub that speed as she gets through that final section and across the line. Another big run there from Alexandra.
Yeah, if you are attending the event here tomorrow, guys, or even today if you're watching live on YouTube at the show, be sure to go over and check out under the bonnet of this thing. It is absolutely crazy, Eddie, is it not?
It is, it's, there's a whole lot of things going on underneath that bonnet.
There's a lot going on
that I don't understand, and that's...
Well, there's a big V8, right?
There's a big V8, I saw that.
There's a big old thing on the side of it.
Yeah.
And it's pushing air into the engine at a good rate of knots.
At an enormous rate.
Yeah, so it's quite the build, as many of these cars are. And if you're listening from home in Ireland to us, thank you for joining us, number one, and great to have you here, or listening anywhere around. But guys, honestly, get a flight out to the next round of this, or get a quick flight, a Ryanair flight out tonight, because these builds are genuinely, from a guy who works at a place that builds drift cars, these builds are insane over here.
Yeah, the quality is of the workmanship, and the attention to detail is, second to none. And we didn't even get a chance to root around all the cars, just a few of them this morning. But certainly Alexandra's was one of the ones that caught our attention. But if you are, as you say, watching on the stream, be sure to give us a thumbs up, put your flag in the comments from where you're from, let us know where you're watching from, and hope you're enjoying the show. And if you're watching from Poland, we apologize if we're absolutely butchering the pronunciations of the names, but we are doing our best.
Blame Eddie.
Blame me, yeah.
Yeah, Eddie's on pronunciation, on the big money as a result.
On the big money, yeah.
But I'm staying away from the pronunciations. I struggle with our own driver Kuba at home, Jakub Przygoński.
You had to shorten your own name as we see the score dropping in for Alexandra. It's an 81, so 0.5 of an improvement. 2 very consistent runs, only enough for 24th position, but I think she will be safe for battle action with that score, Mike, so she'll be happy enough. As we move it on to Dominic Kerr, who's a man who does need a big score here now from this Opel GT with the 2JZ underneath the bonnet. Sits on a 65.5 from that first run as he gets ready to leave the line. Powers through that long straight, big run up to this first corner, big angle as he looks to wow the judges and certainly wows myself here in the commentary box as he is absolutely on it. Full lock through that second zone now as he smokes out the arena here in Warsaw. Quick flick of the angle back onto the lock stops. Oh, at least 2 wheels off there, Mike, as he comes through final outer zone 4 and across the line.
Yeah, it was all going so well there, but look at the speed and the snappiness of this little Opel chassis, this little GM chassis. It's a tough little one to master, I would imagine. Again, Darren McNamara with the Saturn Sky in Formula Drift for many seasons until he put an end to it at Long Beach one fateful day, but we won't talk about that. But you know, if you watch the car, it's one of those chassis that leapfrogs forward when he hits the throttle. Those cars are really fast, really potent, but they tend to bite you quite a lot unless you're absolutely super precise. Didn't quite have the angle dialed in there, pointed forward a little bit to Ford, and as a result got pushed off very far off track. I think it was all going pretty okay until that stage, but unfortunately for Dominic,
I think it should still be an improvement though, Mike. 65.5 on that first run.
He was a long way off with those 2 wheels, Eddie, though. He was a long way off on 4. Again, if you're taking each zone as a single entity, which the judges are, he can only possibly lose 11 points for line, 8 points for angle, and then again David Callis does spread 15 for fluidity, 15 for commitment throughout the whole run, but you have to expect them to take a lot off.
I think it's going to be an improvement, and it is a 75, but it's not enough, which is the crucial point.
Yeah,
enough for 36th, but yeah. Look, to me, it felt like there was more than a 65, even with those mistakes.
I agree, but not enough.
But just not enough. Yeah.
You couldn't chase that either.
No,
which
certainly not.
Now moving along, look at this S13.
Yeah, so back on the start line, and it is Marek Wartałowicz and his PS13, 83 on the first run. Look at the aggression, big flick to angle here, fully committed, but misses that outside zone, and then drops some wheels off. Now gets it back onto the lock stops here as he comes into outside zone 2. But again, big mistakes here. I think trying to find that big run on the second half of qualifying to try and light up the scoreboard. Certainly exciting and full of flair, full of commitment, full of passion, but certainly not as technically perfect as the judges would have been looking for. So
yeah, I want to know what this body kit is actually. It's not one I've seen on PS13 before, and that's saying something. So if anybody in the comments can drop us in some info on that one. It's an interesting looking kit, but as you said, Eddie, big mistake on the first zone there, which again should theoretically at least be the easiest one.
Well, Marek says that he's a designer and builder of drift cars, so I'm wondering, Mike, if this is perhaps a custom self-made kit that the guys have built in the factory.
Get it out there, Marek,
for the team.
Yeah, get it out there. I'm sure it'll sell pretty well. It's hard to make a PS13 stand out from the crowd, but this one absolutely does, and especially in the team Motul drift colours. A beautiful ivory, black, white, red there, looking absolutely great. Let's see if the scores are great as the crowd tries to keep themselves with the sun off the heads with all the hats there.
Yeah, not anticipating this to be an improvement of the score. The 83 on that first run was, far fewer mistakes as the score drops in. Yeah, 74, 22nd position for Marek. So you can see 83 only good enough for 22nd. And when we're talking about the level of this championship, and it really is cutthroat. It reminds me of the Pro 2 championship at home, where the scoring is so high. Now Karolina Pilarczyk.
Yeah, speaking of crazy builds.
Yeah, crazy builds. 78 on her first run. And she gives the love symbol and the kisses. And the punches are for you and the kisses are for me, Mike.
All right, yeah.
LSX V8, don't tell my wife, supercharged. 0.8 bar. Look at this thing leave the line.
Wow,
absolutely incredible. Yeah, so exciting to watch. Straight line entry, full commitment, makes it work, and the line is absolutely insane through that first section. Goes Karolina, and she is absolutely on it here, Mike. A 78 on that first run. She's coming for top spot here with this run because it's absolute fire. A little bit offline as she came through that inner zone, but gets back on it here through outside zone 4, and across the line she goes with an electric run.
We have to see Karolina doing a full season of Drift Masters with this level of aggression. It would be absolutely spectacular, but we get to see her here in DMP, and how lucky are we to get to see this kind of aggression behind the wheel. I mean, who else blows your kisses, does a couple of punches, and then leaves the line on a rolling burnout into the first corner? That is crazy.
Yeah, well, that was quite literally a knockout run from Karolina. And, you know, Mike, when you see this level of talent, female talent that we have across Europe, it is just boggles the mind that we don't see more female competitors in Drift Masters, because I know we see them from round to round occasionally as wildcards, but we don't see it on a regular basis, and there's so much talent. Look at this line through the course.
Yeah,
slight wheel drop, okay,
does drop a wheel, but
like,
she's been so aggressive, I'm going to allow it.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, you're splitting hairs at that stage as we wait the score to drop in. For me, got to be better than a 78, is it? I think it has to be.
Oh,
it
yeah,
has
absolutely.
To be,
Absolutely, it has to be. Yeah, okay, she did have the wheel drop for quite a while on 4 there, but it has to be an improvement. And, you know, I mean, you don't want to see anybody get knocked out, obviously, but I want to see her in the show driving like that. She's an entertainer.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and you know, I think certainly not a driver you'd want to come up against in a battle tomorrow afternoon, particularly in a top 32.
You don't know if she's going to kiss you or punch you.
Yeah.
So just hearing Tomasz Magyar is not coming, engine gone, but we do have a score for Karolina.
And it's an 80. Sorry, Mike, to cut across you.
We're so excited, two of us, Eddie. It's an 86 for Karolina, dropping her into 19th position, making sure that she is actually in battle action tomorrow, Eddie. But unfortunately, now we do hear that Tomasz Magyar is not going to be onto the line, engine problems.
190E Mercedes that you might remember. He suffered a 0 on the first run, and now terminal engine problems. So we go back to the start line where it's Peter Utasi, the Hungarian. He sits on a score of 80 from the first run, Mike, if I remember rightly. 2JZ, S13.
Yeah, you do remember correctly, Eddie. Look at this aggression once again from the Hungarian as he fires the 180SX into the first corner here. Massive angle, absolutely beautiful initiation there. Look at this, Eddie, is this on for a top score here? Because the aggression, he just drops a wheel slightly, but the judges won't kill him for that one. Oh, huge transition, Eddie. What is happening here on track at DMP? Look at the tyre smoke, listen to the engine. He drops another wheel, but who cares? Round of applause there.
Yeah, wow, what a run from Peter Utasi. And if there was any question about whether or not this man was coming out to try and take top spot, look at this, right from the off, deep into outside zone 1, fulfills that beautifully as we get those incredible drone shots. Look at that, fills the full zone, stays on the power. Look at the smoke billowing out of the rear end of that 180SX. Again, flirts with the danger just as he gets that car right onto that wide line, fulfilling that outer zone at zone 2. This is where he now really starts to pick up a lot of speed through the course. Tucks in, how was he with the nose? Perfect as he comes through. Big angle, as you suggested, Mike, as well, as he came through out inside zone 3. Gets straight back into it for outside zone 4, and this is where maybe looks to, does he drop a wheel here? You know,
yes.
Yeah, but
I don't care, Eddie.
I wouldn't call it a full wheel.
No, I
would say 3/4 wheel over the line there. You know, I don't think. I think if there's a wall there, that's exciting.
Well, you know,
that's
drifting,
a highlight reel.
Drifting is supposed to be entertaining, and that was entertaining from Peter Utasi. And if I was judging, okay, not perfectly, you know, in technical terms, but the entertainment and the commitment and the impact from that run was the best we've seen all weekend so
and
far.
Let's face it, Mike, you'd rather see them a foot deep into an outer zone, too deep into it, than you know,
shallow.
3 foot shallow.
Absolutely.
You know, so 100%. So Peter Utasi has an 80.
Yeah, we'll need to improve a bit, Eddie.
Well, I think he's in the show, Mike.
Yeah, but he wants to qualify a bit
higher. Of course he does,
you know?
and I think he has to surely. It's a 92.5
Yes.
inside that top 10, 8th position for Peter Utasi, and certainly glad to see that score reflecting how we felt emotionally after watching the run. As we move it back to the start line for Piotr Kozłowski, sits on a 76 with those massive twin turbos sitting out the
I love this car.
the bonnet. Yeah,
I love this.
It's just crazy,
it's
isn't it?
so crazy. I mean, it could suck in a bird, a small child, anything really. You just got to stay out of the way of this thing.
Yeah, 1,000 brake horsepower, but a 76 on the first run means there's some work to do for Piotr.
Eddie.
Oh, and he puts it into a spin, Mike.
Oh man, yeah, just as we wanted to see that car unleashing the 1,000 brake horsepower on track, And is he in the qualifying positions, Eddie, with a 76? I don't know. I think he's going to be outside of it, is he?
I think he might be 31, 32. I'm not entirely sure. So we.
But look at it, Eddie, as it just makes its way around the track here. Two huge turbos, nowhere to put them in the engine bay. Let's just put them up outside of the bonnet.
Well, there's no denying that he's having fun out there, Mike. As 76, 34th. Wow, just misses out. How cruel.
How cruel, yeah.
As we get to the final 10 drivers, Mike, the final 10 or 15 drivers of qualifying.
Yeah, just like really overcooked it. I mean, just appeared to catch a lack of grip as he kind of dialed in the angle to get the car into the corner. Maybe could have feathered the throttle a little bit just to get it moving forward and to stabilise it a bit. Instead, it just over-rotated and put him out.
Feel the power in that car, can't you?
Yeah, it's ground shaking out here in Warsaw, to be honest. It's absolutely a sight and a sound to behold out here. It shakes the ground when it does a pass, and yeah, really cool to see these builds out here once again. Loving it. And if you haven't been out here, guys, I mean, this is my first time here. Get out here. This is genuinely no commentator speak here, no nonsense. Genuinely, this is absolutely crazy stuff out here. You have to come and check it out yourself.
It definitely beats Watergrass Hill in the rain, that's for sure.
It does beat, yeah. Still, I love Watergrass Hill in the rain at home, but the Ptak Warsaw Expo is a slightly bigger venue, and we do have the auto tuning show happening tomorrow. So crazy show cars, crazy drifting, helicopter rides, you name it.
Yeah, as we go to a crazy Slovakian on the line, 22 years of age, and a man who needs to pull a big score out of the bag here. 77 on the first run for Samuel Mladenov, as he takes his 2JZ powered E92 onto the circuit for the second run of his qualifying at round one of the Driftingowe Mistrzostwa Polski 2026. Here he goes, fires through those first two sections. Huge cloud of smoke from the tyres, the back of this E92 as he fires big angle into that final zone. He is absolutely coming for it, Mike, as he rips through the circuit and crosses the line with a big run.
Wow, I can't believe that he made that last transition stick, Eddie. I thought he was going into a spin for sure. Next thing, he just made it stick, and not only that, but he actually kept the car bang on line. So apart from this first zone, which he sacrificed the first half of, Eddie, I think this is going to be a really great score here from Samuel.
Yeah, for me, it's got to be an improvement on that 77 from the first run here, Mike, because there was just, yeah, maybe not technically perfect, but he's certainly going to light up the scoreboards in terms of style and commitment and fluidity throughout the run.
Yeah, a little bit shy on two as well there now that I watch it back. I think I was caught up in the impact.
This is where it was just...
This is the party piece.
Yeah, boom.
Wow, snaps it onto angle, gets back on the power to hold it, and absolutely pins the throttle and uses all of the brake horsepower in the 2JZ to just keep it on track, and super impressive driving style there, Ed. Rightio, so let's see what the scoreboard will say for the Slovakian. E92, 882 brake horsepower, which is kind of in the middle of the power rankings over here.
Yeah. Oh, look at this, a 92, Mike. A 92 puts him into 10th position and bumps him from outside of qualifying right into the top 10. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, crazy stuff. Won his first competition, as you said earlier, Eddie, and the future is bright for young Samuel.
Well, someone who's won a competition already, Mike, will be able to just deal with that pressure on the start line of knowing you need to produce it, and that's exactly what he did. But our next driver also needs to produce it. It is Zsolt Homan from Hungary. The 30-year-old sits on a 68.5 in a car that we said just looks so incredibly cool. Really like it. It's kind of like Joker style from Batman, almost. Really love this.
Yeah, graffiti livered, beautiful stuff.
Yeah, as he fires his way, 1JZ powered, 700 brake horsepower, comes out of that first outside zone. A little bit too early, Mike, for my liking, and drops. Oh, three wheels.
That's a zero, Eddie.
That's a zero, Mike. We'll need the judges to confirm that, but 3 wheels is a zero in the DMP. So, what we mean by that, if you drop 3 wheels off the circuit, the marked circuit, you will be scored a zero. Your run will count as a zero. So it does look like Zsolt, while he had it all to do, was on for a big run.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't great on zone 1 either, to be fair.
No, he gets in there, but just it was never going to be enough really after that to cement a spot into the top 32 as we watch it back here on the replay.
Just cut those marbles, Eddie.
Did he hold on?
No,
Did he hold on?
It's not going to be enough.
Yeah,
either way.
it's irrelevant, I think. But
It's,
you know,
yeah.
it's kind of a question of did he hold on
Did
to
he
avoid
hold
a
on?
zero?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure if it is a zero. It was very close, as you said, but either way, it's a massive mistake. And in this company, in this championship, you're not going to qualify with that kind of mistake.
Yeah, well, I think the cutoff is somewhere around 79 to 80. If not a little bit higher, so we don't have an exact scoreboard in front of us, but judging from people that have been knocked out, and that's definitely not going to score anywhere near that.
Yeah, absolutely. As we wait for confirmation from the judges for that exact fact, still 35 degrees out here, guys. We are melting here as we speak, and it is going to be a couple of degrees, if not 5 degrees warmer tomorrow. So you're going to see cars absolutely crazy, inlet air temps, water temps crazy, oil temps crazy. And hopefully the cars can hold on, because the oil is going to be turned to water tomorrow. So we are getting confirmation, 3 wheels off, Eddie, that is a zero.
Yeah, and you can just see the judges were looking back at it on the replay there as that score just comes in just to make it official. So unfortunately for Zolt, that's the end of his weekend. As we move it into the business end.
Oh yes, look at this
yeah,
thing.
look at this is right, and Mike gets excited here beside me.
I want one of these.
Yeah, as Łukasz Kalashevsky in the Mark V A90 Supra of Peter Visek. It was an 86.5 Mike on the first run. He's certainly going to be coming to light up the scoreboard here second time around. He'll want that top spot, and to do this car the justice that it deserves. Well, he's certainly doing that at the moment as he fires through the course. Pinpoint accuracy. This is a huge run here from Łukasz. Can he find the secret sauce through the final sections? He certainly can, and he crosses the line with a monster run.
That was the secret sauce, Eddie. I mean, he just had everything there. He had precision, he had impact, he had the aggression. Okay, he's not perfect on zone 1 if we're to be really technical, but he's pretty damn good, and he's on full throttle the whole way. Crucially, the style points here will be absolutely maximum here. And I mean, okay, like, the impact of this run is what does it for me. Because Eddie, I mean, did you hear him lifting off the throttle for any of that run?
No, but I mean, when this car is just sitting in the pits, it has impact. So it's just incredible. I absolutely love the styling of it.
Yeah, Kalashevsky there on an 86 so far, 86 and a half. And you know what? The styling, this is drifting once again to me. It's, you know, okay, he didn't have huge angle there around 4, to be fair. He just got the car to go forward really fast. But I think overall that this is going to be...
Is it in the 90s? Go on,
it
call
has
it.
to be,
Go
yeah,
on.
it has to be in the 90s. It has to be.
Give me your guess.
Oh, if I had my judge's hat on, I would. I'm going to say early
92.
I was going to say early 90s, yeah, 92, 93.
Well, let's see how right or wrong we are, Mike, as we wait for that score to drop in. One thing's for sure, he is well up the order. Well, he's not well up the order. He's in the show, that is for sure. But an 86, well...
Would you fancy meeting him, Eddie? You don't want to meet this guy.
Certainly not, no.
He's so fast.
Like in the pits, yeah, no problem.
In the pits,
he's a super nice guy.
He's a nice guy,
yeah,
but on track, different story.
No, but if 80's the cutoff and he's got an 86, you know, that means he's probably down the order. So
well, if we look at the,
it's got to be a 92 to really kind of get him right up into one of those top 10 positions.
It is. If we look at the line, I mean, he dropped a couple of feet. Yeah, early 90s, 90 did. So 15th only for Łukasz.
Wow.
Yeah. So Łukasz Kalashevsky, they're not maybe getting as high scores we expected, Eddie, but we go back to the line too. Once again, another A90.
Yeah.
Remember the grip in this one last time.
It's an A90 and a driver looking for A90 as well, because it's a 78 on the board for Mateusz Suski, the 2JZ 900 brake horsepower. Here we go. Can he find it now on his second and final run of qualifying? It's this or die. In the show or out of the show. Perfect through that first section as he looks to try and find that perfect line through outer zone 2, but he does come off the line now, corrects it, finds that line again, gets a wheel into inside zone 3. But Mike, it's not the run he was looking for when he needed it. Is it good enough though? I think there's enough perhaps in there to be a slight improvement on that 78. But I think it's going to be an interesting one to see, because there are mistakes in it. So it's going to be a case of how much weight did the judges put on those.
Yeah, let's just watch it back here. The front of the A90 Supra popping up over the bumps there. Sacrifice once again the start of zone 1, getting the car in there towards the end of the zone. Hangs on to the transition a little bit late, a little bit on the left-hand side of the track, but crucially then, unfortunately, rotates a little bit too far to the left and misses the start of outer zone 2. Then looks like he drops a wheel at the end of 2. Once again, great run in terms of impact and aggression. Not pinpoint on 3 either. A couple of feet just to the left there, maybe a foot and a half. Now he's a lot better here on the entry to 4, where he is billowing smoke, making it very hard to see here from the drone where his wheels exactly are. Full throttle and across the line. All the impact and all the aggression there, but maybe not the exact pinpoint accuracy we need.
Yeah, and like as you say, getting the zones, but late into them on a number of occasions. So, yeah, that's definitely going to hurt the score here for Mateusz, as we just await confirmation of that score, Mike. And nervous wait from 78 on that first run. He's not going to be able to rely on that, as far as we know, to count as a score. Yeah. For the top 32.
Another Polish driver in a field of, is it 15 or 16 nationalities we have here this weekend? Something like that, isn't it?
I think 17.
17,
yeah,
wow.
17, yeah. So it's an 84.5, crucially, a 24th position. He does jump up the order, and I think Mateusz can count himself lucky, because it was a scrappy run, but just about did enough.
He will see battle action.
So back on the start line to another man who needs to find it. It's Orest Michalczuk. So Orest Michalczuk on that score of 61.
Yeah, spins the wheels off the line, big aggression, and fires it into the first corner here. The S-chassis doing S-chassis stable things, looking great there. Beautiful livery as well on this car. Now gets it rotated nicely around for zone 2, but does run a little bit wide at the edge of the track there. He's a bit late to the transition as a result, but gets it back on line now, puts foot to floor and runs the outside line all the way around. Too much though, Eddie, and once again, like many more drivers before him, drops drops one wheel at least towards the end of zone 4 there.
Yeah, it did look like he was going to drop into the groove there at the end of outside zone 4, but dropped those wheels, as you say, Mike. And it was, again, just chasing it a little bit for Orest Michalczuk. But certainly should be an improvement on that 61, as you see him just kind of getting into that zone. But it's just not that fluidity, that same fluidity that we've seen from other drivers. Dare I say, maybe drops a wheel as he exits outside zone 2. Nicely negotiated through outside zone 3, but just gets the line wrong then as he makes that transition, drops a couple of wheels on the entry into outside zone 4, and a few more then as he comes to the final stages of that section. So just lacking that fluidity throughout the run, Mike, not able to maintain that throughout the course.
Yeah, what was this score? He was just on a 61?
It was a 61, yeah.
Yeah,
so
I mean, it's going to be a tough one here.
It needed to be better, but it doesn't mean that it's not enough.
Yeah, absolutely, as we enjoy the evening sunshine here in Warsaw.
Yes, well, I know what tent I will be going to after we finish up here, Mike. I can see it there on camera.
Oh, yeah, okay. The
so
0-0 tent.
The 0-0 tent, so we can see the score drop. Oh, look at this. A 79 and 31st position for Orest Michalczuk, and he scrapes in.
Well,
and I'm just going to look down and see, Mike, he is safe as well.
Safe.
Everybody who is in the show right now is in the show. So the rest is just for bragging rights as we go back to the start line, where it's Mikołaj Zakiszewski with an 85.5.
That was a good pronunciation, Eddie, I must say.
I thought I butchered it, to be honest.
No, I thought that was good. I don't know anything. So.
Mikołaj Zakiszewski. That's a tough one for us as he leaves the line, and he gets on that. Look at this, deep into that outer zone, straight from the off as he comes looking for a big run here to try and finish out his qualifying session for the first round of the DMP in 2026, and he's absolutely on it here. Look at the pace and the amount of smoke from the tyres as he just fires on the angle. Big snap, but it catches him out and he makes a correction, but now makes it work, drops a wheel and crosses the line.
Yeah, it was on for a huge run there up until the point that snap transition just caught him out a little bit. Really liking the precision here, even though he had a lot of aggression through the run. Look at where the rear wheels of the car are. Okay, he comes away a little bit early from one there, but overall through the zone from Mikołaj, it looks very, very good. Now that last transition is what we're going to focus on for this run, as he left foot brakes into 2. So nothing really to write home about here. Very, very slight wheel drop, nothing major. He's in the right place.
But I'm just picking up on Mike. Interesting to see, was there a wheel drop going into outside zone 2? But Yeah.
See, he was a little bit, he didn't get the car rotated and didn't get it turned back around for the transition. He tried to snap it back in and it just didn't work from the rear of the car hooked up, stopped the transition from happening essentially, and forced him to get back on the throttle to push the car forward to prevent it from straightening up basically. So, yeah, I mean, very good run overall until that point. So I think that transition is going to really hurt his score.
Yeah, I mean it's a quite a sizable mistake as well, you know, and very difficult for a chase driver to try and predict that. So you can expect the judges to be pretty harsh on it here, and yeah.
Yeah, once again, remember, guys, if you are watching from home or wherever it may be, we are just in qualifying right now for DMP round 1, but we will be back for battle action tomorrow from around about 11 o'clock local time for semi-pro action, and getting into the thick end of things then for Pro Top 32 at 1:10 Polish time, and then the real part of the show, Pro Top 16 at 20:04. That is 20:04 Polish time, as we have a score dropping in.
Yeah, no improvement, stays in 23rd position. So crucially in the show already, Mike, so it won't be too much of a concern as we go back to the start line to a man who was our highest qualifier, Kevin Robel, 96.5, and well, if you didn't see his first run, it was absolutely electric, and if this is anything like it, and you can expect him to be going for top spot here as he fires down that run in, but yeah, gets it all wrong, Mike, and it's not going to be a contender for top spot here already. We know that by the missing of outside zone 1, drops a couple of wheels, but just the way this car moves, it's so lively, it just looks so hooked up, and he really just absolutely just fires it on angle everywhere he goes. I love the look of it, a real Adam LZ-esque kind of styling to this car with the chrome graphics and the blue, and I have to say, not the run we were hoping for. It was the run that we got, but yeah, straight from the off here, just a little bit too aggressive perhaps, and just catches him, pulls him out of outside zone 1 there, and the rest, as they say, is history when you're chasing top spot.
Yeah, it's what I imagine being a rodeo rider in the States would be like. You're up on top of a raging bull and you're hanging on for dear life. That's what it looked like to me anyway for Kevin Robel this time. The like you said, the LZ-esque E36 looking resplendent once again in the Polish sunshine here, but the car had different ideas. It didn't really want to do the track, it just wanted to do what it wanted to do itself, I think there. And Kevin hanging on for dear life for that run. I don't think it's going to be a big score, but it was entertaining.
Yeah, certainly was. You know, the run-in alone was very entertaining, as we are left with just 4 drivers remaining. Valery Shevelov sits on a 91. Jakub Przygoński has an 88. Łukasz Tasimski has an 83, and our final driver will be Jakub Kral, sits on a 92.5. So all of our remaining drivers, Mike, in the show, which means our top 32 is set. The only thing that can change now, yeah, score confirmed there, stays in second position with that 96.5 from the first run, does Kevin Robel. But the only thing that can change is the order in the 32, but our 32 drivers are locked in.
Yeah, happy days for all those guys.
So we go back to the start line, where it will be Valery Shevelov, as you alluded to, on that 91. Locks down the visor.
Yeah,
turns on the anti-lag.
Prevent any stones from coming in the window.
Yeah, and here we go. Yeah, very aggressive. Oh, with a very snappy initiation, Mike. Short movement left to right, but makes it work, crucially, and fulfills that outer zone. Quick dab at a handbrake as he enters into outside zone 2, but drops a wheel there, so some deductions from the judges you'd expect as he makes his way from 3 to 4, and that line through 3 just didn't look good, and it costs him as he drops some wheels through outside zone 4 and goes across the line.
Well, what's happening here now, Ed, is that drivers know that they are on the high scores. They know they're safe for battle action, so they're putting in those really, really aggressive runs. It works out sometimes, more often than not it doesn't. It was working out pretty well for Valery up until this point, looking really good for a big score to take him up to the top of qualifying, but just a little bit too fast into zone 2 there. Drops the wheel a small bit, nothing too crazy, but it did come apart a little bit at 4 here. So watch again, the transition doesn't seem to scrub enough speed to get over to the right hand side of the track kind of uniformly. Has to hurry over to the right hand side of the track, and as a result just pushes him off at the early part of zone 4 there. That said, does get back online, does pretty much get back on where the judges want him to be, but it was a correction in 4.
Yeah, for sure. So we do talk about the risk reward in drifting, and of course at this stage of the competition it is that risk of going for the big run, the run that's going to take you to the top of that leaderboard to get those all important qualifying points that these drivers, you know, they'll take that risk knowing that you know, they're already in the show. So if they make a mistake, well, so be it. So 3 drivers remaining, score drops in, no improvement as we expected. 12th position, Mike, for a 91.
Yeah, crazy levels here.
Soul destroying.
Crazy levels here.
Soul destroying.
Yeah, crazy levels here at DMP. We saw the semi-pro guys struggle to get near the 90s earlier, but all the pro guys now with a 91 are like not even in the top 10.
Yeah, well, Amanda will be looking to move into the 90s with a big run here in the second half of qualifying. It is Jakub Przygoński in that GR86 with the B58 underneath the bonnet. Aggressive snap to angle there as he looks to go for the big run here. Fulfills that outer zone, really nice wide line, just what the judges are after and just what he was after as he gets himself into outside zone 2. Possible drop of a wheel perhaps as he comes through that section. Nice as he tucks the nose of that GR86 into that inside zone, gets back on it now for the final zone, and across the line he goes.
Yeah, great run there from Kuba. Beautiful car as well. Love seeing this out on track. It's always such a treat just to see it out there. Legendary man in motorsport in Poland and of course internationally. Using, once again I've noticed that using quite a lot of what I think is left foot brake to keep the car steady on zone 2 especially, but there's nothing saying that you can't do that. You know, it's perfectly good in qualifying. It keeps the car really planted, really steady, and look at the pinpoint accuracy he has with the rear wheel there throughout 2/3 of or 3/4 of that zone.
Yeah, David Callis, of course, saying to us earlier on, you know, that drivers wouldn't be penalised as long as it wasn't excessive for the use of that left foot brake. So they don't mind seeing it as long as you say, they're not, you know, too aggressive or it's not affecting the line or the pace throughout the run. So you can see very steady, very fluid there from Kuba. So we await the score on his second run, and there will only be 2 drivers remaining. 2 more runs today and we will be putting round 1 qualifying in the books for 2026 here at the a 91.5. He does break into the 90s and enough for 11th position for the Drift Masters driver, so he's going to be delighted with that. Would have liked, I would imagine, to have been inside that top 10, but he does move up the order, Mike, which is all crucial.
Yeah, absolutely, and entertaining everybody here at the Ptak Warsaw Expo.
Now, I love the way you pronounced the name of this car, Mike, the last time around, as Łukasz Tasimski left the line. 2.9 V6 turbo Alfa Romeo.
It's a Veloce.
Veloce.
I love Italian cars and bikes, Eddie, and this is a Veloce.
Yeah, I'm not the best with... Whoa, look at this. He's coming with all of the velocity into that first zone as he fires that car on angle. And this is absolutely shaping up to be a huge run here from Łukasz Tasimski as he fires through that second outer zone. Now, can he make the transition and tuck the nose perfect through that inner zone, gets back on it, and look at this, Mike, right on the wide line, rides that line all the way around outside zone 4 and across the line. That was a huge run and definitely an improvement on that 83 for Łukasz, and I think he's going for top spot here. Look at the precision of this run as we look back on the replay.
Yeah, Drift Open champion and DMP runner-up, I mean, why not? But what really impresses me about this run from Łukasz is it's just so pinpoint in this chassis. These chassis can take years and years to develop. We saw it with the A90 Super most recently. It's such a, you know, it came out of the box so difficult and it takes ages to make it good. This Alfa Romeo is a small little, it's almost like an MX-5 size car, and the guys have it working. Okay, he wasn't perfect on the entry to outer zone 2 there, but overall, I mean, in terms of the greater picture of this run, it was so pinpoint, so good, and I think he's going to find himself well into the top half here, even though, yeah, it is a huge competition in terms of the scores here, you know, but I think he's going to find himself well up into the top half here, hopefully. And I mean, you know, it's such a different thing to see as well. It's a little event in itself, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. And you know, when we looked at the credentials and his information, we were quite surprised, I suppose, with the maybe some of the mistakes that crept into his first run, that 83, but I think this was different gravy in the second run here, Mike. That was a huge run, and the question is it's a 97. Is it currently a 97 that's in first position?
Yeah, it's thereabouts. Yeah.
I think this is up there.
I don't think it's going to be winning, but I think it's up there it's in the conversation for the top 10. I think, it's not perfect, but it is definitely in the conversation for being around the top 10.
Well, judges looking back on it, we can see the
wheel drop they're looking for. Yeah,
and we can see, and I think maybe that's going to be the difference maker.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
he really was chasing it, Mike, chasing that big run, and he was in control of it for. Yeah,
look, there is quite a wheel drop there.
They're
so
having a discussion about that. We can be 100% sure.
Maybe top 10 won't be possible with that kind of mistake, but we'll have to see what the judges say. Third in the 2025 DMP Championship was Wukash, so no stranger to podiums around here.
Yeah, big YouTuber and TV presenter, commentator. He's some crazy builds. Well, I mean, that's evident.
Yeah.
And here the score drops in. Oh, an 88.5.
Yeah, that wheel drop was actually worse than what it originally looked, and that camera angle there, the slow-mo or the freeze frame showing us that it was actually more than what we originally spotted.
Well, it leaves us with the final run of the day. Jakub Kral sits on the line with a 92.5 from his first run, and that S14.9 2JZ powered with 920 brake horsepower. The reigning 2025 DMP champ coming hunting for top spot as he waves to the crowd before he leaves the line, looks for that perfect wide outside line, and he finds it right from the get-go. Looks to try and power his way through the course as he dials his way into that second outer zone. Perfect through the first few sections. Nice line through that inner zone now. Oh, but just can't find outside zone 4 the way he would have liked, and that's going to affect the score, Mike, as Jakub Kral crosses the line with a 92.5 on the first run. And I'm not so sure that there's going to be an improvement with some mistakes through the latter stages of that one, but it was looking good through the first few stages.
Yeah, as we deal with the tire smoke here, it's absolutely beautiful all the way until that last section there from Jakub Kral, last year's champion. Loving the car as well. Once again, I know I'm touching on the liveries of cars a lot here, but they are so fantastic out here in DMP. So beautiful transition through 3, and as you said, Eddie, you just picked up while you were calling the run there, for some reason he just pulled the car a little bit onto the inside. Now this would be a great run for every driver here, but for Jakub Kral, he's looking really to top qualifying. I don't think it's going to be enough, but he's still up there in the conversation. He's still on a 92.5 from the first run, so is it going to be an improvement? Not so sure, but we're going to see him in battle action tomorrow, that is for sure.
Yeah, that is for sure, and we will see Jakub back tomorrow. Shame that he may only end up being a wild card for the championship. We certainly love to see him compete in all 4 rounds, but obviously with Drift Masters commitments, that may not necessarily be possible. But he is here this weekend and doing what he does best, which is putting on a show. But I think he may need to rely on that 92.5 from the first run. But he's well up the order with that mic inside, probably definitely the top 15, if not the top 10. It's another 92.5, and it's 7th position. So stays where he is in 7th position, and that rounds out qualifying for round 1 of the Driftingowe Mistrzostwa Polski 2026, round 1 here in Warsaw at the Ptak
even?
Ptak, yeah. I know. So let's take a look at how it stands after 2 runs in pro qualifying. Well, it is Artem Shulkov, the Ukrainian, with that 97 on his second run that takes the top spot here, just narrowly beating Kevin Robel and Pavel Grosch, who sit in 2nd and 3rd. Max Heydrich, the German, 94.5, sits in 4th position, and Simon Suvma rounds out the top 5. Artur Havrilenko with that big run, 90.5, lands in 15th position, as Jakub Przygoński takes 11th position, just misses out on a top 10 spot. Christina Alto, who we saw in that incredible E36 down in the order there as well, in 19th position, as we see Bartholomew Ovkarek in 30th position, Karolina Pilarczyk in 22nd, and yeah, the score is starting to drop down. It'd be interesting to see where the cutoff ended up being. Was it around 78 or 79, Mike? as we look to our final two drivers. Timur Lipski making it in 32nd position with a score of 78.5, and Ores Michaluk in 31st position in his 200 SX. And there's some of the drivers that we got to see. Unfortunately, Daniel Pelican not getting to compete. He was really looking forward to Thomas Magyar as well, unfortunately, with that mechanical problems with that Mercedes 190E not making it out on circuit for the second run. So that is our qualifying order for the top 32 at round 1, and that concludes my qualifying for semi-pro and pro for round 1 of this fourth round championship. What a day it's been. I mean, we've been treated to some incredible driving, and it has been certainly a
Dziękujemy
showstopper.
bardzo Maćku, Tomku, Mike and Eddie. Thank you very much, guys, za fantastyczną robotę i przekazywanie tego, co działo się faktycznie na torze. Gratulujemy zawodnikom jazdy na najwyższym poziomie, kibicom za obecność tutaj, bo to było wyzwanie faktycznie dzisiaj w tym upale, oraz Państwu, którzy nas oglądali w player.pl.
So that rounds out
Wracamy jutro
our
z
work for
creme
today. So we are back
driftingu,
tomorrow with
czyli
Sunday for the
jazdy i
main show,
rywalizacji w
Mike, where
bardzo
it all
bliskich
kicks off
parach.
here at
Dzisiaj jeszcze o
approximately
około godzinie
11:05
20
tomorrow with
publikacja
the
listy
top
startowej,
16 for
tak
the
zwanej
semi-pro
drabinki
competition,
par,
and we will
czyli
work our way
dowiemy się,
through all the
kto
way
z
to the
kim
final
jutro będzie w
and
parze
announce the podium
rywalizował.
for
W
that before
semi-pro w
moving
top
straight into
16,
the top
a w
32
klasie pro będziemy
for the pro
oglądać
competition, which
rywalizację
should
w
kick
top
off
32,
at
potem w top
approximately
16, top
10 past
8 i
1
top 4.
local time
Jutro,
here
drodzy
in
Państwo,
Warsaw.
od godziny
Yeah, I'm
8:15
excited, Eddie.
do
I mean,
10:15
You know, the level of driving is
rozgrzewka,
crazy. It's
szybka
going to be taken
rozgrzewka
up to
na
11
godzinę.
tomorrow compared to today, and I think it's going to be all action here at DMP round 1.
Yes, so thank you for joining us. We will be back tomorrow. Hopefully you'll join us then. Thank you for joining us today. We'll talk to you then.
Z wysokim filtrem, nakrycia głowy, dużo wody. Mamy dla Was kurtyny tutaj na miejscu wodne, więc na pewno będzie miejsce, żeby się schłodzić. Dużo cienia, więc zapraszamy serdecznie. Damy radę tutaj wszyscy na pewno. Dużo też chłodnych napojów mamy dla Państwa. A jeżeli będziecie nas oglądać jutro, no to widzimy się ponownie w playerze, player.pl, w Eurosporcie 3 finały klasy Pro. Top 16 i widzimy się jutro, mam nadzieję, drodzy Państwo. Dziękuję serdecznie, Wiktoria Król, Motozłośnica. Do zobaczenia.